until then. Lost to see you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm now. I'm bathing in color and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over now. You have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over now. You have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. You're at my worst and at my best. I'm a mess inside, but so well dressed. You sing to me so sweetly. Running on glass, another level pass. You're giving me a high, but it doesn't last. You sing to me so sweetly. And when you're gone, I'll be standing tall. Pull up a chair, sit and watch you fall. Then I'll sing to you so sweetly. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over now. You've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का एक और स्पेशल इंटरव्यू में। और इस इंटरव्यू में हमारे साथ जुड़ते हुए नजर आएंगे एक बहुत स्पेशल गेस्ट। जी हाँ, द ट्रॉफी मैग्नेट हिमसेल्फ, डेस्ट्रो द डिस्ट्रक्टर हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे गॉड्स रेन से। डेस्ट्रो, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका। और अब तो जो क्वालिफिकेशन है वो लगभग करीब आ चुका है, सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 आप जा रहे हैं, पर थोड़ी इनकंसिस्टेंसी देखने को मिली ओवरऑल गॉड्स रेन की परफॉर्मेंस में। क्या कारण रहे उसके पीछे के?
ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग राउंड 1 के बाद जो हमारा ब्रेक हुआ, मैं थोड़ा घर पे भी गया, इतना हमने खेला नहीं, तो आई थिंक वही चीज़ रिफ्लेक्ट हुई अभी 4 मैचेस में स्टार्टिंग के। आई थिंक हमारे पास चांसेस थे 2-3 मैच कन्वर्ट करने के, बट वही है, थोड़ा सा अनफॉर्चुनेट भी रहे, थोड़ा हमने मिस्टेक्स भी करी अपने एंड से, अदरवाइज 4 मैच में ही हो जाता, बट कोई नहीं, दे रहा है दुरुस्त है, चलता है।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल। और जो टीम है आपकी उससे एक्सपेक्टेशंस हमेशा बहुत ज्यादा रहती है, डेस्ट्रो आपसे एक्सपेक्टेशंस हमेशा रहती हैं, बट हाल फिलहाल में वो एक चेंज भी हमें देखने को मिला। नियो के एडिशन को किस प्रकार से आपने इनकॉर्पोरेट करा, क्योंकि ज्यादा समय मिला नहीं आप लोग को और तुरंत ही रियलमी बीएमपीएस 2025 की भी शुरुआत हो गई।
आई थिंक मैंने नियो के बारे में तो बहुत बार पहले भी बोला है अपनी स्ट्रीम्स पे या वैसे इंटरव्यूज में भी, दैट ही इज अ कंप्लीट प्लेयर।
जी
एंड उसके आने से आई थिंक मेरी टीम में वो जो बैलेंस था थोड़ा भी बीच में वो डगमगा गया था, तो
जी
वो बैलेंस पूरा हुआ अभी। एंड आई थिंक ओवरऑल बहुत अच्छा मतलब एडिशन हुआ, बिकॉज आई थिंक वो तो एज अ फिल्टर भी कभी कभी काम कर लेता है मेरे लिए, बहुत चीज़ों के बारे में वो थोड़ा मतलब व्हाट डू यू से, कॉल्स उसकी जो बहुत अच्छी आती हैं,
जी
तो दैट हेल्प्स अस अ लॉट। तो ओवरऑल इट वाज अ गुड एडिशन फॉर अस। एंड रही वक्त की बात, आई थिंक ही हैज बीन इन दिस सीन फॉर क्वाइट सम टाइम नाउ,
हम्म।
एंड हम लोग भी बहुत टाइम से हैं। अगर आप एक नया प्लेयर लेते हो तो आई डोंट थिंक सो कि आपको इतना टाइम लगता है उसके साथ सिनर्जी बनाने में, तो
राइट
हमें भी इतना प्रॉब्लम नहीं आया।
बिल्कुल। और अभी के लिए हम देख रहे हैं नियो और पूरी टीम का जो परफॉर्मेंस है वो बहुत बढ़िया जा रहा है, बट डेस्ट्रो थोड़ा पीछे चलते हैं। अगर आप 2024 का पूरा ही साल देखें, वो बिल्कुल भी आपके लिए आपकी टीम के लिए बढ़िया नहीं गया। फिर 2025 की शुरुआत हुई और आपने भी कहा था कि ऑड ईयर जो है वो हमारे फेवर में जा सकता है, पर उसके बाद हमने देखा रियलमी बीजेएस 2025 वो ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तक आप पहुंचे नहीं। अभी जब आप बीएमपीएस खेल रहे हैं, कुछ प्रेशर, कुछ एडेड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जो आप फील करते हो?
नहीं, आई थिंक प्रेशर नहीं है, बट जो मिस्टेक्स हमने बीजीआईएस में करी थी बस वही नहीं करनी है हमें पीएस में। बीजीआईएस में भी सेम सिचुएशन में ही थे हम, जैसे आज के दिन से पहले, कि पॉइंट्स नहीं है, पॉइंट्स निकालने हैं, बट उस टाइम आई थिंक वी वेंट टू पैसिव।
जी
आज वो माइंडसेट नहीं था, हम क्लियर थे, अपना नेचुरल गेमिंग खेलेंगे भले ही फिर कितने ही पॉइंट्स हैं, एंड दैट वर्कड आउट फॉर अस।
जी।
एंड वही है, ऐसे ही खेलना है हमें, अपना रिदम ब्रेक नहीं करना है।
बट डेस्ट्रो अगर ना हम स्टैट्स वाइज बात करें, एरांगल बढ़िया जाता है, मीरामार बढ़िया जाता है, बट सैनहॉक में हम हर बार देखते हैं कि थोड़ी बहुत दिक्कतों का सामना आपको करना पड़ता है। कोई खास स्ट्रैटेजी जो आप अब सैनहॉक में लगाने वाले हैं, या आपने कुछ आइडेंटिफाई करी कि क्या वजह है कि सैनहॉक उतने बढ़िया नहीं जाते गॉड्स रेन के?
नहीं, ऑनेस्टली बहुत ही फनी सवाल है, बिकॉज आज से 6 महीने पहले सैनॉक हमारा स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट मैप था,
एग्जैक्टली exactly.
अच्छे पॉइंट्स
जी
आते थे हमारे। अभी पता नहीं क्या ही होता है कि मैं जो डिसाइड करता हूँ कि हम इस कंपाउंड से खेलेंगे या इस रेट से खेलेंगे,
जी
उसके ऑपोजिट ही जोन चला जाता है। एंड सैनॉक में जोन प्लेज अ वेरी की रोल, वो
एग्जैक्टली
हमें फेवर नहीं करता, पॉइंट्स नहीं आते। बट वही है, ऐसा कुछ हमने कुछ स्ट्रैटेजी के बारे में नहीं सोचा है। वी नो कि हम थोड़ा बहुत मिस्टेक्स करते हैं, अगर हमने वो कम कर दी तो सैनॉक में भी हमारे पॉइंट्स आना स्टार्ट हो जाएंगे।
देखिए डेस्ट्रो, आप जो बोलेंगे मैं मान जाऊंगा। अगर आप बिना चिकन डिनर निकाले एक ऑफिशियल ट्रॉफी लिफ्ट कर सकते हैं तो यू दो कि आगे का रास्ता आप कैसे तय करने वाले हैं। बट अभी के लिए ये तो गॉड्स रेन के बारे में चर्चाएं हो गई, अब आप थोड़ा दूसरी टीम्स के बारे में बताइए। कोई एक दो नाम बताइए जो आपको लगता है कि अच्छी दावेदारी पेश कर सकते हैं बीएमपीएस 2025 की ट्रॉफी के लिए।
आई थिंक गॉडलाइक बहुत स्ट्रांग लग रही है मेरे को भी, विद द एडिशन ऑफ एस पावर, अच्छा खेल रहे हैं वो लोग।
जी
सोल इज आल्सो वेरी स्ट्रांग टीम लेजिट, और गॉब्लिन की वजह से उनकी टीम में जो बैलेंस मिसिंग था उनकी पहली लाइनअप में,
जी
वो मेरे को दिख रहा है। ओजी इज आल्सो वेरी स्ट्रांग कंटेंडर दिस टाइम। एंड आई थिंक सरप्राइज भी हो सकते हैं, नॉन एक्स वगैरह, ये टीम्स भी बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है अभी,
बिल्कुल।
तो वी नेवर नो कौन अच्छा कर जाएगा, बट दिस बीएमपीएस विल बी वेरी फियर्स इन टर्म्स ऑफ कंपटीशन।
तो डेस्ट्रो अभी के लिए दो मैचेस आपके बचे हैं, आप ऑलमोस्ट क्वालिफिकेशन के बहुत करीब पहुंच चुके हैं। पहले मैच में क्वालिफाई हो गए, दूसरे मैच में कुछ सोचा है, टारगेट करेंगे किसी को या फिर कुछ एक्स्ट्रा जो ओवर एग्रेशन है वो दिखाएंगे?
नहीं नहीं नहीं, ये तो मैं सोचता ही नहीं हूँ भाई। आई
ओके।
बिलीव इन कर्मा, किसी को टारगेट वगैरह मत करो,
जी
बिकॉज इन द एंड वही तुम्हें फिर हिट करता है गलत टाइम पे। एंड नेचुरल गेम ही खेलेंगे हम, बिकॉज जितने मैचेस आपको मिल रहे हैं नए जोन मेटा में, आप खेलो, सीरियस खेलो, बिकॉज वही आपको हेल्प करेगा आने वाले राउंड्स में। तो
जी।
हमारा भी वही अभी गोल है।
चलिए डेस्ट्रो, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट एंड होपफुली रियलमी बीएमपीएस 2025 के अब ग्रैंड फाइनल से मुलाकात होगी। थैंक यू सो मच।
हेलो एवरीवन, रियलमी बीएमपीएस 2025 के स्पेशल सेगमेंट में आप सबका स्वागत है। मेरा नाम है स्पीडो और आज हम बात करने वाले हैं एक स्पेशल इंसान से जो कि एक आईजीएल है और ऑलरेडी एक बार बीएमपीएस जीत चुके हैं। तो चलिए बिना किसी देरी के स्वागत करते हैं वर्सेस स्पोर्ट्स के हेक्टर का। हेक्टर, कैसे हैं आप?
बढ़िया। आप कैसे हो?
यार मैं तो बहुत अच्छा हूँ। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आपकी ये जर्सी बहुत अच्छी लग रही है। इज दिस द न्यू वन?
यस, बट थोड़े चेंजेस होने बाकी है इसमें अभी, बहुत जल्द रिवील होगी।
चलिए, हेक्टर की जो नई जर्सी है वो रिवील काफी जल्दी होगी। बट हेक्टर, बीइंग एन ओजी, जैसा मैंने कहा, बीएमपीएस पहले जीत चुके हो, वो भी सबसे पहला सीजन जो बीएमपीएस का था। एंड उसके बाद
Yes.
थोड़ा सा एक स्लम्प भी आया, बहुत सारे ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट्स पास हो गए। ये BMPS कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है आपके लिए?
वो BMPS को काफी इयर्स हो गए, एंड अभी तब जब जीता था एज अ प्लेयर जीता था, एंड अभी मैं एज अ IGL हूँ, तो ऑब्वियसली ये मैं खुद जीतना चाहता हूँ, अपनी टीम के लिए जीतना चाहता हूँ एंड मेरे लोगों के लिए जीतना चाहता हूँ। तो उस टाइम एक फेज था जो लर्निंग फेज कहा गया मेरा, मतलब कि मैं पूरा सीखा 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 सीखा, बहुत सारे स्ट्रगल्स आए, हर्डल्स आए, सब पार करते करते आया। बट आई थिंक वो हर एक सीखने के पीरियड कभी ना कभी खत्म होता है, रिजल्ट दिखाना पड़ता है। तो अब शायद वो मेरा रिजल्ट वाला फेज शुरू हुआ है, तो वहाँ मेरे को प्रूव करना है, वहाँ मेरे को दिखाना है कि मैं इतने सालों से, अगर मेरे लोगों ने, मेरी टीम ने मेरे को उम्मीद रखी थी, तो या मैं वो जीतने के काबिल हूँ, एंड हम जीतने के लिए इतने 2-3 साल मेहनत की है। तो बस वो हसल की शुरुआत हो चुकी है, राउंड 1 से ही, तो उसको फाइनल्स तक ले जाना है और ट्रॉफी जीतना है।
एब्सोल्युटली लव द हसल हेक्टर, जो आप और आपकी टीम यहाँ पे दिखा रही है। बट टीम की बात करते हैं, इस बार आपने एक नई टीम बनाई, खुद से बनाई। मैं एज अ OG आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि जब आप नए प्लेयर्स को सिलेक्ट करते हो तो उनमें क्या वो खासियत देखते हो कि वो आपकी टीम में फिट बैठ सके?
ऐसे बहुत सारे OGs आते हैं जाते हैं, स्विच होते रहते हैं, एंड उनका मेन इशू ही स्विच होने का ऐसे उनका हंगर होता है। एंड जो अपकमिंग स्टार्स होते हैं उनका हंगर बहुत मतलब इतना ज़्यादा होता है कि अगर तुम तीन हंगर वाले प्लेयर खेल रहे हैं, एक OG भी खेल रहा है ना, तो उसको भी कैरी करके वो लोग जीतने के तक लेके जा सकते हैं। इतना इतना उनमें वो डेडिकेशन होता है खेलने का। तो मैंने जब इंडिविजुअली पिक किया तो मैंने डायरेक्टली इनको नहीं पिक किया, मैंने ऐसे बहुत सारे हंगर्स प्लेयर्स लोगों की लिस्ट बनाया, एंड कुछ 15-20 प्लेयर्स के बाद मुझे मालूम पड़ा कि ये जो टॉप प्लेयर्स है, इनको कुछ शायद अपने लिए कुछ करने की आग है इनमें, उनके फैमिलीज के लिए, उनको एक उनके इसमें एक वो है, मोटिव है कि हमें जीतना है, हमें ये करना है। उनके सपने हैं, उनके कुछ ऐसे करियर्स है जो उनको बनाना है, वो करना है। तो मुझे लगा हाँ, ये सारे प्लेयर्स को, कुछ प्लेयर्स होते हैं जो शायद फन के लिए खेलने आते हैं कि हम बस खेल रहे, ऐसा डायरेक्ट कोई मोटिव नहीं होता उनके पीछे, कोई वो नहीं होता। बट इनमें मैंने देखा कि हाँ, इनमें कुछ जीतने की चाहत है, एंड शायद एक चैंपियन, मेरे लिए चैंपियन से पहले जो एक प्राइज मनी होता है, पैसा जो हम जीतते रिलैक्स, वो मेरे घर वाले हमेशा बोलते हैं कि जो पैसा तुम कमाते हो वो तुम्हारे हक का पैसा है, ईमानदारी का पैसा ही तुम्हें मिलता है, तुम्हें कभी कोई मुफ्त का पैसा नहीं मिलेगा, एंड उसके लिए तुम्हें मेहनत करनी पड़ती है। तो मेरे को लगता है जब हम 7-8 लाख या जो भी इंडिविजुअल हम जितना भी पैसा जीतेंगे, हम वो अपने हक का जीतेंगे, है ना। हमें हक का तब जीतेंगे जब हम उसके लिए मेहनत करेंगे, हम उसके लिए नियत अच्छी रखेंगे, हम उन पैसों का ऊपर वाला भी उन पैसों को कभी किसी गलत के हाथ में नहीं देगा कि वो गलत इस्तेमाल हो। तो एक बंदे का कैरेक्टर मैटर करता है, इंसानियत मैटर करती है, वो कैसे है। तो मैंने जब इन लोगों को देखा तो मेरे को लगा कि हाँ, अगर ये जीते तो ये एक ऐसी जगह पे इन्वेस्ट करेंगे जो शायद हम सब खुश हो गए कि हाँ, सही बंदों ने जीते। जब मैं भी जीता था तो मैंने भी बहुत अच्छी जगह पे इन्वेस्ट किया, मुझे ही रियलाइज हुआ। तो शायद वो आग जो मैं अपने में देखा करता था, वो मैंने इनमें भी देखा, मैंने इन लोगों को पिक किया।
एब्सोल्युटली अमेजिंग हेक्टर, मतलब बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है कि आप ऐसे प्लेयर्स को यहाँ पे पिक करें जो आपके साथ मिलके उस चैंपियनशिप के लिए आगे बढ़ सके। बट हेक्टर, एट द सेम टाइम मैंने बहुत सारी टीम्स देखी हैं, हाउ डू यू थिंक सिनर्जी मैटर कितनी करती है एक टीम के अंदर, या फिर सिर्फ वो हंगर ही काफी है?
नहीं, सिनर्जी बहुत ज़्यादा मैटर करती है। जब तुम एक प्लेयर को पिक करते हो तो उनके पर्सनालिटीज अलग होता है, किसी में ईगो थोड़ा ज़्यादा होता है, किसी में एटीट्यूड ज़्यादा होता है, किसी का कोई मुफट होता है, कोई साइलेंट होता है, कोई अलग अलग किस्म के लोग होते हैं, एंड इट्स वेरी ऑब्वियस, दुनिया में बहुत अलग अलग लोग होते हैं, ठीक है। तो अब तुम पिक करते हो, अब जैसे कि एक अब मेरे को है कि कोई कितना भी ईगोस्टिक रहे, कोई कितना भी गुस्सा करे, मेरे को फर्क नहीं पड़ता, आई एम वेरी काम पर्सन। अब मेरा एक और टीममेट है, उसको फर्क पड़ता है, ये मेरे पे चिल्ला कैसे रहा है, ये मेरे पे बोल क्यों रहा है, समझ लो। जैसे हर एक के, अभी मैंने अपना देखा कि मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा, बट मेरे टीममेट्स को फर्क पड़ रहा है, एंड मैं उनका ना देख के उसको टीम में पिक कर लिया। तो देयर माइट बी इशू इन फ्यूचर कि मैंने तो बोला था कि मेरे को इसका इशू है, तो फिर भी इसको लिया, ऐसा करके। तो वो हर एक का इंडिविजुअली पहला जानना पड़ता है कि इसको किससे दिक्कत है, किससे दिक्कत नहीं है। फिर वो चार की वो टीम बनती है कि आपस में वो लोग फिर अपने फ्लॉस को भी देख लेते हैं एंड अपने अच्छाइयों को भी देख लेते हैं, दोनों चीज को मैनेज करके चलते हैं। तो मेरी टीम में फिर मैंने वैसा बैलेंस किया, तो वो चीज एंड होने चाहिए, कोई गुस्सा करने वाला होना चाहिए, कोई एटीट्यूड वाला होना चाहिए। और मिक्स टीम जब बनती है तो फन होता है, एक ही तरीके के चार लोग रहेंगे तो मतलब क्या।
ऑलराइट हेक्टर, बहुत मजा आया आपसे बात करके एंड काफी कुछ नया सीखने को मिला। आई मीन अभी तक तो वशिष्ठ ईस्पोर्ट्स बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है, आगे के लिए भी रियली गुड लक।
नहीं, हमारी बस ये शुरुआत है, अच्छा तो नहीं खेल रहे, हमें अच्छा करना है, बेहतर करेंगे आने वाले टाइम में।
ऑलराइट, थैंक यू सो मच हेक्टर हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, थैंक यू सो मच,
वेलकम, बाय बाय।
बाय बाय।
स्वागत है आप सभी का एक और बहुत ही ज्यादा स्पेशल इंटरव्यू में, जहां पे हमारे साथ जुड़ते हुए नजर आएंगे गॉड्स ओमन के स्टोन बीजीएमआई। तो स्टोन बीजीएमआई, स्वागत है आपका बहुत ही ज्यादा। कैसे हैं आप? और सबसे पहले तो आप मुझे ये मिस्ट्री बताइए कि पहले आपका नाम स्टोन बीजीएमआई था, फिर आपने स्टोन रखा, फिर वापस स्टोन बीजीएमआई रखा, ये क्या चल रहा है भाई?
जी, पहला तो वो ये सीन था ना, मतलब वर्ड ऑर्ग का नेम कंपलसरी था रखने का। तो
जी।
बाद में हम एक राउंड खत्म होने के बाद वो नेम का चेंजेस परमिशन मांग के चेंज किया। मुझे भी लग रहा था अनलकी लग रहा है, मतलब सिर्फ स्टोन से।
जी।
इसीलिए फिर बाद में स्टोन बीजीएमआई रखा है ना। जो वो फर्स्ट राउंड तो लक था अपना, बहुत लक। मतलब भगवान से यही पूछ रहे थे कि हम अ, जो भी गलती हुआ है इस राउंड पे हुआ है, बस एक बार क्वालिफाई करवा दो, नेक्स्ट राउंड पे बिल्कुल ये गलती नहीं करेंगे।
जी।
तो बाद में वही वर्क किया उसके ऊपर। फिर भी थोड़ा 2 मैचेस चोक हुए, बाद में हम वही जो गलती किया है ना, अगले मैचेस पे वो गलती नहीं करे।
जी।
इसीलिए थोड़ा पॉइंट्स मिल पाया अपने को।
देखिए, भगवान भी उसी का साथ देता है जो मेहनत ज्यादा करता है, और आपकी टीम ने मेहनत ज्यादा करी, इसलिए आप राउंड 1 से राउंड 2 पहुंचे। पर अभी आप राउंड 3 तक पहुंच गए हैं। पर मैं आपसे भी समझना चाहूंगा कि ऐसा क्या बदलाव हुआ, जहां हमने राउंड 1 में देखा इतना इनकंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मेंस था, बॉटम 16 में भी आपकी टीम देखने को मिल रही थी, राउंड 2 में थोड़ा बहुत सुधार हुआ, पर राउंड 3 में एक अलग ही लहजे में आपकी टीम खेलती हुई नजर आ रही है, टॉप 8 में अभी मौजूद है वो। तो व्हाट एग्जैक्टली चेंज्ड फॉर गॉड्स ओमन?
जी, वही अपने को सभी मैचेस पे हम जो गलती कर रहे थे ना, सेम टू सेम ही कर रहे थे। हम समझ में नहीं आ रहा था हम क्या करना है।
जी।
बाद में अपने को अपना कोच सब समझाया, तुम ये कर रहे हो, एक बार तो ट्राई करके देखो। तो उसके ऊपर हम काम कर रहे हैं। वो ये जो भी हुआ है ना, अपना कोच की वजह से हुआ है। इतना जो भी मूव किया है, अपना कोच अपने को जो भी स्ट्रैटेजी बताया ना, हम
जी।
उसके ऊपर वर्क किया तो वर्क हुआ है।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल
वो
वर्क हुआ
जो
है। और
गलतियां नहीं किया है
जी, और ये मतलब साफ
रिटर्न।
साफ दर्शाता भी है कि जो कोच है वो कितना ज्यादा वैल्यू भी रखते हैं। पर स्टोन बीजेएमआई, अगर
जी
हम बात करें इससे पिछले टूर्नामेंट की, अगर हम रियलमी बीजेएस 2025 की बात करें, राउंड 4 तक इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग आपकी टीम पहुंची थी। उस टाइम आप आइजलिंग करते थे, फिर अब ये आइजलिंग से
जी।
असॉल्टर का ये जो स्विच है रोल का, वो क्यों किया आपने?
हाँ, थोड़ा टीम में गन पावर का वीक लगा। मतलब
हम्म।
सब 2 बंदे सपोर्टर रोल खेलने लग गए। अपना पीछे डर-डर के रुकने लग गए। बाद में अपने प्लेयर्स को सब समझाने के बाद
जी।
कोच ने अपने को बताया तुम असर्टिंग कर लो,
हम्म।
गोकू आइजे लिंक कर लेगा, सब सही होगा, एक बार ट्राई तो करके देखो। तो कोच बोलने के बाद हम ये सब ट्राई किया। पहले राउंड पे तो दिक्कत हुआ,
हम्म।
फिर भी हम वो जो गलती किया है ना, कोच अपने को डेली रिमाइंडर कर करके ये मिस्टेक मत करो अगली बार। तो
जी।
वो बताया ना, तब हम उसके ऊपर वर्क करने के बाद अपने को कोच का वैल्यू पता चल गया। क्या होता है कोच, कोच से क्या अपने को मिला है। ये
जी,
जो भी हुआ है अपना कोच की वजह से ही हुआ है।
बिल्कुल। बट अभी मूविंग अहेड, अब देखिए आप सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 तक तो पहुंच ही गए, कट ऑफ जो हम सोच के चल रहे हैं वो तो आपने क्रॉस कर
जी
दिया है। अभी भी आपके 2 मुकाबले
जी
बचे हैं। तो अब इन 2
जी।
मुकाबलों में गॉड्स वुमन किसी को टारगेट करने जाएगी, हाय हेलो करने जाएगी, या फिर आप अपना नेचुरल प्ले स्टाइल ही खेलेंगे?
नेचुरल प्ले स्टाइल ही रखते हैं ब्रो।
तो उसके
हम
पीछे कोई
चेंज कुछ
कारण,
नहीं
मतलब
करेंगे।
अब तो क्वालिफाई हो गए भाई, अब तो
जी,
जो मर्जी वो करेंगे?
सबने करना है ना इसमें।
जी।
सबका ड्रीम्स भी रहता है। उनका मैचेस खराब करने से कर्मा अपने को भी रिटर्न मिलता है कभी ना कभी। तो वो
क्या
बिलीव
बात है।
करता हूँ मैं। ये
जी,
नहीं करेंगे।
ये मुझे काफी
रिट
ज्यादा बढ़िया लगा। पर मूविंग अहेड,
जी।
अच्छा अगर हम सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 की बात करें, वहां पे और भी ज्यादा कंपटीशन हमें देखने को मिलेगा, जो मार्जिन ऑफ एरर है वो बहुत कम हो जाएगा, गलतियां आप ज्यादा नहीं कर सकते उस टाइम। तो सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 की अब आगे क्या अलग तैयारी रहने वाली है?
हाँ, अपना वही है, पहला सेमीफाइनल वीक 1 पे ही अपन टॉप 8 पे निकलना है। वीक
हम्म।
2 तो और थोड़ा प्रेशर हो जाएगा। तो हम जो भी है वीक 1 पे अपना बेस्ट देते हैं ब्रो, क्वालिफाई करते हैं।
बिल्कुल, एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर आपने भी ड्रीम देखी होगी कि आप ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई करके जाएंगे। इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग
जी।
आपका ये पहला ऑफिशियल लैंड फाइनल्स होगा, अगर आप क्वालिफाई करके जाते हैं तो उसके लिए कुछ दिलों की धड़कनें बढ़ रही है कि वहां पे तो अलग माहौल होगा, इतने सारे लोग होंगे। तो अभी से सोच रहे हैं आप उस बारे में, या फिर अब पहले फाइनल्स में पहुंच जाएंगे उसके बाद सोचेंगे?
फाइनल्स पहुंचने के बाद सोचते हैं ब्रो, मतलब हम उधर कंपटीशन कर सकते तो फिर हम क्यों डरे, उधर
जी,
कर सकते हैं कंपटीशन सबको।
बिल्कुल।
लोगों
और
का तो हम वही चेयरअप देखते हैं, सपोर्ट मिला अच्छा, नहीं मिला तो अपना गेम जो रहता है वही स्टाइल रखते हैं।
क्या बात है, मुझे आपके बात करने का ना लहजा बहुत पसंद आया और जो आप ब्रो बीच में बोलते हैं वो काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया है। होपफुली लैन इवेंट में मुलाकात होगी, वहां पे हम अपना ब्रो कोड जरूर आगे जमाएंगे। एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग एंड ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट आपके अगले मुकाबलों के लिए।
थैंक यू ब्रो, थैंक यू।
All right, team, we have got our champ. Good job, man. Good job.
Kia, movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो
कहाँ है?
क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Welcome to the final day of the round 3. What awaits after this is the semifinals week 1. Before now, I'm going to be your host, Castro Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it will be IC Baby 1-2, and welcome to the realme BMPS 2025. IC, as we have seen the journey so far inside of the round 3, of course the competition is getting extremely fierce, but we are seeing a lot of comebacks as well.
Well, speaking of comebacks as well, today it will be the decider match for round 3. So 24 teams will be eliminated and 24 teams will advance into semifinals to meet the 8 teams that has pretty much qualified from round 1 itself. And that is going to be a very, very interesting one as well, because we know for a fact teams like Orangutan and also Wildfangs are going to be waiting and observing on how things are going to be looking here, especially from all the strategies coming in from which of these 24 teams that may pose a threat for the teams in the semifinals itself.
And as of now, there's a lot of teams inside of the round 3 that definitely does seem like will pose a big threat to the teams that have already qualified towards the semifinals from the round 1 itself. And once again, speaking of some of the comebacks that we witnessed, right? Yesterday, 2OP official, once again, since they were already doing pretty good in the overall standings, we did see a bit of that dip in the performance from them. But once again, they were already doing really good in the overall standings, so 2OP knew that they do not really need to try too hard. But something that's going to help you with your gameplay without even trying that hard is also going to be the realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the realme GT7, and the device is already out, so get your hands onto it.
Exactly, so be sure to check it out as well. It does have the iSense graphene rear cover that gives you 6 degrees Celsius cooler and also uninterrupted gaming for up to 120 FPS of 6 hours uninterrupted gameplay. And of course, the device is tested by both Realme and the crafting guys to give you that smooth, buttery experience of a gameplay itself. So be sure to check it out on Amazon. Be sure to buy it now. But all things considered here, back to the conversation that we are about to discuss as well. Obviously, when we are talking about comebacks, we have to talk about teams that are pretty much already qualified as well. So we have to take a look at the overall standings to give you guys a rough idea who is pretty much there. 8-Bit, Non-X, Hero Extreme Godlike, and Eggy pretty much way past the cutoff.
Yeah, so let's just pretty much say that the top 12 are pretty much secure, since we mentioned this yesterday as well. The moment you get more than 45 points, there's a big chance you might just be on the safety side of the spectrum. Still, Shockwave needs that 1 point, and I'm pretty sure Shockwave will get that 1 point in the span of 2 games that they're going to be playing today. So the top 16, they seem like they're outside of the harm's way, unless things go south. At this point, even teams like VOLCANO Esports, Rising Inferno, and one of the surprises has to be DOD, Do or Die. This was one of those teams that was struggling so much in the round 1.
Exactly. They were literally the team that has a little bit of a struggle, but out of nowhere makes a very, very nice recovery here with almost a near chicken dinner themselves, which gives them 40 points. But again, they are still not in harm's way, because if they do get 0 points, they might be eliminated by the end of today. So all things considered, everyone from maybe even to Insane all the way to Volcano, from top 10 to top 16 is still a little bit shaky here. The cutoff is somewhat on the expectations of estimated around 40 to 45 points, but the current cutoff is currently on the 24th position. So Jux is currently having 33 points out of 6 games. So if you divide that by 3 and times 4, that means 44 points is the estimated cutoff for the 24th position after these 2 matches that is going to be concluded later on by the end of the day.
If the teams want to be extra safe, just make sure that they're getting more than 50 points. Jux Esports currently sitting on 33, and as you mentioned, that's also going to be the cutoff currently for the top 24. FS Esports having 33 points. I don't exactly know what's going on with a banner like FS Esports since we saw them inside of the round 1. They were doing so good for themselves, and now that transition towards the round 3, it's been a little bit shaky. Los Hermanos 2 getting 34 points, a new team on the block that's been making a lot of statements, and Tamilan Esports has to be a prime example of that as well. They were not doing too good, but now in the round 3, they're doing extremely well.
Exactly. Everyone from the 17th position to the 24th position right now is in a danger spot as well. So obviously it is going to be very close to reach at least 44 to 45 points at least to actually try and qualify. But still, anyone from all the way on the bottom half can still have a shot. And even here as well, we have teams like Apecity, Team Cosmic, Team Tamilas, ZENIN, even Jaguar Official and Mastermind Mavericks. All these teams mathematically still has a very, very good shot. All they need is one massive game with 5 finishes, and they should be back and running. But again, 2 games needs to be very, very consistent coming from them.
Team Tamilas, Apecity, all these names are quite the known names inside of the community, including H4K as well, and even they found themselves around that red zone of the overall standings. Once again, to let you guys know, the bottom 24 teams from this round 3 gets eliminated, and just the top 24 directly moves on towards the semifinals week 1, and 8 teams have already qualified directly from the round 1 itself. That means 32 teams will be there in the semifinals week 1 to duke it out amongst themselves, and I'm pretty sure those 8 teams that have already qualified, they're probably looking at these games and just noting down all their pocket strats.
Exactly. That is going to be a very, very interesting one as well here. But let us talk a little bit more on how 2OP officials started their journey here as well. Round 1, round 2, it seemed very, very shaky at start as well. It feels like they don't really know what they're doing. But in round 3 specifically, ever since their drop clash with AEROxWBG Gaming, and every single time they drop clash and won that fight, it feels like they've garnered some sort of confidence and morale and just translated into just wins after wins.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? 2OP, they were only playing good in the round 3 itself. Yes, I do understand they've qualified till the round 3. That's a major statement in itself. But in the round 3, they have been performing the best so far. And I guess the main reason for that is because of that one nuclear performance they pulled off on the back of AIM-HAX. And that was the man who was able to pull off 9 elimination points all by himself and keep his team around that safety marker now in the overall standings. 2OP officials, they managed to garner 48 points, which is of course a lot. And Shockwave, they've managed to get 44 points so far. Even Shockwave is one of those teams that's doing extremely comfy.
Yeah, Shockwave has been very, very consistent since BGIS, but ever since their debut here in BMPS, it looked really shaky in round 1 and round 2. And even round 2 as well, they looked barely able to actually cross the cutoff itself to actually get in the round 3. But round 3, it seems like they found some secret sauce. They were able to fix it as well. And their debut match really showcased us how they would fare well against a team with that prioritizes on macro strategies as well. So I'm really, really liking what I'm seeing from them. But also, let's talk about 2OP officials' confidence. Knowing for a fact that they already had the upper hand, they actually decided to drop Clash 8-bit in Pochinki and still won that fight.
Which is actually a really good thing, right? Now 2OP officials, since they know they've pretty much almost qualified towards the semifinals week 1, they're going for those risky plays, which makes a lot of sense too. Just try and master the mechanics before you move on towards the semifinals week 1. Test the grounds, know exactly what the teams are capable of, and that's why 2OP officials are going for those drop clashes as well over and over again, and just straight up just ramming their vehicles around the compounds, just going for unorthodox fights, which is of course going to sharpen their mechanics even more. But here's my real question to you. 2OP managed to make that comeback in the round 3 on the back of that one heroic play. And we all know, relying on heroic plays is not a good thing.
Exactly. It is going to be very, very risky as well. Even Shockwave themselves had to make a little bit of a extroverted play just now in that specifically. I remember he somehow hid around water.
Top 3,
wait until like top 3 to actually get some sort of placement points to actually qualify as well. So you do need to actually consider the fact that every single point counts, especially when you're fighting for your dear lives now.
But hey, let's talk about Team Forever and God's Omen. God's Omen has to be sort of like the undergods, right? Coming in out of nowhere, scooping up so many points for themselves, and now finding themselves in the top bit of the overall standings, looking extremely good. And then you've got Team Forever. Yesterday we saw a major comeback from Team Forever too in the overall standings, and both these teams doing really good.
Yeah, both teams pretty much, I would say, qualify towards the semifinals week 1 itself here. So this is going to be something that I think Team Forever and God's Omen, we had a little bit of discussion during the round 1, 2, and 3 stages. Round 1, nobody expected Team Forever to do well. It was a mixture of the old 8-bit roster with Thunder coming from Metal, and it was a bit of an awkward start for them. But round 2, they dropped off. The later stage of round 1, they kind of dropped off as well. They could not qualify towards the round 3 or even the semifinal stages as well, which resulted in them being here. But no, sorry, they actually qualified directly to round 3. And after round 3 started to begin, it started to look a little bit shaky, but yesterday's performance is what gave them the upper hand to actually make a comeback.
And God's Omen as well is now looking just so much more confident, right? If you try and compare the same performance towards the round 1, God's Omen was completely missing.
Yeah.
They were there in the bottom 16 for a while in the round 1, and now look at that transition from round 2 to round 3. God's Omen is looking untouchable, at least as of now. And I hope the same run of form continues in the semifinals as well, because we have seen a lot of these newer names sort of crack under the pressure when they move on against the top tier teams.
Yeah, to be honest, when it comes to situations like God's Omen, right, they were able to win the situations just by identifying strong advantageous terrain and then just make use of it. But a lot of the teams tend to struggle that, hey, if I've got a good spot, how do I hold this fort? Not a lot of teams is able to understand those kind of understanding and then just dominate the entire lobby themselves. But God's Omen has that fundamentals down to the T. But again, what if the situations do not give them this kind of scenarios.
Exactly.
That's going to be something that God's Omen needs to actually fix on as well, because not every day is Sunday.
Because let's be honest, right, in round one as well, we've seen those struggles too many times from the side of God's Omen. But you know what? Let's talk about a little bit about Cincinnati Kids as well, right? Because it's also one of those teams that's been currently struggling in the round 3 so far. Cincinnati Kids, the start to the round 3 wasn't that great. We did see a bit of that recovery on the day 2, but still that recovery wasn't enough for CK.
Yeah, it's really weird to see how CK, who is an experienced team as well, they were able to actually kind of push themselves in towards the Grand Finals VGIS, but it feels very, very awkward for them to actually kind of struggle all the way through here. But let's give you guys a little bit of tips as well. That was pretty much the schedule for today. They are going to be playing this so far based on today's final 2 maps on Group A, B, and C. But starting roster as well, a reminder for you guys, Group A is going to be having 8-bit, 2OP Official, Shockwave, God's Omen, Team Forever, Reckoning Esports, Cincinnati Kids, BO7S, Troy Tamilan, Team MASTERMIND, MAVERICKS, 4TRX Official, and Apecity, and the rest is history as well. This is going to be a little bit of a shocker as well, because even Team Tamilas, shadowblitz, Golden Gliders, and also SIGNIFY, they are the teams that are right in the bottom that are very, very much in trouble.
And I guess Golden Glider Esports and Team Tamilas has to be a big surprise, right? Golden Glider Esports, they were doing so good in the past, and now once again that transition towards the round 3 is completely opposite. And Team Tamilas, it's of course one of the known names. They've got so many fans as well rooting for them, and still Team Tamilas is struggling a little bit too much. At the start of the day, we locked in our predictions. I personally went with Cincinnati Kids from the Group A itself, and we have Robin going with Team Tamilas. Interesting.
Well, Team Tamilas is in a situation where they have gotten a lot of heat as well, just because they haven't been performing really, really well. We do see signs of life coming from them, but in terms of just confidence, they've just got completely destroyed. That's what I feel coming from Team Tamilas in terms of their overall playstyle.
I mean, look, Team Tamilas at this point, in my opinion, just go frag heavy. It feels like they're trying their best to get as many placement points as possible, but no, that's not the way you're supposed to play the new zone structure. You're supposed to go for the elimination points in the early phases, especially if you know the zone's not really favoring you. Just go for the elimination points. And Team Tamilas is a team that loves to play with the zone itself.
I agree. But all things considered here, we're going to be starting the final 2 games for each and every single group here. By the end of today, it is going to conclude the round 3 stages. And guess what? 24 teams are going to survive, and 24 teams will be eliminated from the realme BMPS. And without further ado, we're going to be jumping straight into game of Group A of the map of Aryan itself. And this is going to be a very, very important one as well. Are we going to see a potential stomp coming from the top teams, or are we going to see a potential comeback?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this playing flat path, once again, starting all the way from Yasna Poliana towards the southern side of Primorsk, this is looking pretty balanced. If the teams do want to move in towards Georgia Pool, it's not going to be a possible problem. If you want to move all the way down south towards Northern Pnoy as well, it's not going to be that big of a deal either. So this playing flat path is going to be quite forgiving for the teams, and I would love to see a few clashes if possible.
Well, speaking of possibility here, Golden Gliders, they had a really, really good run in terms of their first map yesterday itself. The circle actually favored around Milta itself. They had the best possible spots, but they were just overrun by God's Omen and 4TR Official, which is very, very unfortunate to see them lose a space like that, considering that Golden Gliders was a team that, well, in this case, you were made a fan out of you since round 1 stages.
Yeah, of course, man, because Golden Glider Esports, somehow they would always make it in the top 5 of every single game, and that was the most consistent team in the round 1 as well. But that transition towards the round 2 and round 3, oh man, Golden Glider Esports, they have came a long way, and not in a good way. Because at this point, Golden Glider Esports, they're on the verge of being eliminated from this entire tournament. And if they do not pull off a miraculous performance, they're done for. They need a nuclear game. That's the only thing that's going to save them.
Well, it's not just one nuclear game. They need 2 back-to-back nuclear games in order to actually qualify as well. But let's take a look at how the circle shifts as well. Seems like we are going to head towards Godcom, Hospital, Pochinki, still going to be in play as well. Not going to be expecting some sort of quarry circle, which is very, very difficult to play. But I wouldn't be surprised if it actually shifts up towards North Georgia as well, which is a possibility. Again, pretty unpredictable so far. But 8-bit going to be going on towards, well, they are going to be in Pochinki this time. And 2OP official says, you know what, we've done our job. We've pretty much won our fights in 8-bit. No point giving them a rematch. We'll take that win.
The moment they've knew that they've qualified, 2OP's pulling off some weird shenanigans. They're going for those drop clashes. Then they're going for those unorthodox fights as well, which is, of course, a good thing in my opinion, because you're pretty much testing yourself at the same time sharpening your own skills. And 2OP is doing a great job at that. They themselves know that sometimes they do struggle in the 4v4 fights, so it's better to just sharpen it right now when you've got the time.
Now, up on screen as well. Brothers of Seven Sisters. This is a team that really kind of surprised us as well when they got that clutch coming from Doroki. But after that, we saw a lot of moments where they were taken down by a T1 team. In this case specifically, they almost had a, well, I wouldn't say they almost won. It's more like it was a very, very good fight between them and Hero Extreme Godlike, which still ended up in them losing out, but still, for a team like BO7S to give a good fight to a team like Hero Extreme Godlike was just very, very interesting.
Yeah, of course it was, right? At the end of the day, Hero Extreme Godlike is someone who does pack a lot of punch and also experience, while BO7S, someone who's trying to make the mark for the first time. But here's the thing, if you're going to be thinking that Hero Extreme Godlike is better than you, or someone who is superior than you, you're pretty much just limiting your mental at that point. In my opinion, for a team like BO7S, they should compare themselves to Godlike and think that they're better than them. That's the only way they can actually improve.
I think that it also comes down towards how Non-X is feeling right now as well. They are trying to challenge Hero Extreme Godlike, but same can be said for 8-Bit as well. We know for a fact that Somrush, they are directly challenging Hero Extreme Godlike for the throne. Or in this case, the keys to the kingdom.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, at this point, it does seem like Somrush is extremely close to establishing his own kingdom. He sort of got the foundation in the previous tournament. Now it's time to just nail it down in the end.
Obviously, we know 8-Bit is going to be much more qualified here, but for them to make a statement here in round 3 was very, very interesting, considering the fact that 8-Bit did one of the most impossible shenanigans that I don't think any other team has ever done before by playing around roster shifts. And what I mean by roster changes is that they brought in Toy, swapping out Gamlo Boy, got a chicken dinner. They brought in Sheik, and then still got a chicken dinner in 2 different games with 2 different rosters.
That's quite funny, right? Somraj, it's him just doing the naughty business and proving that it does not matter what the playing for is. We will still be the one to come through victorious. We have that caliber, and I trust my IGLing skills as well. And that's confidence speaking as well. That's what happens when you win a trophy. But let's not forget, we've seen a lot of downfalls as well the moment a team wins the trophy as well.
But that's the thing, right? 8-Bit doesn't feel like they are falling off. It feels like they're preparing for something bigger. I'm not exactly sure. Like, obviously, you know, you want to train your subs to give them some sort of game time. But for them, that swap between both Toy and Sheik, it didn't feel off at all because they felt like a genuine 4-man team, or in this case, a 6-man team.
Well, I mean, yesterday Sheik was in the interview, and Sheik herself mentioned that, of course, the call was made pretty last minute that Sheik is going to be inside of the playing 4. It was not planned at all, and Sheik herself was extremely nervous because it's been a while that she has played in these type of lobbies. And of course, her hands were shaking too, and she mentioned this to Somraj, that my hands are shaking, and Somraj actually yelled at her saying that, shut up. And she said that my hands stopped shaking at that moment.
That's pretty cool, but at the same time though, that's pretty good IGLing. Because why? Her first debut went really, really well, and they got her first chicken dinner. She's got 2 finishes, and she was playing really well.
She indeed was. She got 2 finishes. Of course, on paper does not really sound a lot, but since it's her first game,
but they still look good together.
Yeah, still pretty look
like
decent.
they still work like a team, which is at least one thing I've realized about 8-Bit is that if your fundamentals, let me rephrase that. If your fundamentals and basics is solid, it doesn't matter what the scenario is, we'll still win.
Yeah, pretty much.
Get the maximum possible outcome you can think of, max out of your options. If you're out of options, then so be it.
Straight up. I mean, so far, every single call, the shot calling, communication between the teams been perfect. And I've been a big fan of 8-Bit taking space somehow in every single circle. The moment you think that 8-Bit's done for, they somehow just spread themselves out and start winning every single fight. But let's not forget, a team like God's Omen as well, even they are making a lot of statements.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of interview with Stone as well. That was a little bit of an interesting way of how they approach the game.
I mean, the main question that was asked to Stone was, why were you switching your names? First you had Stone, then later on you put Stone BGMI, then you went back to Stone once again, and now you've got Stone BGMI once again. And the man said, I was just confused. I did not know if I want Stone. When I went back to Stone BGMI, I said, I want Stone back again. Maybe it's some lucky sort of thing, I guess.
Hey, sometimes we are kind of superstitious, you know?
Yeah.
Just like why I put my name Icy Baby 12, because 12 is my lucky number.
Oh, 12? You like 12?
Yeah.
Interesting. But hey, something that you guys are also going to like is going to be the Realme GT7. It's already out on Amazon. The sale's now live. Get your hands on this device. That's stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours. Code tested by the Realme and the crafting guys themselves. Will make sure that your gaming nights will be uninterrupted. So do check it out. But back towards the conversation once again. Team Forever starting things off with a bit of a handicap. It's not looking too good. Always down and out. The IGL's not in the game anymore.
Yeah, that's very, very unfortunate as well, considering that Team Forever has been trying out a couple of strats here and there. We know for a fact that they have brought in some strategies that doesn't seem normal, or I would say the right term would be unusual, but it's worked out in their favor. But I feel like the strategies that they have been trying out is one of the reasons why they are getting picked off. It's like they're trying to make it work, but seems like things are not working well for them, because now always be pretty much being taken out, unfortunately. But considering how the zone is going to be shifting as well, it is kind of makes sense as well, considering the fact that they are in a spot where we have to wait for the zone, especially this phase of circle here. There's no reason to get very, very early into his rush as well. There is still a lot of space. But I feel like after this zone shift, that is where you need to be very, very desperate.
Yeah, the next zone's going to be Kerfolic Shift, which will be the stage 2 itself. And this stage will be interesting.
Oh,
and
boy.
It shifts all the way towards the left side. Everyone on the right side is now going to be messed up big time. 2 OP, you've also got shadowblitz, even Golden Glider Esports. They need to try and find a way to make it inside of the circle in a safety manner and also get a decent bit of split for themselves.
Well, seems like we are going to be looking at mid-rotations here. Obviously, Golden Gliders is going to be the furthest away. Shadowblitz followed by Reckoning Esports all the way coming from the east side. And Cincinnati, they are a little bit late towards the first rotation shift, or in this case, the migration coming in play. But they are able to join the pack just because there are still more than half that is still late towards the first rotation. So getting center and then rotating to the next phase fast is going to be the key objective for some of these teams. And I know for a fact that Cincinnati kids, they observe this scenario. They are going to play from the far west.
Okay, hold on. Team Tamilas against Signify. And Signify is a team. For them, the dreams are almost shattered. Only 2 points in the overall standing. Signify is looking to find some sort of semblance, some sort of stability in this game itself. But unfortunately for them, they're starting things off with a disadvantage. Another man falls to the deck, and it's quite unfortunate for Signify. They're losing out on the man number. Down to just one man, Rio. Can he really clutch it off for his team? That's the main question. He's got the DBS for up close and personal combats. There's a man right above him. But what am I watching? This is such an awkward fight. And Rio misses both the shots. Signify, it's pressure's peaking at this point. 10 bullets or 10 shells in the shotgun. He's now pushing up close, and he will be eliminated in the end. A lot of mistakes made by Signify.
Well, unfortunately for Signify, their chances of qualifying is pretty much done and dusted as well. But Team Tamilas looking very, very frag hungry.
Hey,
considering the fact that they do need those points.
Just like you say, it's possible to get 30 elimination points in one game.
And a chicken dinner giving them 42 points, still not enough.
I guess. But
they
at
need
least
35
some ray of
finishes.
hope. Some ray of hope.
Well, fair enough. The highest ever point ever gotten a single match on an official in this year itself is still 28 finishes and a chicken dinner done by the old Soul lineup. And again, that's the record. So I'll put that as the benchmark and Signify. 38 plus 2 is still 40 points. Not enough to qualify.
True that. On paper, at least as of now, it's not enough. But in the front, we do see Apecity just getting ripped apart slowly and steadily. It's like slow poison making its work. And Team Tamilas, they just seem much more confident. And this is the Team Tamilas I wanted to see as well. We spoke about Team Tamilas wanting to be a little bit more aggressive. And this time, we're seeing that aggression from Team Tamilas. Quite proactive, wanting to play for the control as well. You can see Mr. Igil, the intention is there. He wants to get his hands on the high ground, create that off angle, and surprise the players of Apecity.
Yeah, they have to wait for the perfect timing as well. There are a lot of gunshots and a lot of people currently out in the open. Golden Gliders taking a couple jabs in, but they are going to back off. Meanwhile, we do see Tintin getting wiped out. That is a little bit unfortunate there, considering that Tintin is a star player. But on screen now, look at this. God's Omen having a direct contact against 2 OP official. Both teams suffering casualties here. Shady going to be forced in a 1v1 inside this shack. He is going to try and win this fight against Stone and BGMI, while Shady cleans out the rest of God's Omen. Now Stone forced to play on the second floor. He's going to be cooking up nade. He's hoping that Surya is going to be able to provide some sort of assistance here, but now here comes the flank. Shady, they can't seem to see him as well, but the nades, does it connect? It looks like it's going to be solid as well. The peek comes true, and Shady takes him out. Great game sense, and now waits for another pop. And Shady, 4 finishes, 2 OP official again, just wipes the floor with another Tier 1 team.
A quick 4-piece on the board from Shady. Incredible stuff, and even Apecity still somehow alive and cooking inside of the game. But these 3 elimination points are not going to be enough. Apecity, they need to go nuclear in this one. And now you've got Thunder trying to stop the players of Apecity in their tracks. Team Forever, nothing to lose, while Apecity, they had everything to lose. Backs against the wall for Apecity. The last game has to be a chicken dinner or else they will be eliminated from this tournament.
Oh my goodness, clutches after clutches here. The top teams are just completely merciless in this game itself. They're just making sure that they do not give any comebacks towards the teams in Group A specifically. But what a clutch coming from Thunder. And of course, what a clutch coming in from 2OP official, because Shady, whew, that was sick. Meanwhile,
4TR.
What are they doing out in the open? That's pretty weird. Like, they're standing out in the open this big in a circle.
They've got a decent split on the map, though. I mean, if it does work out, then it's going to work out pretty well. 4TR might just straight up get away with crime. But once again, for Tamilan Esports, they have been quite an uphill curve. The performance has been improving game by game. A huge shout out to the Kia Soros, cutting edge technology and seamless connectivity. Trinity panoramic display, dual pane panoramic sunroof, Kia Connect 2.0 with 80 plus Kia Connect features, over the air software updates. What else do you want in your vehicle? So do check it out.
I'm not gonna lie, just before we came in our office, we actually saw a Kia Soros drive by in one of our office, and that looked really good. It looks very futuristic in my honest opinion.
Wow, that's pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
I'm glad someone's listening to us.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I was very surprised too.
People are buying it. I mean, not to take the credit, but just saying it.
It was really good. It was really nice. I would like to have one myself.
Yeah. We might pull off a heist. But Cincinnati Kids...
What kind of heist?
Cincinnati Kids at this point, they need a lot of points as well. Look, they've got 30 points on the board. So let's just say they need 20 points in 2 games. That's going to be 10 points per game. Sounds a lot, but Siki can do it.
Yeah, but speaking of doing things right now, Cincinnati Kids trying to find an entry point from the west side. Unfortunately, they are going to be playing edge zones there. They do scout out Golden Gliders, but looks like they haven't exactly found what's the right decision here, because this is going to be the God Car playing fields. And 2OP official has one of the best compounds in this zone so far in terms of zone control. But BO7S taking the Everest approach seems to be a little bit risky. But if they do find those angles here and they somewhat survive, they are going to be able to shut down everyone out in the open.
Pretty much. Zone as well, just centering on up towards Kotka. You've got 2OP in this max center. Tamilan Esports as well towards the left side. And Team Forever Thunder, the only man standing, who shattered their dreams of Apecity a while ago. For Thunder himself, he knows he's got nothing to lose. But after eliminating Apecity, I'm pretty sure he's feeling good about himself.
Yeah, Apecity pretty much losing their chance to actually qualify as well. Unless they break the record in the next final game.
They need, what, 25 points in that game?
Yeah, minimum. 26 finishes and a chicken dinner will pretty much accelerate them to qualify.
Currently, Apecity has
points. So they need minimum 44 to 45 points to actually pass as well. So that's going to be very, very important. Shockwave just needs like 2 to 3 points. That should be in the borderline qualification mark.
For Shockwave, they just need 6 points in 2 games. And I think it's possible, of course. Shockwave, if they've managed to acquire 44 points so far, getting 6 points in 2 shouldn't be that tough.
Yeah.
Cincinnati Kids on the move in the open rice fields.
I think for Cincinnati Kids, this is a very, very important game for them. Like, they need this massive game over chicken dinner from this game in order to stand a chance to qualify. Whereas teams like 4TR, Reckoning Esports, Tamilan, they just need a casually chill game.
No way.
No way. Cincinnati Kids,
There's
they are going to
no
push
way!
8-bit Toy. Standing out in the open, he gets taken out. And Cincinnati Kids, they saw a weak point and they are going to pressure him as well. And Equinox stuck in the corner and the flush comes through and Equinox takes one down. But Mighty saves the day and 8-bit loses too. But they're not over yet. Stormrush is coming in right in as well. They want to clean out Cincinnati Kids. It is going to be a 2 versus 2. And guess what? They get completely shut down as 8-bit may have lost 2 players. But Cincinnati Kids, they were too weak as Gamla Boy and Stormrush cleans them out when they were weak.
Cincinnati Kids, absolute maniacs. What was that bounce? Unplanned, unorthodox, and that's why it did not really work out. CK, they had the advantage initially, but then later on they fumbled the ball, and that's why now their chances of qualifying might just shatter One last game. CK needs 20 points. Can they do it? That's the question. A chicken dinner, nothing less. Shockwave trying to pull off a interesting rotation. Shockwave himself gets caught. Unfortunate for the man. Golden Glider Esports that found themselves around an interesting territory as well. But now it's Team Tamilas looking to make a pounce against the man of Golden Glider Esports. Beast all by himself around the hay bale. He's getting shot at from all the different directions, and he will be eliminated too in the end. But even for Team Tamilas, the surrounding grounds are not too clear.
Oh, they've got nothing to lose. Look at the Team Tamilas. They're fighting as if they don't care what's happening. And guess what? They wipe out another team. 9 finishes in the back. Team Tamilas coming back strong. But as soon as the Sadie's Reckoning heard all these commotions and Dion saw May looking to try and third party this. Nades has been dropped, but Reckoning, they're still a little bit hesitant here. Afraid of a potential long-range fight. But the nades coming from Team Tamilas is trying to scare him off. A Viper finds one knock, and they are getting surrounded here. This mad dash is going to be the demise as Reckoning Esports also takes casualty, but they eventually take him out. But Reckoning, they lose Viper in the process.
Team Tamilas managed to acquire 10 finish points out of the game. Still want to know how many points they need more to qualify. Team Tamilas, the upcoming game, they need at least around 20 points as well. There's so many teams looking extremely desperate. Reckoning Esports taking the right measures. Third-partying that entire fray. Mastermind Mavericks as well, still inside of the game. For them, the hopes and dreams are still standing and alive. With all the 4 players up, Mastermind Mavericks as well can pull off risky plays. But once again, there's a key word right there. Risky. That can also involve you getting eliminated. The odds are 50-50.
Yeah, they need a chicken. That's the only way they actually stand a chance. Same can be said for every single team in this lobby as Mavericks an under god themselves. But look at this. Thunder! He was all by himself. He finds another point, and that's going to be Shady that goes down. Clutches of the clutches. And the solo warrior, Thunder, now under a lot of heavy fire here. Shady may have gotten 4 finishes just now, but he's been shut down here. As AimHacks now looking to try and clean him up. Thunder's going to be riding along the houses, but AimHacks, oh boy, Spot Fire actually finds the nade from the side.
Wow, what a squeeze that was. Nice nade from Botfire. Just finding it at the right spot. Reckoning Esports, even for them, it's not going to be too clear. They've managed to acquire 5 finishes so far, but Reckoning Esports, they've got nowhere to go. A little bit of that dip to play with. For how long can that terrain really keep the players of Reckoning Esports alive? That's the main question. BO7S, they do control a decent bit of terrain as well, but now they need to give up that high ground. The Big Boy Mountain engulfed by the blue, and BO7S has already moved all the way down.
Yep, now Doroki is going to go for the burst taps as well. He gets a couple headshots in. He does get the knock, and that's going to be Ranveer pretty much knocked off. But does he find those confirmations? But seems like it's right on the horizon. Does have a little bit of a small ditch, so Troy Tamilan Esports will be able to pick themselves up. So as of yet, Doroki still trying to farm some finishes. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do so.
Blue's on the move. This time around, it's going to be doing a lot of damage. Troy Tamilan Esports need to make it inside of the safety lines without taking any sort of casualty. There's 4TR in the front. So many teams in the surrounding lines as well. Not a lot of cover to play with. The available cover already taken by the teams. The next zones can be extremely important for these teams' survival. Troy Tamilan Esports, they're not doing too horrible in the overall standings. Just need a few more safety points so that even they can squeeze themselves around the safety marker.
Yeah, they have direct line of sight as well because Dion is all by himself. He's pretty much stuck as well. Troy Tamilan, they are going to be pushing him, but with the zone coming in, Dion, there's only so much he can do. Can he get a point is going to be the question. He got the knock, but the reset comes through. Dion needs to get out. He's stuck out in open, and he's going to be exposed as Troy Tamilan Esports takes him out. And Reckoning Esports will bow out on 8th place.
Solid stuff from Troy. Still standing, though. Next zone's going to be tough to preach. Mastermind Mavericks finding themselves in the smack center. And they've also got a solid compound to play with. Should be Mastermind Mavericks game as long as they play their cards right. 4TR paying his life. At this moment, as for now, 4TR, they've managed to acquire 0 finishes, which is, of course, quite bad. 4TR needs some sort of points.
Well, they have placement points, which is 1 point as of now.
Yeah, well, that's really not going to be counting too much.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Every little point counts, man. Every little point.
Hey, there we go. That's 1 finish point right there.
Hey, that's 2 points now.
I guess. Slow and steady baby steps. But hold on. Shadow Blitz. Liger backing off. There's still his teammate, Adonis. And at this point for Shadow Blitz too, they know the depth of the situation. They know only a chicken dinner can save the day for them. And you can see how passive they're playing too. They just want to go for the finishing blow directly.
Yeah, 2 OP official. They themselves are getting a couple of knocks in. They find the confirmation on Tamilan Esports. And just coincidentally, seems like Tamilan Esports might be able to make the pounce. Or in this case, maybe even 2 OP official going to be denying them, but right beside them each other right now, it's going to be 8-Bit versus Tamilan, and 8-Bit is still somewhat alive as Gamla and Somraj, the dynamic duo right now.
For 8-Bit though, the backline's going to be extremely exposed. And there is 2 OP moving in from the back, so they need to be extra cautious. Tamilan Esports under heavy fire from the back, and at this point, 2 OP will threat that needle. Finding the knock through the smoke, a great find from the boys. Spot fire. This man's doing a lot of damage to the lobby. Specifically to the teams who are desperate for the points. And in the end, they will be eliminated too. Tamilan Esports, not a lot of points secured from this game. But maybe it might just be enough. You've also got BO7S next to the players of Shadow Blitz. And now BO7S, they make the pound straight up against Shadow Blitz. Shadow Blitz is taken down to just Liger. And I highly doubt Liger can stand alive for too long. Yes, he's spamming through the shotgun, but that's not going to find any value.
That is an insane joke coming from Dizzy. He knew he was out of position. The car was glitching. You know what? I'm just going to get in car and throw off his angle. And because of that, Shadow Blitz stood no chance to take him out. And just like that, BO7S, they were able to hold on. They've get themselves 5 finishes, and they are now in the top 5. And now looking for people out in open here. 2 OP officials scout them out, and BO7S forced to get down from the mountains here. No choice but to play from the east side now. Final 4 teams. 2 OP official finally eliminated. And of course, in prime position to take the game is going to be BO7S and also Mastermind Mavericks.
Mainly Mastermind Mavericks. They've got the compound. BO7S still quite exposed. They do have a bit of that territory themselves, and now the upcoming zone's going to be extremely important. That will be the one to dictate the pace and also dictate the winner, and it will shift right on top of Mastermind Mavericks. It's got to be their game unless someone puts a spanner in the works. Mastermind Mavericks already starting to put a lot of work inside the lobby as they do find the knock against the men of 4TR. You've also got BO7S from the sidelines trying to indulge into that suppressive fire against the players of 8-Bit. And 8-Bit, they've moved up close and personal against Mastermind Mavericks. Sidelines not too secure. Taroki being a constant threat from the side. BO7S trying to provide that suppressive fire to the players of 8-Bit.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one as well. BO7S has to push in while the rest of the world is going to be fighting each other. 8-Bit going to be taking jabs onto his 4TR official. The nade looks good. Ooh, it looks perfect, and it does! What a nade from Somraj! How?
The nade just finding the prime connection. Mastermind Mavericks down to a 2-man squad, at least 4 now. There is still Adi taken away to his death. He needs to be saved. Mastermind Mavericks, the only way they can win this fight is if they get the revival on towards Adi. But at least as of now, it seems impossible. We've got Joyish just spamming in the smoke in the front. BO7S trying to make the pounce from the sidelines. This is still so confusing. Mastermind Mavericks with a 2-man squad. They need to defend this whole compound, which sounds impossible, by the way.
Well, BO7S, they are going to be crashing in. Mastermind Mavericks is weak, and BO7S, they are creeping in as well. And this is a good opportunity for 8-Bit because they definitely saw this rotations coming in. And because of this, they might look for the perfect opportunity to try and third-party this. But BO7S, they'll be checking all the corners here. So look for the brush. They find one player in the side of the shacks. As Dizzy needs to go in for the fight. Maxper pretty much Molotov'd out. He's going to burn alive. He needs to get out the window, but he's going to burn out, and Doroki takes him out. No way out. Hesitation. Mistakes were made, and BO7S comes crashing down. And Mastermind Mavericks on the retreat. Every single corner has been needed, and just like that, BO7S, they were able to take space away from them.
While both these teams busy duking it out against each other, I feel like 8-Bit might just be the one to scoop away with the chicken. There's a big chance.
Very big chance.
8-Bit might just third party at the right time.
Yep.
And they might just do it. So Mastermind Mavericks and BO7S needs to be careful. Specifically BO7S, this is their game to lose. Mastermind Mavericks, though, now in a corner, trapped. Where can they go?
I really like what Doroki is doing right now. He's on top of the roof. He might be able to find an off angle against Mastermind Mavericks. Now, he's going to try and lob a nade, but unfortunately to say, Mastermind Mavericks is not on the second floor. But Dusty finds the re-knock on Maxmer. And guess what? They also find Joyish. And now Mastermind Mavericks, they do not have the numbers. And the rush comes through. Mastermind Mavericks, only Adi remains. He's so low. He's pinned in the corner. And there's nothing he can do. A very tactical cleanup coming in from BO7S. And 8-Bit is the last team remaining. But the nades coming from Gamla finds one from BO7S. It is now a 2 versus 3.
You just can't believe it, right? Whenever you think 8-Bit's done for, they still somehow make it alive. And now the verge of maybe securing a chicken dinner as well. Samraj just got his hands on the AWM. It can be so double-sided. Either Samraj can find some insane connections, or he will just be eliminated without finding any value.
Hey, at least he's got an AWM. Let's focus on taking off those helmets first. Once those level 3, level 2 helmets disappear, it doesn't matter what happens. If you do not have helmet, any hit shot means you are going to go down.
Oh, there we go.
In this case, Samraj going to pick himself. His helmet is going to get dinged a little bit. Half HP, level 3. Blocks a few damage coming in from Ghostface. But this might be it. BO7S, they may take this opportunity to push through.
Yeah, there is the man from 8-Bit on the left. 8-Bit's got a massive split. Samraj on the right, his teammates on the left. Which is Gamla.
He hasn't actually revealed that he has an AWM yet. So BM7. Oh,
there
never mind. There we go. That's a hit off. The Roki helmet's down.
Solid stuff from Samraj. That's going to be first of many. Second knock still needs to be found. This nade's got to be precise enough to find another knock, but no will be the answer.
Hey.
Luckily enough, Samraj is constantly getting the replenishment as well from the death crates in the back.
Yeah, actually,
which is a good thing.
He actually swapped off his AWM for shorties now.
Makes sense. He knows up close and personal will be the battle soon.
But you know what's on the good thing about what BO7S is? Is that even though he lost his helmet, there is a few more helmets downstairs because of the bodies coming from Mastermind Mavericks.
Look at the man lobbing out the C-Force in the hopes of finding some sort of connections.
Oh boy.
But even the opponents taking their sweet little time to move out. And now finally BO7S, they know. Pushes came to shove. It's time to rush up close and personal. 8-Bit, it's time to fight. Face the demon head on. Gamla boy, Samraj, they've still got a massive split, but they've also got a crossfire setup, which is perfect. The moment Gamla finds the initial knock, Samraj will be activated. But Samraj at this point just shrouding himself in that smoke, making sure his presence won't be revealed. And he's setting up Gamla boy for perfection. Samraj making sure all the attention will be gathered towards him so that Gamla activates himself. And now Gamla finds the first man. He's found the glimmer, but not the knockout yet. Gamla reveals himself with those shots. His position's now compromised. He's got his hands on the 4 nades as well. But Gamla boy, he cannot really utilize the utilities just yet. It's down to Samraj, the final glimmer of hope of 8-Bit. And I highly doubt Samraj can do a lot in this scenario. He's trying his best to fight back. The shotgun spam's coming through, but that's not going to be enough. As it will be BO7S to seal the deal and secure the chicken dinner.
Oh, the timing was just so unfortunate coming from Gamla. As soon as he exposed his position, BO7S knew what to do, and they completely take out the competition. BO7S, Brothers of Seven Sisters, takes the chicken dinner for today, and guess what? Welcome to the semifinals.
Yeah, that's going to be 21 points out of this game itself, and as you mentioned, a big chance. They've already moved on and qualified towards the semifinals. Still need to have a look at the overall standings. How many points they've gotten so far?
I think they have somewhere around 33, 34 points, but with this point here, they should be somewhere in the 50 ballpark. So,
easy.
Again,
there we
welcome to the semifinals.
I guess for teams like CK that are struggling, that's all you need. Just one massive game.
Yeah.
And you can easily just catapult yourself around that safety marker. We had a conversation. You need more than 50 points to be around that safety ballpark, as you mentioned. And 8-Bit somehow still making it in the top 2.
Hey,
I don't know how is that possible.
You know why I'm really glad?
What?
My prediction for Group A. BO7S. I was the only one that predicted them. Guess what? They got a chicken dinner, and they are going to the semifinals.
Well, technically, if you think about it, I mean, BO7S was already in a good form.
Nobody on the casters desk, and even the meeting of everyone, nobody was talking about BO7S.
I mean, hey, you're good friends with one of the players, right, Hiroki?
Do not expose my secret.
Okay, cool. Well, you know what? 2OP official, though, once again, just like the usual self, they were pulling off the weird shenanigans. 2OP officials looking extremely frag heavy in that game as well. We did see Cincinnati kids do pull off quite a weird fight against the players of 8-Bit, and this was one of those fights, I'm pretty sure, that really caught the players of 8-Bit off guard as well, because you never expect a team like CK to make such an unplanned push.
Yeah, that was very, very unorthodox as well, because CK, they identified that 8-Bit was out of position. Correct. You know, they went for the push, they got the knock on toy, it was great, it was a great advantage. But the moment that the fight dragged out, especially coming from EROxWBG, he just hid in the corner, played to buy as much time as possible, and forced CK to hesitate for that fight. And that was the turning point for Cincinnati kids, because it bought just enough time for both Samraj and Gamla Boy to come back in and refrag.
I'm pretty sure in that scenario, CK's calls were pretty messed up, right?
Yeah.
CK was like, yeah, let's try to find a good spot inside of the circle. I'm going to go scout. The man went in front, tried to scout, but then he realized, oh, one of the men is pretty much out of position. And he said, you know what, let's just push. Let's just push. Guys, here we go. There's one man on top of the roof. I'll get the knock. And that call right there, made down the last second, really made the entire team panic.
Oh, what a shot from Samraj at AWM. It felt like a no-scope scenario here. He just lined his crosshair onto the window, piped back into the grass, and just went for a no-shot. Or I would say a no-vision shot. That was just insane. But nevertheless here, again, winner chicken dinner goes to Brothers of Seven Sisters. They will be the ones to take the chicken dinner. But Samraj, the two-man army coming from 8-Bit, survived all the way towards the top 2 despite getting taken out rather early. And that nade that just wipes out 4TR. I don't know what's going on, but the champions of BGIS, they mean business. They really, really mean business.
Look, at this point, it feels like they've just cracked the code. They just know how to survive in the late game scenarios.
Yeah.
No matter what sort of roster you give them, no matter what the playing for is, no matter how many players you've got for 8-Bit, they will still somehow make it in the top 3.
Yeah, definitely. But the AWM, first time he tried it, didn't really work out. Gave I would say the first game of the round 3. Tried the AWM, gave the win to somebody else. But this time, not this time.
Hey, the MVP of the previous match is going to be Botfire, though, from 2OP officials, getting 5 finishes and 2 knockouts. The only reason why Botfire got that many elimination points is because 2OP official were just taking fights left, right, center towards Skatka as well. They took one of the fights off the rip as well. We did see 2OP officials take one of the fights, which it did not really work out that well. Let's move on towards the top 5 players. Dusty as well will be there from BO7S, getting 5 finishes and 2 knockouts. Samraj from 8-Bit with 3 finishes. Mr. Igil from Team Tamilas as well, getting 4 finishes. Now, let's talk a little bit about Team Tamilas. That previous game wasn't too bad. 10 elimination points acquired.
Yeah, and of course, when we talk about the overall top 5 players as well, Samraj also being part of the equation, they are definitely the top team so far. But let's take a look at the match ranking despite all the shenanigans here. BO7S taking the chicken dinner and also the 11 points finish points. They will get themselves 21 points. 8-Bit with the 2-man army coming from Samraj and Kamla, surviving in the top 2 with 7 finishes, gives them 13 points. COP official with 12 points. Team Tamilas with a very, very big comeback this game with no placement points, but did get themselves 10 finishes.
Yeah, so I really do want to find out, are those 10 finishes enough to at least get them closer towards that safety marker?
Very close. Very, very close. So that means in the next game, they get another 10 to 15 points. They should be able to qualify.
And talk about a big mess up, Mastermind Mavericks. They had everything. They had the compound to work with, they had the zone to work with, they had the man number to work with, but Mastermind Mavericks, they did not have one thing to work with, and that was intel. And it's because of their own mistake. They had no clue that BO7S is wrapping up from the sidelines, and BO7S just completely fumbled up their game.
Yeah, I agree. And BO7S, they took a very, very interesting approach coming from the north side as well, which was great. You know, they had very, very similar ideas to Reckoning Esports, but they were the reasons why Reckoning Esports was out in the open. But again, Reckoning Esports, they need another game in order to come back, but it is going to be very, very close.
Exactly. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys want to go there? We'll be right back.
Defeat.
Delivery, order ready.
नहीं क्या भाई, अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Wow.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. After watching that first game, and BO7S just completely dominating through, I'm pretty sure BO7S has secured that spot directly towards the semifinals week 1. But still a lot of those names, which are quite the known ones as well, Johnny, linger due on the bottom half of the board.
Yeah, I mean, see, with what you just said, one thing is pretty clear, that your thoughts and my thoughts are aligned.
Yeah.
BO7S, incredibly done. I mean, towards the end, yeah, 8-bit is a stronger team, but the way they were able to control the fight and find that little breathing room to work with, and then just walk away with the win was actually incredible. And again, I think this was the performance that was needed from the side of BO7S as well, because they weren't that far in the ranking. They were somewhere in a position.
They had 33 points.
Exactly.
I think, yeah.
So just a few more points needed. Everyone was expecting what, like 6, 7, 8 points more. They would qualify. They've done more than enough. Now it's about making a safety cushion for yourselves. But still, there are more teams that are lagging very far behind in the overall leaderboard. And for some of them, the journey might be done and dusted. Team like SIGNIFY.
Yeah,
it's over.
Pretty much seems like it right at that point. But hey, once again, a huge shout out to the Realme GT7. The device is already out. Move on towards Amazon. Search for the Realme GT7. Of course, one of the fastest processor is inside of this device. That Realme GT7 will provide you the smoothest gameplay.
Yeah.
MediaTek Dimensity 9400E is the chipset that is powering this device. So I'd recommend you guys to move on and check it out. But back towards the conversation once again, right? As I mentioned, still a lot of these known names do linger on the latter half of the board. And I guess one of the biggest name has to be Cincinnati Kids and Team Tamilas.
I mean, I'm glad you brought up Team Tamilas, because Cincinnati Kids surprised me a little bit over there. But Team Tamilas, I mean, we have to be grateful for the 10 eliminations they were able to bring in the first match. Now, if they can again pull off a similar performance, but instead of walking away with no placements, walk away with like even 3 or 4 placement points, 13 to 14 points, I think they should be in a much more decent position.
Yeah, I mean, look, for Team Tamilas, I think they need a chicken dinner, let's be honest, right? Because they were not doing extremely hot in the overall standings. I think they were somewhere between 25 to 26 points. And with these 10 points, that's going to keep them around 35 or 36 points, right? So let's just say they need a chicken dinner with decent bit of points, and Team Tamilas can instantly catapult themselves towards the safety marker. I still think if you want to be extra safe, just get more than 50 points.
I mean, more than 50 is kind of going to be like overdoing the job that does not really require any extra effort right now. As you mentioned, 35 to 36 points, right? 10 points. Let's just keep it at that, because 10 also gets them to 45, and I don't think the cutoff is going to be like 45 for sure, right?
I mean, let's see, though. It really comes down to the upcoming groups itself, right? If there is going to be a vacuum from the known names, then the cutoff will once again just start a choke. It's not going to go higher. If there's no vacuum, we see a lot of comebacks once again happening, then there's a big chance we might just see the cutoff go higher.
Yesterday it was around 30 to 33 points when we ended the day. I think today it's maximum it's going to hit 40.
Okay, well, you know what? Let's find out what's going to happen in the future. But for now, the game of Sanok's going to be booting up on the screen as the plane's going to be high in the sky once again. And this plane flight path's going to be mattering quite a lot, specifically to the teams on the latter half of the board, starting all the way from docks towards the opposite side. And as we know, Sanok is quite a zone-centric map. It's got to blow for this group to play on the map of Sanok, that too, on the last game.
I mean, it has to be extremely chaotic, but it has to be exhilarating as well. These are the experiences you live for when you're playing as a professional player. And right off the bad as we saw the flight path necro. We know for a fact. Oh, whoa, all right. I thought Somraj is going to be happy, but something seems a little bit off. Somraj has taken that drop close to docks, and look at where the rest of his team are. They have all gone for a very straight line split drop formation. Toy kind of overshot, and now he's falling back with the rest of his team.
Yeah, there is also one man from 8-bit actually all the way around the players of God's Omen. Once again, that fight's not really going to be that useful since God's Omen is already qualified, 8-bit's already qualified as well. But generally, yeah, what's that?
I was just going to say, God's Omen, that's a surprising name.
I know, right?
Isn't
In
it?
round one, they were doing so bad.
Exactly.
They were in the bottom 16 for a while, and now look at them. They were just in the top 8 looking pretty comfy.
Round 2 as well was not the greatest from their side. I mean, there were multiple moments where we were worried about God's Omen and what the end result for this particular team is going to be like. But round 3, man, incredible run from this team. Very consistent.
And on the opposite side, teams that were looking extremely good, right? Rival Apecity is not doing too good. You've also got Team Tamilas not doing too hot. CK, expectations were quite a bit, but CK as well is now starting to fall short. That push against 8-bit that CK made, it was so unplanned, unorthodox.
Hey, but look at this. This time it seems like on Sanhok, the circle is going to be grateful to the players of CK, but the first fight of the game, we have it right off the bat. Signify going up against Team Tamilas.
There's no way Signify is serious at this point. I'm pretty sure Signify is here to spoil a few games. Team Tamilas is one of those teams that's struggling a bit too much.
Fair.
And Team Tamilas needs these points too. The man up close and personal is taken down extremely low too. Luckily enough, he's patched himself up, so Mr. Ichill's looking okay, but Mr. Ichill needs a backup as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Signify someone that's pretty much lost out on the hopes. They've only got 2 points, and the only way they qualify is if they get 40 elimination points in this game.
30 eliminations and no, even 42. Yeah, 30 eliminations and a chicken dinner.
35 eliminations and a chicken dinner.
Yeah, 45 points total.
But hold on. Signify starting to pour in. Mr. IGL in a big world of trouble. Team Tamilas, they need all the 4 men standing no matter what. At this moment, if Mr. IGL does get taken down, it will be a big problem, but Mr. IGL, the guts on this man, he pushes up, realizes he needs to take the fight no matter what, and he clutches it out for his team. Signify, they're getting dismantled. They were here to stop the flow of Team Tamilas, but now they're just gifting the points away to Team Tamilas. And what a way to kick things off for Team Tamilas, right? 4 free points off the rip like that. That's the cherry on top of the cake.
Yeah, calm, composed, calculated catastrophe for the side of Signify this time around. Brought upon them by Team Tamilas. Down to the last man they go. And of course, by the way, on the map we can see this, that there's a build-up happening. shadowblitz has taken control of the western side of the bridge. Look at them. There they are. Perfect timing, perfect opportunity for the third party. But the question is, do they actually pull through? Or are they just going to walk by? No, the vehicles turn the other way. They just let both these two teams be.
I'm a little bit confused. What happened to Team Tamilas there? How did they lose out of Manti? shadowblitz is also getting picked off as Rico's managed to find the first knock. shadowblitz in a big world of trouble. Oh no, it's all over the place, Johnny. I don't like this.
Yeah.
Team Tamilas is also struggling. You've also got shadowblitz not doing too hot. Team Tamilas is taken down to a 3-man squad. And now this man from Signify is all by himself. Noob is done for. He can't really do a lot in this scenario. And with that, Signify is done with their journey in this realme BMPS 2025.
Yeah, Team Tamilas, though, they are going to be grateful for those 4 points that they've gotten very early in the game. And by the way, I think Manti got picked off by Signify.
I don't exactly know who Manti got picked off
Either
by.
Signify or shadowblitz. Someone came in with a third party.
Yeah.
shadowblitz have also lost 1 player. I think it was shadowblitz who picked off Manti. And then Signify got maybe one of shadowblitz, but let's see.
So many.
Tamilan Esports. Hey, alright, they have gotten 3 eliminations for themselves, just picking off the players of 4 TR.
Yeah, so many early game fights, right?
Yeah.
And that too, happening between the teams that are struggling in the overall standings.
I mean, it makes sense. Not the second part, but the first part about the early game fights. We are definitely seeing quite a few, and it makes sense because we do have the southwestern circle. Majority of the teams drop towards the eastern side of the map, or maybe towards Camp Alpha, and just a few seldom blue stragglers towards the southwest. But hey, Somraj, nice spray, finds the opening against God's Omen.
Easy knock, easy confirmation. He's got his hands on the Tommy gun for 1 shot to the face. And Somraj will be put to sleep, so at least that's 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, nasty.
Or 1-for-2 maybe. Yeah, 1-for-2.
Wait, who else went out? Was it Gamla Boy? It is Gamla Boy. he got caught off guard quite early inside the game. And again, this is why that straight line formation that we saw during the drop was a little bit concerning to me. But hey, it's
they don't
8-bit.
really care.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's 8-bit, man. It's fine. They can just like lose on the other two players right now and still be pretty chill.
I know, right? I'm pretty sure these two players will probably somehow squeeze themselves in the top 5. I wouldn't be surprised if that does happen. BO7S, after that previous game, they found themselves around the safety block as well. So for BO7S, it's all good in the hood. But for you guys, if you guys want to be extremely good in your hood, you need to get your hands on the Realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon. The device is already out. The sales life, that MediaTek Dimensity 9400E chipset will provide you the smoothest gaming experience.
And there you have it. 6 degrees cooler during those marathon gaming sessions. And as we keep letting you guys know, it's out and available on Amazon.in. So go on to Amazon.in, search for the Realme GT7. And who knows, I mean, the ability to grind that the GT7 gives you. Maybe in the next tournament, you're going to be here.
Maybe. Maybe we're going to be here.
I think our prime has gone past us, Necro. I don't think we're going to be that good again.
Maybe not mine. I'm still 23. I can do it, I guess.
Nah, man, you're too old.
23 is too old. Really?
In esports, it is.
Well, I guess till 27 I can still compete.
Yeah, so you're 23 right now. You train for about a year. You're 24. Then you still get 3 years of competition, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. I'll win 3 official trophies back to back.
There's 2 officials here. Why not 6? Why not go for it all?
Yeah, but
undefeated when you... Yeah, we're just dreaming at this point, man.
But you know what? Apecity, though. For them, the official trophy slipping away.
Oh,
Johnny,
yeah.
what should they do?
I mean, I have no idea. Like, so I've been reading a lot upon theories of manifestations, right?
Okay.
So they definitely have to start believing that they are the champions already and start playing like a championship team. The difference we saw in Ape City between round 1 and round 2 was, oh man, it was unbelievable how much this team had improved. And now with how they are playing in round 3, it's made it a little bit easier to believe that round 2 they might have gotten a little lucky.
Yeah, maybe just a fluke.
Could be, man. I mean, this is a drastic shift. We do not want to say this, but Ape City in the first 2 games got more points, I think, than...
They had 51 points in the first 2 games.
They were incredible.
And then later on, they, of course, in the 3rd game were not able to get anything done. But that's more than enough, right? Mm-hmm. In the 2 games, getting 50 points, that was a statement made by Ape City. And we all thought, moving inside of the round 3, this team might just be a possible contender for the BMPS trophy.
Yeah.
But that contendership, it seems like they just want to hand it over to Orangutan instead. At this point, for God's Omen. Oh, this is a trap setup. The moment the players walk inside of the houses, it's done for.
Hey.
It's going to be birthday cake, just straight up matched to their faces. Just watch this.
Surprise! And there we have it. The trap springs open, and Stone BGMI is going to be the one finding the finish point for his team, Ape City. Again, this is them being a little complacent in terms of their presence, in terms of communications. You ideally are always supposed to check your corners, but this time around, Mastermind Mavericks, this is going to be interesting. Going up against Golden Gliders, they find the numbers advantage to work with. Oh, but someone needs to mark that man towards the left for him.
The skin is so flashy.
It is.
I'm pretty sure from the far fray, Adi will be the first man to be spotted in the crowd. But at this point for Adi, the man's backing off towards a different compound. Those utilities really starting to hurt the players of Mastermind Mavericks. And speaking of Mastermind Mavericks, they've managed to acquire 30 points. Johnny, they need 20 points out of this game. A chicken dinner, nothing else. Golden Glider Esports, for them, it feels like the chances might just start to slip away at this point. At least Mastermind Mavericks, they've got a better odds. And they can still make it happen. Golden Glider Esports in the front. A constant threat that might just eliminate the entirety of Mastermind Mavericks. The nade toss from Caesar was a little bit off the rocks. Not really finding the prime connection, the prime mark. Mastermind Mavericks saw the player. Are they really going to back away? Yes, is going to be the option. They will just back away from this entire spot.
And it makes sense, right? You can see on the points towards the right-hand side of that leaderboard, Mastermind Mavericks, Golden Guardians quite close to each other, and Golden Guardians just backing away from this fight. It's 30 points for Mastermind Mavericks right now. They need about 10 to 15 more. So a big game is going to be required. They've just managed to secure 2. On the other side of things, we saw Team Tamilas a few moments ago. They are up to 39. Good little tally for them. I would say anyone under 35 right now is eliminated. Over 35, just get a few points, you're going to be safe. So CK is kind of in the fight. A chicken dinner can actually save their existence in this Pro Series.
Maybe. Look, at this point, CK needs a chicken. Apecity needs a chicken. Mastermind Mavericks needs a chicken. But not just a chicken. They need 20 points. And that's the only thing that's going to save them.
Really? Do you think it's going to be 50, the cutoff?
Not 50. I'm just saying to be extra safe. Yeah. I still think there's a big chance it might just be around 45 to 46.
Well, let's see. I mean, I think 35 to 40. 45 is going to be a little too high.
Team Tamilas on the screen, on the move. Unfortunately for them, losing out of Manti was not really something they were planning for, but now they need to work with the 3-man squad. Look at the brighter side of things, though. They've already started things off with 4 eliminations, so that means the work's now cut out. They need 10 more points. How do you get it, though? Team Tamilas, it is a team that does pack a lot of punch and a lot of caliber, so they can do it without any problems. 4TR, though, is starting to get packed up, which is not a good thing. Had a lot of expectations from 4TR, but they've managed to secure 45 points. Now, this team might just be on the cusp.
Oh, but Golden Guardian, last 2 players left. They find themselves again, God's Omen. Oh, nice little jump shot connection onto Surya, where Surya was the one jumping, and Caesar just flicked right to his face, but 2 points. Still too far. Need about 18 more eliminations and the chicken.
Herculean task. And, okay, it's done for. BO7S, they've already spotted them. And now tasted them as well. Main man Caesar down. Golden Gladiators. I highly doubt they can do anything. Golden Glider at this point. The utilities, they need to find some sort of mark, and that's the only thing that can really save him.
Yeah.
It's one man against the entirety of BO7S. And the brothers of 7 sisters. They're not going to be sparing anyone at this point. But luckily enough, they back away, so that's a good thing for Golden Glider.
I mean, it is kind of good, but I don't know if they can start celebrating about anything, because still facing elimination. On the other side, Tamilan Esports shots fired on Team Tamilas.
Oh my god.
Quite an unfortunate run in for Team Tamilas, as after one team they run into the next and the next as well. Just 4 points from this game as Cincinnati kids find that last man getting taken out mid-rotation. No opportunity to fight back, and Team Tamilas now a big question if they get to push through or not. Same goes for 2OP official, an early exit at the hands of Shockwave.
Yeah, 2OP is completely fine though, right?
60 points
in the overall standings. They're looking extremely comfy.
Shockwave as well, 48 points.
They're doing really good. Shockwave too, if they manage to get 2 more points, that's going to be more than safety. So, yeah, for Shockwave, they've qualified as well. But still, the real big question lies around Team Tamilas. 39 points. Oh, man. Team Tamilas needs to hope that the cutoff is going to be 38. That's the only thing that can save them.
I think 40 would be the cutoff point. And for Team Tamilas to actually push through, yeah, they have only 2 hopes. Either the teams at the very bottom get like double chicken dinners or just split chicken dinners. Basically, the teams at the very bottom perform well, or the teams at the very top perform well. Team Tamilas is now praying for every single team that's in the middle pack to just struggle and get taken out with the bottom 8 of every single game. No points for them. That's what Team Tamilas hope. Yeah. But this is such a difficult situation to be in, man. All your moves are done, all your cards are on the table, and now your fate rests in the hands of others.
They should have just done more, straight up. And I mentioned this too, ending things off on the map of Sanok for this particular group, it's not the best way to end it.
You know what's going to be even worse? If they actually miss out on the semifinals because of like a point or 2, because I think that is what is about to happen. They might just miss out because of like 2 points or 3 points.
Yeah, but look at the brighter side, right, Johnny? They're already prepared for it. It's not the first time they've lost out in the semifinals.
That is true.
They always lose out in the semifinals these days.
And look at this, Shadow Blitz. They're up to their shenanigans. This should feel like a turret, right? I mean, you have a man sitting up front on the front of your car. He's free to take shots upon the opponent.
Yeah, but the turret's too fragile, though. That's the main problem. And look at the amount of shots the man's catching. The first one to go down is the turret. The second one, his teammate falls off. Shadow Blitz. This strategy did not really work out that well. And just like that, the entirety of Shadow Blitz, they poof into thin air.
Yeah. Not what we expected. I mean, it looked pretty cool. 3 players in a coupe, 2 in the car, 1 man armed sitting up on the hood. At this moment, I was expecting, or at least hoping, not expecting, I was hoping they would just like take out at least 2 players, not just get completely annihilated the second someone saw them.
Hey, Johnny, it's a surprise package, right?
Amazon delivery, right?
Straight up. But hold on to that thought, though. Mastermind Mavericks. Oh, no. A lot of shots connected. Rickson taken down extremely low. You've also got Tamilan Esports now trying to pull up Mastermind Mavericks. They're catching a bit of that hurt themselves from the back. Not looking safe either for them. The entirety of Mastermind Mavericks at least still alive, so the chances do bloom. They've managed to acquire 4 finish points. We'll make it 5 now. They will claim this one too. Tamilan Esports is getting fed on. It's completely fine. Tamilan Esports is one of those teams that's not doing too bad in the overall standings.
Yeah.
So they're pretty okay.
I think they needed about 10 to 15 points from this match. They have gotten 5 finishes. They are in the top 8. So there is an opportunity for Tamilan Esports. No, Tamilan Esports is actually doing pretty well.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Tamilan Esports, they had 35 points at the start of the day. The previous game, Tamilan Esports had a decent bit of points too.
Yeah, they are.
Now they've got 6
points.
Position.
Yeah.
So I guess Tamilan Esports have done it.
Yeah, they're pretty much safe. Going over 45. Yeah, I don't think this team is getting kicked out for sure.
Yeah.
As you said, but let's see what's happening to Apecity. We were talking about them at the start of this match, an early fight, but lost 2 players for no reason. Now Trigger and Naman up against the side of 8-bit. This is not going to turn out well for Apecity, man. I have a feeling about this. They are going to get shot in the back. There's 1 more man in the back lines, and that is going to be the last surviving player from the side of Tamilan Esports, by the way. That's Ralphie's. He has been spotted out by the players of 8-bit. Apecity, my apologies, taking a few shots, but no connections found.
I think it's going to happen, at least as of now. The utilities from 8-bit really trying to zone out the player. And how does this happen? 1 nade toss from 8-bit actually does find the mark, while Apecity were tossing out a plethora of utilities, and none of them were able to find a mark. 8-bit precision with the utilities, precision with the gunplay. Really keeping them at a pedestal. Spotting out the man in the open as well. Apecity, not a lot of options available at this point. Equinox, he's cooking up an 8, and this might just be on the perfection, and that will seal the deal. That's it for the players of Apecity. They won't be spotted anymore in the upcoming stages of the realme BMPS 2025 as they've been eliminated. Their journey ends here.
And it's a big heartbreak after the kind of performance we saw from them in round 2 itself. But another big name biting the dust. Maybe we're going to see a few more today. In the meanwhile, last 2 survivors from the side of 8-bit took a few steps towards Reckoning Esports out of everyone, and it's going to be an awkward collision between the 2 sides. But, ladies and gentlemen, map of Sanhok, we're down to the top 6, top 18 players still alive. Cincinnati kids still struggling for survival. Need a big win, but as I say that, oh, that's unfortunate. Shockwave, they find a knock against the side of CK.
Yeah, CK's getting picked off slowly and steadily. It's a systematic dismantle. But luckily enough, CK can still recover, and they do so as well. But something that you guys can help and contribute to is also going to be the BMPS 2025 prize pool. There's a Discovery Island available inside of the game. All you need to do is hop inside of the game and play your classic matches. The moment you do so, you will also be earning the exploration points inside of the Discovery Islands, and those exploration points will be helping you complete the milestones. And the moment you complete the milestones, you will also be claiming free in-game cosmetics. And as I mentioned, free. You will not be spending a single UC or a single penny from your pocket. Back towards the game once again. Cincinnati kids spotting out the players of Shockwave. Those shots were definitely quite hurtful. And the fact that Reckoning Esports is still alive inside of the game is just making me even more anxious. Reckoning, what are you doing? You've already qualified. Just die.
Oh, man. I mean, at this point, they are going to try and see if they go all out, what can they do in a lobby like this. These are the times when you just let loose for a moment, and I believe Reckoning Esports is just starting to do that itself.
Wait, Reckoning might just not have qualified. Previous game wasn't too good. Now they've managed to get 3 points. So maybe let's just say they need 2 more to be on the safety cushion?
They're at 36, 38-ish, right?
Yeah, at the start of the day.
Yeah.
They had 37.
Yeah.
So the previous game, I'm pretty sure it was not a good game. So Reckoning Esports, maybe let's just say they need 2 more points to be around that safety spectrum.
Yeah, over 40. I mean, if you're going to put them, I mean, right now as well, I think this gets them to 39, maybe. No, this gets them to 40. They have a few placements as well. I think at the end of this match, Reckoning should be in a safer position. They're doing quite well, even in this fight, as they take down the players of Shockwave. 1 more point secured. And with that, I think, yeah, they are going to push through to the next round, the semifinals.
Oh no, Reckoning now starting to get picked off, though. Not looking too smooth. Equinox still surviving the moment I say so. He gets picked off. Cincinnati kids finally walking outside of their entire compound. All the 4 players now looking to make that rush against the players of Reckoning Esports. Off angles will be found, but CK did lose out in the main bed. Flock up close and personal now takes a fight against Reckoning Esports, but Flock was completely confused, and now it's taken down to Mighty. Well, scratch that, it's down to Zerif, but even Zerif gets eliminated. Within a split second, the entirety of CK just comes crashing down. This might just be a blunder.
I think this is the exit, in fact. This could have been the exit from the tournament itself for the players of CK. The number of points they have, they are going to be in the late 30s if I'm not wrong, but it's not going to be enough. Now BO7S and Reckoning Esports against each other. And BO7S, they are looking at a back-to-back chicken dinner opportunity as Reckoning down to the last man. Gravity is going to be spotted out. He takes down 1. And as he fights for his life, he will not be able to survive. Outnumbered and finally finished off. BO7S. What a last day are they having, man. Last 2 matches in round 3 and a back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner.
Patience played to perfection today. BO7S's timing has been perfect.
Yeah.
But once again, Johnny, last day performances do not really mean a lot. Let's be honest. On the last day, teams do sort of tend to play completely unorthodox. Things are not well planned. So for BO7S to actually test themselves truly, they need to play better in the semifinals. Before now, they have directly qualified. So, of course, congratulations to them. BO7S, solid stuff on the last day. The credits is still given to them.
Yeah, I mean, incredible performance in the last 2 matches. The first win on Erangel was still a little bit tricky. This time, I think it was their job was done for them.
Yeah,
and mainly by the side of Reckoning Esports, who ended up cleaning out the side of Cincinnati kids, because that team, had they been on that slope, it would have been a much more troublesome situation for BO7S to deal with, because then you're fighting from 2 different flanks. But Reckoning Esports, the big question, what they've done in this match, is it going to be enough? I think so, because they have 8 eliminations. They finished in the top 2, so that's 14 points.
It's more
from
than
this
enough,
particular match. Yeah, Reckoning Esports find themselves in a little bit of a safe haven.
Yeah, but CK is the main question, Johnny.
CK is gone. That's not even a question, I think.
And even Team Tamilas is gone. So CK, Tamilas...
How did CK start that day? Where were they before the match number 1?
No, CK did not really have a lot of points. I'm pretty sure they just had like 4 elimination points or something like that.
No, before match 1.
Before match 1. They had 30 points.
30 points?
Yeah.
And in this game, they finished top 5 with 3.
No, it's not going to be enough.
Ooh, they might
I'm
actually
sure.
Barely, maybe. I think
they should be around 41.
Yeah, they're going to be somewhere close to Team Tamilas. Team Tamilas was 39. CK is going to be either close to 39 or 40 points.
Yeah, it's still a big question, right? We do not exactly know what the cutoff is going to be, so we cannot really say a lot, but still, based on the speculations, there's a big chance they might make it, and there's also a similar amount of chance that they might just not make it.
Hey, man, I thought the cutoff was going to be 38 points. So if things work out, if I am going to be right, then CK is safe. If I'm wrong,
Team
CK
Tamilas
is gone.
is safe then.
Yeah, if I'm right, Team Tamilas is safe as well. Yeah. So I guess I've got a lot more people praying along with me that the cutoff falls around 38 points.
Yeah, Johnny, a lot of people are praying for you at this point, my friend.
8 people.
Yeah, probably. I mean, there's still a lot more teams that we completely forgot to check out, right? But confirmed eliminations were definitely spotted in this particular group. We did see shadowblitz get eliminated too far early in that game. Golden Glider Esports as well. We're not really able to get a lot done. Signify too. They're done
Apecity.
And even Apecity, yeah, these names, they were not really able to calibrate to too much, and that's why there's a big chance they have been eliminated. Not a big chance, they pretty much have been eliminated from this entire tournament. BO7S stats on the screen. I mean, looking at the entire stats once again, BO7S just dominated this, and that previous game of Sanhok was extremely unplanned and unorthodox, right? We're down to stage 5, and there were only 6 teams alive.
I mean, the winning team had 20-minute survival time, so...
yeah, so the game of Sanhok was just definitely quite a funny one.
It's 21 minutes. That has to be one of the shortest Sanhoks we've seen in a long time. But then again, Necro, we've got to talk about it. What a heartbreak for you. Golden Gliders is, I guess, going.
Yeah, I know, right, Johnny? I was rooting for this team since the start. The moment I saw them for the first time in the round 1, I was so surprised to see a team like Golden Glider Esports was making a mark for the first time, and they were doing so good in the round 1 itself. They were dominating through the stages, but then that transition towards the round 2, towards the round 3, just felt like the performance was going down slowly and steadily.
That is true. The performance wasn't the same as the opening round of the tournament, but that's a conversation for when we have a look at the leaderboard. Now, we're going to look at individual player stats. We have Dizzy from the side of BO7S, first of all, the MVP of that match. 6 finishes on the board, definitely doing a lot of heavy lifting for his team. 679 damage dished out as well. But then, top 5 players, we have Viper from Reckoning Esports. We have Ghostface from BO7S as well. 8-bit represented by Aquanox, and then there's going to be Hydro from Tamilan Esports.
Yeah, 8-bit always does make it somehow to the limelight, right?
Yeah.
There's Aquanox right there with 4 finish points. And I'm pretty sure 8-bit once again eliminating the likes of Apecity in this game too. They did eliminate Apecity in the map of Erangel, and now in Sanhok too, they eliminated Apecity. So there was a bit of that rivalry cooking up, but we won't be able to see that rivalry move on towards the upcoming stages since Apecity has been eliminated.
Yeah, and it was surprising in this game, I would say a little bit more, because 8-bit lost 2 players right off the bat. It was just down to a 2-man roster. But match rankings, 23 points for BO7S, so yeah, not even a question. Reckoning Esports with 14, they are going to be safe. 8-bit with 10, I think is going to be safe as well. Cincinnati Kids, 9 points. Big question mark, I guess, about their qualification. Oh, no, maybe, actually. I think they pushed through. I think they're going to have like 3 or 4 points of safety cushion to work with.
Probably. Cincinnati Kids, 9 points out of this one. Did not really see that coming, but that's a good performance. Tamilan Esports, they're safe. Shockwave, of course, safe. Mastermind Mavericks, done for. I don't think Mastermind Mavericks is going to qualify either. They're done for.
Overall, I mean, let's not stick to our maths. Let's let the computers do what they do best, the calculations. And 8-bit sitting at the top of the leaderboard after all matches are done and dusted, 97 points. BO7S now, that is what you call a leap, ladies and gentlemen, finishing in the top 2. I mean, they are going to drop at the end of the day, but still, this is a new name that's doing very well for themselves. We also have 2OP Official with 60 points. God's Omen, this team has done exceptionally well in the last few matches that they played. 59 points for God's Omen over there.
Impressive.
And Shockwave, we see Shockwave on the 11th with 51 points. So Shockwave is going to be safe. 4TR with 45 from this particular group is going to be safe. Tamilan Esports, Necro, you had a question there. They are 47 points.
Yeah, Tamilan Esports is looking really good. And the graph has been completely opposite for Tamilan Esports, right? In round 1, Tamilan Esports was a part of the bottom 16 for a while.
Yeah.
And then as the round 2 came along, Tamilan Esports improved. And now in round 3, they're just dominating and destroying the competition, which is a really good thing. That means in semifinals, if we try and keep up the same flow, Tamilan Esports might just be even better.
I mean, then we are going to hope that they make it all the way towards the finals, so we can see their best form in the finals. But
I guess
as we move to the next page of the leaderboard, this is the danger zone right now. Visita Esports, we're going to leave them out of this. They still have 2 matches left. Cincinnati Kids, 40 points. 40 points.
Heads on the swivel. In my opinion, heads still on the swivel.
I think they are pretty much gone, because you have 40 on Cincinnati Kids, and then you go all the way towards Mysterious 4, right? 31 points. That's 9 points that Mysterious 4 need to cover, and they have 2 matches to get those 9 points.
Yeah, I mean, the cutoff as of now is 33 points. So I'm not sure if they've qualified. I still think the head's on the swivel. CK's head's on swivel. We've still got a lot more groups to go. 3 more groups to play their games.
Oh, I'm just straight up saying they're going out.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Interesting. I thought you said that they're probably going to make it. Okay.
No, I think the odds of that happening are very low. Like, in terms of probability, it's going to be down to, like, single digits.
Yeah, so we've got 2 more groups to play their games, and in those games, there's a big chance CK will be eliminated. The head's on the swivel. And as you mentioned, you've pretty much said that you've counted them out. So, yeah, there's a big chance CK might just not make it. But now for Group B. Let's talk about them, right? Enough conversations about Group A.
Yeah.
We've seen the overall standings. We know what Group A looks like. Inside of Group B, we still got a lot of struggling names, man. White Walkers, Metal Esports. Even Metal Esports is one of the big names that we never thought will be. Yeah, even Myth, man. Even Myth is not doing too hot for themselves. And Metal Esports just sitting on that cusp.
Yeah. Metal has always done that only, right? I guess in this Pro Series at least. Metal, yeah, things are definitely gone for a swing from their side. But Costas' prediction. So Group A, I think, yeah, the Hindi Des did pretty well. Necro, you and I both went with CK. IC was the best performer for Group A. BO7S, both the chicken dinners for them.
I know,
Now
right?
for Group B, Myth. Someone is expecting Myth to make a comeback today at least.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Myth is one of those teams that does pack a lot of potential, right? As we mentioned, for Myth, all it takes is that one good day.
Yeah.
And that one massive game, and Myth will instantly spring themselves back on the safety cushion.
You know what? You, me, everyone keeps talking about Myth, but for viewers that are just tuning in, maybe they've just tuned into round 3 directly, and they're wondering, like, why are they talking about this team so much? Well, because Myth's performance in round 1 was kind of mythic, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, that was something that legends are going to be made of, and now, after that, we do not really know what happened to this team. All of a sudden, they just took a dip and they haven't recovered yet.
Yeah, let's just be honest, they're inconsistent.
Very,
they're good and bad at the same time. Somehow, I don't know how a
that's
team.
life.
Yeah, I don't know how a team is both at the same time. But Myth, they're just like that. It will take that one game where Myth just pops off with 20 elimination points and 10 placement points, and they will just pull themselves directly outside of that dirt.
This is a team that has forced us to get into a mindset of it is what it is. You can't do anything about it.
I mean, Myth has been doing the same pretty much game style since the start, right? We have seen this team in BJS, we've seen this team in BMPS in the past as well, and they have been repeating that same play style over and over again. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not get over. We'll be right back.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Realme BMPS 2025. This is Super Johnny, joined by Icy Baby alongside with me. And of course, before the break, there was a lot of mythical conversation about a team called Myth. But Icy, I want to know from you, I mean, we're going to have a new group playing the last 2 matches, Group B. Which are the teams that you are kind of curious to see? Are they going to push through, or are they going to be left behind?
To be honest, I feel like as of now, especially for Group B in particular, it needs to be a little bit of a bounce back coming in from Godstrain in particular. Because yes, Godstrain, they are somewhat qualified. But the reason why I want to talk about the teams at the top is because it feels like Godstrain, the way they actually qualify for semifinals, it's still very, very shaky. They have to think of the long picture.
Yeah.
They have to prepare on how to take on a team like 8-bit again.
Exactly. I mean, but that is going to happen in the semifinals. Right now, they got to figure out how to take on teams like Eggy, Rising Inferno, medal themselves. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to take on your friends and perform better than them and get more practice in, well, Realme GT7. It is out, available on Amazon for you guys to grab for yourselves. And, of course, amazing performance stats for this device. We keep talking about it. 120 FPS, BGMI, stable for 6 hours. And this has been co-tested by Crafton and Realme. And, of course, you see it on the screen as well. 6 degrees cooler because of the iSense graphene rear cover. This device stays 6 degrees cooler compared to the rest of the competition for those marathon gaming sessions. Now, it is time for you to keep your grind going. Go onto the Discovery Island as well. Make a little bit of contribution for the prize pool of the Realme BMPS 2025. And when I say make contribution, you do not have to spend money. You just have to grind the game. And we saw the schedule. We move on to the groups. I see. We were talking about teams.
Well, obviously from Group B, we have Eggy, Team Insane. We have Inferno Rising Esports. We have VOLCANO, Rider Esports, Do or Die, Los Hermanos, FS Esports, Alibaba Raiders, ZENIN Esports, God's Reign, Metal Esports, White Walkers, Myth Official, AEROxWBG Esports, and also Aryan TMG. That is going to be a little bit interesting as well, because when we talk about Aryan, They came into the debut coming in from round 1. They looked really, really strong, but unfortunately just could not qualify into the higher stages here. They had to grind their way through here, which is great. They had some sort of morale, consistency, you know, practice, hands-on experience. But when it came to round 3, now it feels like the competition has gotten a little bit difficult, and it's caused them to be in a very, very awkward spot. But before that, let's talk about the head-to-head on screen right now. We've got Team Eggy and also Team Insane here, and of course Eggy currently in the dominating role here with 69 points, whereas Team Insane's got 46.
Yeah, and again, I think Team Eggy, this has been one of those names that we keep seeing again and again in official, but this has to be their best run so far in any official that they've played. Insane! Yeah, we expected a lot more from them, to be honest. There's a legacy behind this team. But again, this time the performance has been on a little bit of a slower side. I'm just hoping I see that they make it all the way towards the grand finals, and that is going to leave me satisfied, because there is a benchmark that has been set by Team Insane, the organization, the previous rosters that they have, that yeah, we have to at least qualify for the finals in the tournaments that we play. They need to do that.
Agreed. But now let's talk a little bit more on Team Eggy as well here, because Eggy's IGL, him as the IGL was very, very interesting for me, because his nades does kind of remind me of how Somraj places his nades in the previous round as well. It's very, very pinpoint accuracy as well. The spatial awareness and their quote-unquote echolocation is pretty spot on from him. But one thing I really like about Eggy that really stood out in BMPS right now is actually JD Gaming, because he's been able to hit some shots that are very, very difficult to pull off, and he connects it very seamlessly.
And I've been saying that from day one. JD Gaming, we've seen him in the past as well, and we saw a lot of potential this time with this team. I guess everything, all the pieces are lining up. But ladies and gentlemen, the plane has lined up as well with the flight path itself. We are going to take a flight over Erangel right now. It is going to be game number 1 for Group B on their last day of round 3.
Well, we are going to be jumping into game right now, and the flight path is going to be coming from the south side of Primos and then ending towards the north side of 70, a pretty northwestern shift, I believe, as it is going to skew a lot of teams that is heading towards the east side. In particular, Yasnaya, Milta Power, Lipovka, Kamishki, Novo is going to be a very, very far stretch. So we are going to be expecting potential drop clashes for those vehicle spawns right along the Ferry Pier ridges, maybe even Pochinki as well, maybe even the North George side. I would say North George and maybe Rosal vicinity as well.
Could be, but let's see how things are going to turn out right now. Although I am actually hoping for drop clashes. I'm hoping to see, especially the teams at the top of the leaderboard, to just drop onto the face to one of the teams at the bottom. I do not want to say this, but maybe Eggy versus Team Aryan at the start of the game, and then an all-out war. It does absolutely nothing for the top teams to take the risk, except maybe take out some direct competition before you move on to the semifinals. But for the bottom teams, if they get an early fight, they get those 4 points, that relieves a lot of pressure to perform in the mid-game stages.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But all things considered here, let's take a look at towards how the potential of Do or Die is going to be able to make this gameplay here. Because Do or Die, the way they actually got in the semifinals was a little bit shaky as well. They had one amazing game. But other than that, Do or Die, they have been in a spot where their overall formations has been very shaky. But based on how the zone is going to shift here, well, this is a very, very good time to actually test out your aggressive skills as well, because a lot of teams are going to be rushing towards this circle.
I thought you were going to say this is a good time to test out relationship between you and your god. Like, how safe can you be to make this rotation? Start of the game, there is absolutely 0 teams inside of the play zone right now in stage 1.
Well, considering how the flight path is skewed to the west side, so time is of the essence, and in this case, Myth and also, well, Myth has one of the furthest rotations because of George Bo, and even though if you draw a straight line, Myth is not the furthest, but based on how the topography from North George coming into this circle, it's very, very far.
The sadist in me wants the end game to be around Milta Power. I'm just going to put it out there.
We've had a lot of Milta Power circles so far in BMPS, and the trend from BGIS was all the way in Everest, but this time it is going to be there. But hold that thought for now. On screen, White Walker is having a little bit of run in, and it seems like they are going to get overrun by Mellow Esports.
Yeah, that's going to be the first finish of the game, claimed by Metal, and Metal is going to be grateful in accepting this. 36 points on the board. This one added makes it 37. And we keep talking about it. You gotta go over 45 in order to feel a little bit safe. Even the teams at 40 right now have a big noose just tightening around their necks. But here we have a Team Insane. 46 points on the leaderboard, and they're going after AEROxWBG, a team with just 13 points. And Gotham, he can't really do a lot when you have 3 players just running in. towards your face, guns blazing like that. He has to accept his demise. Just a little bit of damage dished out to Adi.
I really like what Insane's idea is just working right now here as well. It's literally insanity, right? You just send 4 guys, rush 1 corner. Doesn't matter what happened, you will get 1 point. And considering that they had 46 points, now with 1 point means gives them 47. I think they're pretty much in the clear.
Yeah.
There's no reason for them to get kicked out. But again, you know, better safe than sorry, man. Sometimes in life, you gotta take a little bit of chill pill. But I like that they're having fun for sure for Insane.
That's a firing squad that moves, man, this approach.
Yeah, man, that dude, he stood no chance at all.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what I miss, though? What? I mean, and I think someone please help us get in touch with Team Insane and bring it back. You remember that time when Team Insane had a very signature black car rotation? They would have 2 black cars, or everyone would just have a black coupe. And I do not remember which skin they used, but it was like all 4 black vehicles, and they would rotate and move around the map like that. They've left that trend, man. That was such a unique approach. And you could feel the team sort of, I do not want to say panic or get scared, but they also knew who was coming for them whenever they saw those 4 vehicles. They knew this was gonna be a very tricky fight. And Insane back then had an aura around them. Now it's gone just because of the vehicles.
Well, it kind of feels like the 4 horsemen going on a run, drive, hunting their foes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fair enough. But seems like we do hear a lot of gunshots as well. Teams, especially from Aero, has been struggling to rotate from the south side, and Eggy prioritizing onto his zone very, very early as well. They've got a wide split onto his mansion and the Bovka, but this is the exact same rotation Eggy has done when they actually dominated that lobby when the circle shifted here. So it has kind of worked out. They do have first-hand experience, but the question here is, does any of the other teams, in this case 15 teams left in this lobby, are they going to be able to handle what Eggy is about to repeat again?
Well, let's see though. I mean, as you mentioned, can anyone handle this? It's gonna be difficult. I mean, if the circle keeps moving towards the eastern side, then it's gonna be very difficult, because even Eggy can't move out, they just can stay there. But Alibaba Raiders get to farm a little bit quicker and just a little bit sooner before AEROxWBG arrive. A few shots fired, but no contact made.
Speaking of contact, seems like God's Reign not going to be doing a little bit too much here, but I'm curious to see what Neo has been doing so far, because this is a guy that has stand out a lot, especially when he was playing with SIGNIFY Esports, coming to God's Reign as well, was doing really, really well in the debut match, and this is his current stats in round 3, so he's got himself 13 finishes and 12 knocks.
I think that's a decent performance coming in. Neo definitely, again, now the problem with lineups like God's Reign, with lineups that have a lot of assaulters, is that you put a lot of stars on the same team. Not everyone can shine equally bright. Someone is going to get put in the shadow. And of course, for Neo as well, in his team, he has Delta, he has Justin. And there were years where these 2 lads were hailed as 2 of the best in the country. Neo as well was at one time hailed as one of the best assaulters in the country. So there's a lot of firepower in the team. Someone's going to do well, someone's going to do bad. But God's Reign as a whole, they're doing decent, so that's good.
No. JD Gaming in a little bit of trouble as well. He's going to get rushed here, and the rest of Aryan is going to come and clean it up. Even Eggy will fall. JD next to fall. They just got completely demolished here. Aryan literally just slammed, hit, and run.
At the start of the game, at the flight path appeared, I called this. I said this needs to happen. Does absolutely nothing. Again, does nothing for Team Eggy, but Aryan is on a hunt. This team is desperate for points, and they're going to be very brutal in the way they try to get them. You look at this team and how they've done well. Cyrex is there. He has decent amount of experience. Hitler has been doing quite well in the early rounds. Devotee, again, last year, I think it was last year or the year before that, but this man did actually pull off 1 versus 7. I'm making air quotes right now. 1 versus 7. Clutch chicken dinner. That's what Devotee is. It's the same guy. So there's a lot of potential in that team. But 2 points, although, yeah, this is not enough to relieve any of the pressure that's on their heads. They're going to need a few more. But taking control of a little bit of map away from Team Eggy actually can prove beneficial to the mid-game and the late-game stages.
Well, I was asking, can anybody actually deal with what Eggy is about to do to them? With Aryan doing this, well, Eggy, whatever strategies is pretty much gone down the drain. Not gonna lie. Fear is a very, very useful tool. It could hurt you, but it could be used against other people. But you know what? If you guys are afraid of lags. Guess what? You guys can check out the Realme GT7 because it gives you 6 degrees Celsius cooler with uninterrupted gaming with 120 FPS for up to 6 hours. So you don't need to be afraid. Just get it so that you can dominate your opponents in BGMI. Check it out on Amazon.
Well, we're going to check in with Myth right now. They weren't doing a lot, so we move on to White Walkers, who are actually kind of caught in a very awkward situation. There's Team Aryan on one side, Eggy on one side. It seems like there's Insane as well eyeing the same compound, so White Walkers have grabbed a lot of unnecessary attention. And they're still shooting, man. You will run out of ammunition. He just has 54 rounds left in the bag now.
Well, it is going to be a very, very difficult one here. But White Walkers, this is a team that has done pretty okay during round 2 stages by just going for very, very aggressive rush strategies. But those rush strategies has not been showing here in round 3.
Yeah, that is true.
Well, never mind. I spoke too soon because they went in for a rush and they picked gods out.
No, so here's the thing, right? You are correct. The thing is that it's not White Walkers that's rushing. It's other teams that are moving in towards them. They have a very good stronghold towards the center of the map, and that is what they're trying to defend. But Insane, they find the opening. The trade comes through for White Walkers. Insane is down to a 2-man roster, but same goes for White Walkers as well, as it's just Maglu, Pagal, and Vyro, 2 players that are surviving. And Vyro, yeah, just 10 first aids, man. Man needs a first aid, not bandages.
Oh boy, Insane. They are definitely going crazy about this as well. Lazy pretty much done and dusted. Adi now looking for an opening. They need the rest of Insane to come through. And it seems like Adi, he is going to potentially try and force the issue. They need Yash to provide a little bit of assistance, but it seems like Adi is going to continue with the pressure. White Walker's a little bit afraid to continue on with this fight. And the pins has been pulled, trying to force some sort of reactions. But eventually, White Walker's just very, very afraid what to do as Lazy is about to bleed out. And now the nade comes through. Adi heard him perfectly, gets the connection, and here comes the rush. White Walkers pretty much in a scuffle. Stun grenades being used, but no connection, no setup. And Adi will get the confirmation as you can hear the movements coming through as well. Sprays coming in. They need to save Lazy. And guess what? White Walkers finds Yash and also cleans it up. Manglu survives and clutches it big time. And there's a saying, to finish off a White Walker, you need fire and dragon glass. And unfortunately for Insane, they've gone mad because they didn't bring any of those.
You said a fire and a water glass.
Dragon glass.
Dragon glass. Where can I find those?
Well, only time will tell.
I mean, it feels like Team Aryan is looking for a few. They're circling this compound. Look at the vultures up here, man. The fight just ended. These 3 lads, 4 lads show up. And they see all of these vehicles. They know there's someone stuck in there. And now comes the nade check into every single room of that building.
Well, the nades aren't coming through. That kind of works as a fire. And in this case, Maglu, he's pretty much stuck on top. There's nothing much he can do. The rest of Aryan going to be dropping a couple nades here from the horizon. We do see FS hearing all these movements, but I don't think they want to try and commit to this fight. As Maglu now slowly losing his position on top of the second floor. They know there is someone there. As Aryan going to be checking every single corner. They know there is a stray player. Cyrex with the nade. He's going to be pulling. He's trying to force some sort of reactions, but there's just no movements coming in from Manglu right now. As the fight progresses on, Manglu only has one small little angle. He needs to take 2 with him. He needs 2 points at least. But White Walkers, for them to qualify, they need a massive game. It is going to be very difficult now, Johnny.
I think it's over, man. It's just one man left with half his HP bar, and Team Orion is just face-checking every single room inside of these compound cluster. So either this last surviving player has the best luck in the world for today, like if he scratches a lottery ticket today, he wins $1 million, that sort of a thing, or he's just like a regular human being and he's going to get finished off. Well, he gets 1 knock over here. He's looking for a finish conversion. He has 2 nades actually. He can lob them off the wall and secure that frag for his team.
Yeah,
but he has to deny the revive.
Yeah, he has to as well, but he's going to get rushed through. Lets are coming in. Molotov's already used the zone off. Manglu needs to reset with those first aid kits. He's hoping for some sort of third parties, but seems like Myth might be able to join them very, very soon. White Walkers, the only way Manglu survives as he gets a little bit of backup from afar. Guess what? A little bit of a third-party action, but it is going to be the nades that secures him. And that is going to be White Walkers out of this game.
Yeah, and the third party from Rider Esports has been initiated as well, as Devotee got knocked out. A shot through the window caught him off guard. But Aryan, I mean, they have to be grateful. This was a priority compound for a lot of teams, and especially now, look at the northern edge. There's a massive cluster of teams moving in. From here, you can actually catch a few loose stragglers off guard who just show up thinking that these compounds are safe. That's not going to be Rider Esports, though. They have a better position to work with inside of the zone. Maybe they can, maybe Team Aryan can catch Myth off guard, maybe Medal, who are still up north.
Yeah, this is a very difficult game because considering that there is a lot of teams from this group itself that requires that points to actually qualify themselves. So this is going to be very, very close. But let's take a little replay here. White Walkers, they had a very nice off flank. Adi putting a little bit of a nail towards White Walkers. Stuck it in your body, but Banglu's clutch was just insane here. He was able to clean out the rest of the players, knowing that they were out of position. So that was a little bit small mistakes coming in from them.
But Medal over here going up against Rider. It's a very impromptu fight between the two sides. Zyrax, he does find the crate for his team, and Fame in the backline's knocked out. Oh, and this is over before it even began properly. Rider Esports, they're down to the last player. Medal, they have a man advantage to work with. Exist in the backline, caught off guard, and Rider Esports wiped from this game.
That is not a good game here coming from Rider Esports. They needed some points, but Aryan, they take it as an opportunity to fight back. And Medal, they lose Venom. Aryan gets taken out. And Hitler was able to get a trade from afar. What a mid-range shot coming through. And now Aidenbot, he's getting shot from the back himself. He's going to take so much damage. He's trying to survive this. And he's going to be forced into a very, very tight corner. And Hitler with the nade will find the confirmation. Perfect timing to strike. And Aryan picks off a 3-piece himself, and that is going to be 6 finishes in the bag.
Hey, actually, these 6 finishes, I think they get them to safety. It gets their total tally over 40 points. If Aryan can just secure like 3 to 4 points more from this game, I think that should be enough for them to be in a position that on the last map for them, which is going to be the next game, they can actually get over 45 points.
Well, that's pretty much the ideal goal right now. Be part of the 24 to qualify to the semifinals. That's exactly what you need to do. Or there is going to be a very, very long ordeal. In this case, that is going to be waiting for the next season of BGMI, an official land on BGMI. I was about to slip something up, but yeah.
That is what the moment of silence was for, man. I did not think if you would realize, I know.
I was a slip up, a little bit of a...
It's okay, it's okay.
Too much teaser.
Too much for me.
Yeah, not allowed to. Forbidden by Crafted, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know anything.
Yeah, I don't know anything either, man. I'm a goldfish. My middle name is Dory.
Anyways, moving on. FS Esports now. Pretty much in a very, very comfortable position in this circle, but they definitely need to find a way to get farm finishes. And right now, their position may give them some sort of safety cover, but they're not exactly safe from the zone there because there is still a lot of people around them as well. And I don't think they are going to be third party just because of the position that was given. But they are looking for a mess up, and that is going to be the mess up they are looking for as well because Aryan got knocked off. That is going to be a easy confirmation in the hands of FS. Thank you very much, Volcano.
Yeah, FS is definitely going to be quite grateful. They need every single point. Still stuck at 35 points in the terms of the total tally. But ladies and gentlemen, one thing that we would love if it's not stuck is going to be the prize pool for the BMPS 2025. It's 2 crore plus. The other 2 plus are for you guys. Go on to the Discovery Island. All you have to do is just grind BGMI, complete the milestones, and without spending any UC, you can earn a few special skins for yourselves, and also you can make a contribution to the total prize pool of the Realme BMPS 2025. Talk about 2 birds, 1 stone, right?
Well, speaking of 2 birds, 1 stone, FS, they're getting shot from afar. Myth not too happy that they've lost a couple of freebies here. They are going to take jabs on the FS Esports. They may have stolen a freebie, but nothing comes in life for absolutely free. There is always a price, and now that is going to be them being eliminated. FS Esports just might be in one of the worst possible positions to be in, especially in the overall standings right now. They have 1 more game to go, and that is going to be the next game.
Oh man, that is going to be such a stressful situation to be in. But look at how slow this wrangle has turned during the mid-game stages. We are down to stage 5, and it is still 10 teams surviving, 35 players still alive. 11th just got eliminated right now, which was Volcano Esports. But that leaves us with a few names still in the contention. Los Hermanos, big match needed in order to get them into a fighting position. Team Aryan, we were talking about them. I think this is a wonderful performance coming in from Team Aryan right now. 10 eliminations secured in this match.
Now, Los Hermanos finds Eggy. The last 2 players coming for Eggy is going to be shot out, and Pro OP pretty much stuck on the rock here. As this time, Los Hermanos is going to be farming some finishes themselves. You need all this points. Pro OP getting rushed, but he defends. He's going to be able to hold out. But can he get another point? A second push comes through, and he finds one more. Pro OP Team Eggy still survives this, and Los Hermanos may have dropped the ball here.
Yeah.
And now Pro OP has got his health back up. He knows he is looking for those confirmations. He wants to save Murdoch's off, but no. He gets confirmed, and now the rest of Los Hermanos comes through. Can he find the third? Pro OP spraying his way through. Needs to reload. Another push from the sides. He's down to his last bullet. He finds one more! And no, he could not get the Scar L in time as he gets taken out by Evil.
But that was a valiant effort, man. Fought like a true warrior. Almost survived as well. But Los Hermanos now getting surrounded by the side of Team Aryan. This team is desperate for those points, and they are just, well, taking heads and taking names along with them. Los Hermanos barely survived. That Team Aryan did not notice them. Wow, that is lucky.
That's got to be very, very lucky. But Aryan, considering the fact that they've got 10 finishes and they need a massive game, right now, stopping the third party that is not exactly that great. They need some sort of position points. But guess what? As soon as they drove past, they run into his God's Rain's crosshair. And guess what? They've lost Devotee, they've lost Cyrex, and only Hitler remains. God's Rain, they're trying to clean up the fight, but they themselves are getting taken shots as well.
I thought that was going to be a knock, man, but no! I thought Delta would actually take that nade, but it was the counter nade from Delta that ends up finishing off Hitler. So, Team Aryan end this game with 11 points. They are on the 8th position with 10 finishes. Now, that's a big question mark, actually, but we'll come back to that at the end of the match. So far, God's Rain put under pressure as Los Hermanos re-engage into this fight. 2 players knocked out right in front of him, and Carlin is not going to miss an opportunity to secure those finishes. But a third party from the backlines as Omega finds an off angle, steals a finish, and then just walks away.
You have do or die going for the perfect third party here, but now ZENIN lobs a very nice nade onto his Destro, gets the very nice knock. And now that's going to be them trying to get the finishes here. But Justin looking for the clutch. He clutches it against Los Hermanos. But Justin, you're all on your own. Neo is knocked. He is the closest to be picked up as well. I think he's got time. He's going to try and make it a timer here. Smokes. Nobody's actually going for the hunt unless the team behind him sees him. Oh no, they're going to check every single corner here. Neo, he needs to be picked up. Now the do or die, they're going to try and clean him up as well. But I don't think they've spotted him, so they might be able to get the reset here for God's Rain. But shots are being taken as well from the south side. AEROxWBG is looking to try and get some points. Neo gets picked back up, but they need to stay quiet. They really need to stay quiet because Balu hasn't spotted both of them yet. But with the smokes coming into play, they just might look to engage this.
Well, let's see. Nade goes out. Spit off. God's Rain. Spin in an unescapable position, and there it is. The nade makes contact. Avnish finds the opener. Justin, last player left, and do or die. They are going to be aware of his position as well. Look at them moving towards the high ground to find an off angle to work with as well. Another nade lands a little bit close. Justin is going to be spotted out any second now. Or maybe it's just going to be that blind nade from Reaper that makes contact.
Oh, Justin, as soon as he shot his gun, he was pretty much spotted out. So that is going to be God's Rain bowing out in 6th place. But AEROxWBG now finds a Harry Potter, sees all this commotion, but do or die is always on the move. They are not going to make things easy here for AEROxWBG.
Yeah, for sure. And for this team, nothing is going to be easy. I mean, they were very far back in the overall leaderboard. Even if they win this game now, cleaning every single body that's left, I think they're going to need one more match with a similar performance that actually helps them secure a win. So look at this, right? 3 players left. That means 15 potential finishes available and the chicken dinner. So that's 25 points from this game. And then they need 25 from the next one as well to qualify.
So mathematically, it's still very, very possible. But
Actually,
they have
yeah.
to achieve the impossible right now. And that's the only way they actually come up on top. Same can be said for the teams in the bottom as well. ZENIN is also going to be one of those teams. Alibaba Raiders in a okay-ish position. But looks like Alibaba Raiders, they do find Arrow. Nice, gets a couple nice shot in. Chris pretty much knows exactly what AEROxWBG is doing as well. Movements has been made on the second floor. He's cooking up those nades. We see Vampy pretty much disengaging from the fight. But as soon as it disengages, do or die. He's going to be locking in as well. But the third parties comes through. Do or die. They're taking some heavy fire from this fight because Inferno rising from afar. He's actually taking shots at this.
Yeah.
And do or die, losing Reaper, only Alphnich remains, and Arrow says, you know what, we are going to go for the rush, but he gets sprayed down by underneath. That's going to be AEROxWBG losing a player, and as soon as Arrow makes a run for it, guess what, Alibaba Raiders spots him out in the horizon, almost takes down Sporta.
That's an unnecessary loss taken by AEROxWBG as well. There was no need to overcommit into this situation, but Avnish gets shot at from the players of ZENIN, actually, from the flank, who find that finish, and ZENIN under pressure as Inferno Rising has their back compromised. That's going to be a nice little third-party opportunity for Inferno Rising in the back line, but a pixel spotted out, and Atlantis, oh goodness, he was almost taken out, but he was in the middle of putting on his first aid, and it came back at the right nick of time. Had Sporta shot one more bullet, he was done.
It is going to be very close here, but Sporta, he's stuck out in the open. Everybody's just taking jabs, and then Alibaba Raiders now shift their focus on towards Inferno Rising and also ZENIN. He has a clear line of sight, and here comes the spray comes through, but it was only a BB Bison, and even then, I don't think the headshots on the Bison is going to be able to get those knocks, but it is enough to scare off ZENIN from that fight, though.
I have a question. Did Alibaba Raiders go ahead and loot in this game or what? Because Bison this late, the loadouts look awkward. White Tiger has his things pretty much taken care of, has the M4 and the S12K. The armor is level 2, I believe, was what we saw. Our helmet is level 1, though. Not a lot of throwables available, though. So, yeah, I mean, a questionable loadout still on the players of Alibaba Raiders. And we're going to see the impact of this. Now they've made it to the top 3. They have no finishes. They need those finishes, though. ZENIN taken out of this match. That means AEROxWBG finish in the top 3 for sure. There's Alibaba Raiders with all 4 players, but no momentum in terms of team fights from this game. And there's Inferno Rising as well, who have the high ground advantage to work with and also have been a part of the action, so their instincts are kind of warmed up. They find the first knock to kick things off. Alibaba Raiders down to 3 players, and Inferno Rising have the upper hand.
Yeah, they definitely do. AEROxWBG Esports now has a good jump on towards IRE. But Vampy is just waiting for PNW to go for slip out. The spray comes through, but no! He gets run down. Jatin takes him out. Oh, you hate to see moments like this. The fumble is real, but now the top 2 teams left, and it's going to be Alibaba Raiders, the solo player on the sides, getting rushed in. Owen gets taken down. Mistakes were made. Rising Inferno Esports, they may have just given away the advantage here as Alibaba Raiders is getting continued pummeled. Fortunately for them, they do get the trade. White Tiger says hello to try and provide some sort of backup, but he is currently surrounded here. Because where is Chris? Because pay attention to the map. Because he's going for a huge flank up north. He is going to try to go for a wraparound.
I do not know what this can accomplish. Again, he has no utility to work with, so even if he gets to the high ground, he has to spray down the opponents just based off of his raw aim. That's not an easy feat to pull off, but White Tiger, he's quite close. And it's a 3 versus 2 situation. Needs to find the first stock, and he whips. And this is going to be a punish for the side of Inferno Rising. Alibaba Raiders, the one thing they had to avoid has been done. And now information compromised. White Tiger is making a run for his life, but will he survive? No is the simple answer. As Jatin Oji finds the knock. And Chris, the last man, spotted out. And almost finished off as well, because he is outnumbered. There he is, fighting for his life. Finally gets dusted. And it is going to be an incredible win coming in for Inferno Rising. Now, the question is, do they have enough points from this game to move through?
Yeah, it is going to be very, very close as well here. But this is a bounce back coming from them as well. as Rising Inferno Esports seems to be, with this chicken dinner, should be able to qualify directly into the semi-finals as well. So it is going to be very, very close, but consistency is going to be the key here because they have one more match to go. Meanwhile, from Inferno Rising Esports, that is going to be a little bit of a questionable play because the only way they won that chicken is if Chris did not miss that shot. And the moment Chris missed that shot and exposed his position, there was nothing White Tigers could have done because they knew they were separated, and obviously all they needed to do was just rush on White Tiger.
Yeah, I think again, it was a desperate. It was a call made out of desperation because there was no utility on Alibaba Raiders. The weaponry on the side of Rising Inferno was a little bit stronger. As soon as I saw that P90, man, I knew it was kind of done, especially at that range.
Hey, man, they still got top 2.
I mean, Inferno Rising won the game. I mean, this was an incredible match from their side. And again, Alibaba Raiders, yeah, getting to top 2 is fine, but why was one of your players still stuck on a Bison? What was the reasoning behind it? But yeah, it's a decent weapon, but only for the early game when people are struggling to find those armor and helmets, and everyone's just still looking for their meds. But after like the 5-minute marker, I think the Bison just pretty much becomes useless. What are you going to do? Tickle the opponent?
Well, fair enough. But at the same time as well, we saw a little bit of moment of brilliance coming in Pro OP. Almost clutches a 1 versus 4 against Los Hermanos. Unfortunately, just lost a little bit more just because he could not reload his shotgun in time. And even for Do or Die, it is a very, very nice third party against God's Reign, which resulted in having a little bit upper hand. But what's unfortunate about Do or Die cleaning out on south side was that they were third party by both ZENIN and also Rising Inferno Esports, which resulted in them getting taken out very, very early. But this play here coming wanted, this was a very, very important turning point for them because Rising Inferno Esports, they had a lot of teams trying to wrap around just take him out, but Chris with this huge flank did not pay off.
A nade could have changed everything, you know. A nade, it would have been very easy. It would have been much easier for him to actually lob a nade from that position than to actually
peek
out and take a fight. Yeah, much better odds of finding contact with the nade, but who cares? They still did well. Let's see the overall leaderboard afterwards and figure out if it was a big, big upset. Inferno Rising, though, incredible performance. They were able to secure 13 eliminations, so 23 points for Inferno Rising. I think, yeah, as you said, safety has been attained. They need like 5 to 6 points in the next game to be sure, right?
Exactly. But as of now, I think Rising Inferno is pretty much safe for now as
already.
Well. Chicken dinner already safe, almost breaking into the 50-point mark. So there is only a few more slots left for the top 24. So it's going to be very, very close. And in this case, teams currently, especially coming from Group B as well, that is on the chopping block. Rider Esports, we've got NIF Official, we've got Meadow Esports as well. Is going to be in a very, very awkward position to be with. But before that, let's talk about the MVP of the match. Obviously, Avnish coming from Do or Die is the MVP with 5 finishes.
Also, one team that got taken out early, but they were headed down the right path. Team Aryan, we have to talk about them. They were able to secure a lot of decent number of early eliminations, but MVP Avnish from Do or Die. Do or Die is having a pretty decent time, I believe, in the overall leaderboard as well. Not really in a position where there are going to be extreme struggles. I think if they play like this, they should be good to go for the next round.
Yeah, they started the day for Do or Die with 45 points, but with this performance, especially with Avnish with just 5 finishes, they should technically be in part of the semifinals as well. But again, it is going to be very, very close. So that means the cutoff may be somewhere around 45, 46, 47. It can go towards that level if everybody performs in that capacity. But I don't think that is going to be a possibility considering that brother BO7S from the previous game has pretty much denied more teams that is looking for higher points as well. So I want to see how the match ranking actually affects this year. Inferno Rising, they do get as well as 23 points. Aryan with 11 points. This is a good step up for them because they started their journey with 29 points. So with 11, they're currently on 40 points. So that means their next game coming from Aryan, they need at least 6, 7, maybe 8 points just to secure themselves into the top 24.
Like to breathe that sigh of relief to know that, all right, now we are for sure moving to the semifinals. Yeah, 7 to 8 points. Go for it. And with the confidence we saw from Aryan TMG in this particular game, they were taking fights right off the bat. The first team they went after was Team Eggy.
No, I would say Aryan definitely needs a big game, at least like 6 to 7 to qualify. So if they don't get 6 to 7 points, they're out.
No, I was saying
Aryan. I'm talking about Aryan.
I am also talking about Aryan.
Really? 6, 7? They need 6 more 7 points.
You didn't let me finish. Now I'm not going to say what I was saying.
All right, fine.
No, it's too late, man. I was saying something else. There's no point.
Okay, fair enough. Anyways, that was very interesting to see how a little bit of bounce back coming from some of these teams like that as well. But I think Aryan definitely needs a massive game in this final game, and that's the only way they actually qualify.
Yeah.
Because they are, in terms of comebacks as well, right now, Aryan is having one of the biggest comebacks in this entire bottom stage in Group B itself.
Yeah, and again, they have the momentum from Erangel as well, so it should not be too difficult to secure a big win, or maybe just have a middle-of-the-pack performance in the next game.
Yep, fair enough. But all things considered here, we hope you guys enjoyed that show. But for now, we're going to be continuing that one final game for Group B right after this break.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है.
Wow.
Hello everyone and welcome to the realme BMPS round 3 stages, and today is going to be the final day for all these groups to be competing for their final chance to qualify in towards the semi-finals itself. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast, and my name is ICBaby12, and joining me is Necro as we take you through the commentaries of the final game for Group B itself. And interesting enough, in Group B there are a lot of teams that are on a very shaky start, and in this case Inferno Rising, they're doing pretty okay. They have a little bit of a bounce back, but is it enough to qualify to semifinals? With that performance, yes.
Of course, without a doubt. And I feel like we need to give them enough props as well. Inferno Rising is the only team that's been the most stable so far in the overall standings. No matter what sort of round it is, Inferno Rising will always do how much it's needed to qualify. And once again, they've done it. They have been extremely stable, extremely consistent. And if you want to be consistent in your gameplay as well, move on towards Amazon and search for that realme GT7. The stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours, and of course the 7000 mAh battery will make sure you will have long gaming nights.
Exactly. Be sure to check it out on Amazon, because if you guys are experiencing lag and you guys want to play games non-stop, especially in BGMI for up to 6 hours, guess what? It gives you 120 FPS of uninterrupted gameplay. Very, very stable. And it was tested by the Realme and Crafton guys for this smooth experience. So be sure to check out the Realme GT7 on Amazon and buy it now. Now, this is the moment of truth. Group B, there will be some upsetting teams that may not qualify as well. Rider Esports didn't really do too well in the previous game, which is kind of unfortunate considering the fact that Rider Esports is a team that there was a lot of expectations, especially coming from BGIS. They were just 1 point away from qualifying towards the grand finals. But now, after their performance, it feels like they're still very, very close. Same can be said for Meadow Esports, who needs a very, very decent game.
True.
We saw a comeback coming from Aryan, but they still need a massive games as well.
So let's be honest, all these teams are pretty much on that same spot at this point, right? Everyone needs 8 points in this upcoming game, or somewhere around that. FS Esports, Metal Esports, Rider Esports, these three are like the known names inside of the community, including Alibaba Raiders. We have been looking at this banner since 2023, and for Alibaba Raiders, this time around, they need to qualify. It's been a while. They have been missing the LAN finals. This time, they need to qualify no matter what towards the LAN finals, but before that, they need to qualify towards the semifinals, and they're struggling.
Interesting enough, Alibaba Raiders was able to make it to the top 2, which is great. Gave them a decent amount of points, but they started the journey with 28 points.
Exactly.
So technically, even though they did good just now, this final game is going to be a do or die situation for them. But before we talk about that, let us take a look at the current head-to-head between both Meadow Esports as well as Rider Esports. Now, both teams currently 38 points and
Extremely
39
close.
points. And again, there's only so many 6 points that you can be taken away from this game itself, especially when it comes to finishers, considering that there are at least 6 to 7 teams that is eyeing for like 7 to 8 points to qualify.
Yeah.
That means the only way that those 7 teams, including Rider and Meadow Esports, is going to be able to qualify is that the top teams do not perform at all.
So let's just say they need 10 points to pretty much make it a round figure, right? In this upcoming game, Metal Esports and Rider Esports, they need 10 points, including FS Esports as well, and even Los Hermanos.
I know, right?
Let's not forget them. Los Hermanos as well should be part of the competition, and since they have been doing so good inside of the round 3 so far, yes, a bit of that fumble up yesterday is now really hurting them in the overall standings. Even they need these 10 points. And of course, not everyone can get those 10 points, so someone has to go out.
So in a place where dreams can happen, and of course in the most ideal world, the only way all your favorite teams in the bottom to qualify is that the top teams from this group get eliminated by
Off
them.
the rip.
And I don't think the top teams are going to let this slide, to be honest.
Of course. I mean, you've got teams like Eggy coming in, Team ZENIN Esports, Rising Inferno has already done it. And of course, these top names will make sure that the teams at the bottom will suffocate and struggle for those points as we move on towards the map of Miramar. And even the plane's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from El Pozo towards Tierra Bronca. This plane flat path is extremely tilted towards the northern side.
Well, it is going to be very, very interesting to see how they are going to be playing Miramar as well, because this is the final game for Group B itself to decide their fate. And it all comes down to tactical nature and long-range sniping in the map of Miramar. And seeing the flank path coming in as well. I wonder where the circle is going to be heading in as well here. Are we going to see a surprise circle, or are we going to see a tactical circle? So far, Minas Generalis is the hotspot for the first phase of the zone. So I want to see if that is going to be the case here for some of these teams. But for now, no contention, no drop clashes yet, I hope. But we are going to be expecting, I think, vehicle drop clashes along La Driella and the northern highway of Chumasera.
Now, let's not forget, the last game for Group A was extremely scrambled. Everyone was trying to go for the fights off the rip because they were struggling for points, and they wanted to get the elimination points as soon as possible. There's a big chance this game as well might just be extremely unplanned and unorthodox, and if the zone is also going to be contributing to that, then we all know it will be an absolute cinema in the end. But looking at the way things are looking like so far, you've got White Walkers towards Montenegro, and there's one more team around the place of White Walkers. So there's a potential clash coming through.
Well, it is going to be very, very important as well, but the circle seems to be shifting towards the east
Same
corner.
circle.
Los Leonas in play, Impala in play, Minas Generalas also in play. So this means that it could be urban, it could be out in the open, it could be a shoreline circle. So there is a lot of unknown variable, but what's very, very certain is that we are going to be expecting a lot of urban warfare in this circle itself. So it is going to be a very, very slow start. So teams who prioritize the center of the zone, especially from stage 3, will have the upper hand in this situation. And you know who's the best team to actually talk about when it comes to center circle? It's got to be do or die.
Of course. They like to play defensive. And this time around, they found themselves on the offensive angle against the players of Apecity Esports. Streams all by himself will push up close and personal and eliminate the first man itself. Instant confirmation follows up. Now knows exactly where the second man is as well. Shots were taken, but no connection found just yet. The shotgun moves up, and Abdish will find the connection. And just like that, Dreams gets eliminated from this game.
Oh no, FS Esports not having a great start here. They've got 1 point, but look at this on the overall standings. They've only got 35 points. With that one finish, that makes them 36. They still need at least 10 points, maybe 9 to 10 points to stand a chance to qualify to semifinals. And with this run coming through, it only comes down to those 3 players. And again, we talked about spoilers, right? Teams at the top may play spoilers, and right now, Do or Die is doing exactly just that.
God's Reign, Do or Die, Rising Inferno, Team Insane, Eggy. These guys can definitely play a major spoiler. Myth at this point, 2 bottom. And I'm pretty sure they cannot really establish a comeback. They've only got 19 points. Mathematically, just like you say, it's still possible. Realistically, it's not possible.
Well, realistically, it's still possible because Chicken Dinner 28 finished as 38 points. So technically, realistically, if they hit the current record in this year, 2025, they should be able to qualify. But that is if they get 28 finishes and a Chicken Dinner, like how Seoul did.
I know it's really good to be optimistic.
No, I'm just stating facts. That is the current
certain
record in 2025.
In certain scenarios, to give fake optimism or fake hopes to people can actually break them mentally.
But I'm not giving fake hopes. I'm just merely stating facts. It's just stats.
Well, let's hope. I mean, Myth is one of those teams that is just not able to get anything done. And at this point, only God can save them. And I'm pretty sure they are broken mentally. So, for Myth, just try and get something done, I guess. Just go out with a bang. Simple. Start eliminating teams left, right, and center. Go for fights. Just don't really care what's going to be happening. Play like you've got nothing to lose.
Well, they do not have nothing to lose anymore, except for the chance to actually go to the semifinals. But seeing how the circle is as well, we do see gunshots coming in play. Metal Esports going to be taking a little bit of a long-range snipe here. Do find white Volkers right at the horizon. What a firing squad coming from Metal Esports.
For Metal Esports, it's completely opposite, right? Especially when you think a team's head's going to be on the swivel, there will be a lot of pressure. Metal Esports, for them, it's opposite. They just amp up the aggression instead. The moment they feel like their head's on the swivel, there's too much pressure, they will go even more aggressive. And that's why I just love this squad.
I think I really like what Metal Esports is doing, especially for today's game plan, is that early phases, if you spot somebody, let's just do for a firing squad. If we get the knock, we get the knock. If we get the confirmation, it's great. But we are going to be on the move. So they are going for a very early hit and run strategy. But the downside is you are going to lose overall efficiency in terms of rotations and overall loot in towards the late game.
So Metal Esports, as we mentioned, right, they need 10 points overall out of this game. They've already managed to get 1 elimination point secured, which is, of course, a good thing. And that's going to be like the cherry on top of the cake for Metal Esports. 9 more to go. That's the positive side. But something that's going to be extremely positive for you guys is also going to be the Realme GT7. It's already out on Amazon, so move on towards Amazon. Search for the Realme GT7. The sales are now live. Get your hands onto it. And as we know, the MediaTek Dimensity 9400E, it provides you the smoothest gaming experience out there. And yeah, Pixel was spotted, but no shots taken yet.
Did Bunty not see that small little Pixel? I don't think he realized that there was a helmet sticking out coming from Manglu. He might have spotted it out, but he's not taking those shots though. But okay, never mind. The nades comes through.
He was ready for it.
He might have just pinged it for his teammate.
Yes, straight up. He was like, you know what? There's a man right there. He just went prone. He's not too far away from that window, but still White Walkers is not out yet. Legend. He threats that needle, gets an important knock. White Walker's still inside of the game. Legend now needs to pop off once again. The man needs to make a legendary play. He was taken down low, but luckily enough, he had a medkit that he pops. But there's also Team Insane now closing in from the back. There might just be a potential third party on the way. White Walkers, they might just have too much on their plate. And what a shot that was, Legend! Oh, a legendary play! Legend activated himself, and he eliminates the entirety of ZENIN sent back to the lobby. Goodbye, ZENINs. They've been eliminated from this tournament by just this one man who makes a legendary play.
Oh my goodness, and now the third party comes through. It's a rematch once more. Team Insane. They lost to White Walkers in the previous round, and this time they want their revenge. And like I said, to finish off a White Walker, you need fire or Dragon Glass. And right now, again, the White Walkers, they fight back, they find Lazy, but it was Meadow that third parties this, and they will take the finish points away.
Oh
and
no.
Right now, oh no, the zone actually took off Legend OP. And it's not looking good for White Walkers. What a legendary clutch, but with the zone coming in play and the third parties true, things are not looking good for all these teams outside the zone.
Not done yet, still in the game. This nade, though, might just be the nail in the coffin. Nope, not tossed in that exact room where it was needed to be tossed. Legend back upon his feet. Oh, almost got the knock as well. Could have been the opener. Boogies as well, taken down extremely low. Legend does not have any first dates to patch himself up. The man is just constantly patching himself up with the bandages, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin by Team Insane. They third-party White Walkers and eliminate them from this tournament.
They tried their best, but their best was not enough. Unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to these two teams. Meanwhile, Insane now getting fourth party, and it's going to be Metal Esports, and this is going to be huge. Metal Esports, they need all these points in order to win. The flush comes through. Team Insane, they may have lost a little bit here, but no, wait, there's a fifth party coming in here. It's going to be Inferno Rising Esports.
Inferno Rising Esports, Jutin is knocked out. There's Godin and Owen next to each other. And that nade from Gods will find the knockout. Inferno Rising Esports in the big wall of trouble at this point, but they do not really care. Metal Esports too, they do not really seem that comfy either. Team Insane, though, starting to pop back up once again in the elimination feed as they take a bit of that bite against the players of Inferno Rising. BMW IGL out in the open, and Team Insane on the verge of putting a full stop to their momentum, and they will too, without any problem.
Oh, wow. What a clutch coming from Team Insane Esports. They've got 7 finishes out of nowhere. But right now, it's a battle between both Meadow and Insane, and both teams needs all these points. Insane, they're pretty much qualified, but Meadow Esports, the only way they survive this is pretty much they wipe off Insane, at least taking this 3 points minimum. Period.
Oh, no.
But with the nades coming from Gods, Zyrex and Venom will fall, and this is not a great sign because they're slowly crumbling. And Insane, they're looking for a bounce back. They're looking for the denial. Meadow Esports just might not be able to qualify this time, as Insane will be denying it away from them. And now, Aimbot on the run. He needs to go for the survival. The sprays, he finds one more, but he will go down, and Meadow will bow out with only 42 points. As Team Insane denies their dreams to head into the semifinals. They are on the 23rd position, but as time will tell, Group C comes into play, they will be knocked out.
As you mentioned, Group C, the moment they come into play, there's a chance they will be knocked out. But Metal Esports, that was over-aggression right there. You did not need to do that. But I guess they really just wanted to be the one to take the advantage, but they messed up big time. Metal Esports, there was no need. Should have just focused on the zone, played a bit for the safety. Aggression every time is not a good thing, and I guess Metal Esports have learned that lesson.
Oh, you hate to see moments like this. Your favorite teams, again, we talked about this as well. In round 3, 24 teams is going to be eliminated, and only 24 will advance into the semifinals. There will be winners and there will be losers. And in this case, Metal Esports, I'm sorry to say, we'll see you in the next season.
Yeah. But something that you guys might just see right now is the Kia Ceros. Bold and modern design is something that will attract your eyes towards this vehicle. Streamlined door handles, Kia signature digital Tiger face, star map LED DRL, star map LED tail lamps. And let's not forget, I spoke about the outskirts of the vehicle, about the exterior, but now let's talk about the interior. It's quite comfortable and luxurious as well.
Well, speaking of a luxury right now, on screen, Team Eggy, they're just having a little bit of a blast. 2 players left, Murnox and Eggy getting surrounded by Aryan. Aryan also needs a massive game for themselves. They've got 42 points, and cleaning both Eggy out will give them 44. That's going to be very, very important for them. That's Team Eggy. Losing Eggy himself. Murnox, last man standing, holding on the corners, going for the sprays. And the pump from the sides. Hitler finds him. Eggy goes down, and Aryan will be on the 44 ballpark.
Oh my god, they might just make it.
They just might make it as well. They just need 2 or 3 more points and they should be safe from the cutoff.
They just need 4 more points so that they can have 48. That can actually be interestingly safe. But looking at what's going on here, FS Esports, for them, the chances haven't been taken away just yet. Even FS Esports can still qualify. A 3-man strong squad can make a lot of miracles happen, but taking a fight against a team like Los Hermanos is not something that's going to give you the value. FS Esports, at this moment, let go of Los Hermanos, play a little bit safe. In my opinion, just go for the third parties and go for the easy fights. Playing fair is not going to get you anywhere. That actually rhymed.
Yeah, and that sounded so right and so wrong at the same time. But in life, there's white and black, and sometimes when you mix it together, you give you gray. Anyways,
what do you exactly mean by that?
Moving on, as we talk about FS Esports, they are going to be the center of the circle, near towards the T junctions. They have a very, very nice hold on towards the entire rotations coming from the northern side. But the problem for FS Esports right now is that they do need a lot of finishes, because they themselves have not exactly qualified themselves in this game.
What is he doing? Insidious is just taking random shots.
They started the day with 33 points. They didn't really do too well in the previous game. So this game, they need a chicken dinner to qualify.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, they also lost out on Dreams, right? So it's just a terrible start.
Oh my god, like Ryder, Alibaba Raiders, FS Esports, Los Hermanos, Volcano.
I'm just really sad for Metal Esports, man. I can't believe it. I mean, Metal Esports, it's one of those teams that does have so much caliber. But now they're not going to be seen in the semifinals.
Well, we will see their X's in at least at the semifinals.
Yeah, we'll see one of their teammates, I guess, from Assista Esports, right?
Fair enough.
Fury.
Yeah, and also Soul.
Yeah. But looking at Aero, at this point for them, not exactly sure how the game plan is going to be structuring. One last game, they've got 21 points. 0 elimination points so far, so that means they need 30 points in this game. That means they need 20 elimination points.
Whew. Speaking of elimination points here, it is going to be very, very tough here. Especially coming from AEROxWBG, a team that kind of surprised us during BGIS itself. Ever since having a little bit of a roster change and a name change, things hasn't been going well for them. And of course, the circle shifts down south, and Los Hermanos has got a very decent compound. FS is going to be the gatekeepers from the north rotation. South is going to be insane. Southeast is going to be Volcano. We've got Alibaba Raiders on the southwest, but nobody's in the center just because the mountain terrains can be very, very tricky to maneuver, and it is going to be a little bit of a no man's land on the southwest corner as well. So space is getting very limited, but considering that, number one, this stage is into a stage 4. Number 2, at least 6 teams has been eliminated. So that means there is more room than you think there is.
True that. As of now, though, Alibaba Raiders once again positioning themselves in the Smack Center we did see a while ago. So at least that's a good thing for Alibaba Raiders. That might just open a lot of gateways. But for FS Esports, the gateways are starting to close slowly and steadily. Another man down and out. And that too by the players of Los Hermanos. For Los Hermanos, they still stand a chance to qualify, and they might just qualify with ease if they play their cards right, just the way they've been playing so far.
It's going to be close. It's going to be very, very close. But for Aryan, TMG Gaming, definitely needs a massive game. They need at least 10 points from this game in order to qualify safely, I would say. But it is going to be down towards the wire here. Aryan TMG, they had a great start, but they're still not exactly inside the zone yet. And look at them. They're dodging the west rotation just because if there is an ambush, it is going to be hard to skedaddle. So they are going to take the safe approach, which is going to be coming from the south side. But the problem is, other teams like Team Insane is already going to be waiting for them as well. So they are potentially walking into a trap. Cyrex forced to take a little bit of pit stop here to try and scout things out. But again, from his perspective, look at this. It's just no man's land. You don't really know where's a good spot to be in.
Yeah.
But it seems like the warehouses is where he's going to be going as well, as it might be an alternative to going for a push. But the gamble might pay off, but Yash did scout out this movement. He can get a couple shots in. Instantly, you can see Arya, they they're pivoting into the warehouses. That is so sneaky of Yash. Such a sneaky play. Just one gunshot from there. You can see everyone from Aryan just turning away. So you know what? We're just going to dock their warehouse.
Yeah, I mean, that has to be the safer play too, right? Warehouse not taken by anyone. Also quite a decent spot inside of the circle. Do or die in the front. Rider Esports, it's one of those fights that might just come with a lot of risk. And Rider Esports of Sen exist on the opposite side. Rider does want to fully commit to this one. It's quite interesting. Let's see if they can actually find the initial lock that might just open up the fray. Nades were tossed in. Those nades are not able to find the exact value that it's supposed to. Another nade tossed out, and that's going to find the confirmation. But from the sidelines, you've also got GODSREAN taking those shots. Exist gets knocked out. It's 1-for-1 trade, at least as of now. Rider Esports, they need to be extra careful. And Rider Esports, they're going to look to make that pound straight up against the players of Do or Die. This time around, the nade from Avnish needs to find the prime connection and will too. Now it's taken down to a 2v2. Do or Die, they've got a solid chance of eliminating the entirety of Rider Esports. Rider, they need to be extra careful. They cannot whiff any of the shots anymore. They cannot lose out in this fight. The survival in this tournament matters to this fight. If Rider Esports loses this, they're done for. 6 bullets in the mag. We'll get the fresh one too. Fame needs to clutch it out. Gets the first knock. The job is halfway done. Needs to get the second one as well, but now he's taken down extremely low.
Oh no, he goes down. Avnish finds him through the smoke. God. It's over for Rider Esports, but Do or Die sends him packing, and that's it for Rider Esports. That is unheard of. And now Do or Die, the destroyer of dreams, completely shutting down Rider Esports' journey to potentially qualify the LAN.
That is so sad for Rider Esports. Losing out in the semifinals this time. And once again, I'm pretty sure the difference is going to be 1 or 2 points.
Yeah.
The last time they missed out on the LAN finals in BGIS just by 1 point. And this time as well, they will miss out
by about 4 to 5 points.
Yeah, maybe something around that. Really depends on what the cutoff is going to look like, though. For Rider Esports, these little points that they're not able to cover up, it's really costing them the tournament. It's now Do or Die. They move up against the players of Aryan TMG. Another team that is extremely close towards that finishing line. 44 points in the overall standings. Aryan TMG just needs to play their cards right. And they need, what, 4 more elimination points so that they can push themselves around the safety marker.
Yep, Aryan definitely making one of the biggest comebacks today itself. They've got 4 finishes. They're very close for 1 point in terms of placement points. It seems like GODSREAN, they are going to rush in towards Los Hermanos. The crash comes through. Here comes the wipe. Los Hermanos, they lose 2. Nails are getting knocked, but from the side, Shadow has an upper hand, but he goes for a spray. Jigo finds one more. Now Justin might be the next to fall. Dropping down low, Shadow finds him off, and guess what? It's not over yet. Shadow from afar gets picked off by AEROxWBG. And Los Hermanos, they need the backup spy. He finds Justin, but I think he gets the reset here. GODSREAN gets the full rush in, and Los Hermanos only has spy left.
Oh no, he's backing away. That's not a good decision. In my opinion, he should have went up close. He could have actually taken down the remaining players of GODSREAN. But now Los Hermanos, that's the pressure speaking. That elimination point on towards Neo. On the verge of being stolen. Not exactly sure who got that elimination point. Was it Los Hermanos? No, they haven't claimed it. But Los Hermanos, they've managed to acquire 42 points so far. Even they need 4 to 5 points in this game. I see one man. Can he squeeze them?
Placement points. They need placement points. Like, they only need like 2 to 3 points, especially coming from Los Hermanos to qualify. So that means they need some placement points. 7-8 gives them 1 point. 6-2. 5, 3 points. So making the top 5, that's pretty good. But they have to lay low. Same can be said for Aryan as well, but Cyrex, they get spotted out as well. Avnish goes in for the pick. A couple of trade shots comes through, both tagged out pretty low. Needs to pop a first aid. But let's take a look at how the zone shifts as well. FS, they have a decent compound to work with. Circle still favors them, so all they need to do is just hold down the fort, and they should be good for top 5 for FS Esports.
FS Esports, 2 of the players still inside of the zone, as you mentioned. Just need to hold it down somehow. But generally speaking, FS Esports, I think they need a bit more.
Much, much more.
Yeah, they need elimination points to back it up as well. So FS Esports, This has to be a big game. These remaining two players can definitely do it, but only if they can squeeze in the elimination points. But as of now, Do or Die colliding against the players of Godsreen. Both the teams are safe in the overall standings, so it does not really matter. But that knockout came through from the side of Aryan.
Aryan found a very, very good knock, but the confirmation was not on their favor because Do or Die that takes the finish points away. As again, Aryan are on 44 points. They need every single little bit of points right now to try and narrowly qualify. Yes, they are in 19th position, but you must understand that Group C has not played yet.
Even VOLCANO Esports, they're on 43. VOLCANO 2 needs at least 45 points in this game as well. And I'm pretty sure they can do it. It's VOLCANO Esports at the end of the day. They've got a decent bit of men, too, standing inside of the field.
Yes.
The only team that can be major threat is Team Insane, and they've managed to acquire 12 finishes somehow.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close. Again, like you said, it's Team Insane we're talking about. They've got the gatekeeps away. VOLCANO pretty much having to smoke their way through. And guess what? It's Team Insane that they have to run through. VOLCANO Esports, they're getting completely surrounded. Smokes has been played. VOLCANO needs those finishes. And now with the knees coming through, Insane lobbing a one of over as well. Vegito dropped down pretty low. VOLCANO, they're trying to survive. They're trying to push through. But they don't seem to be able to find anything. Gods gets the knock on Vegito. VOLCANO just might be losing hit. But guess what? They found the opening. They get a finish point. And that's going to be Gods taken out.
And they also get a free vehicle. Instantly back away from that spot. But the main problem for VOLCANO Esports is that the backlines are not secured. VOLCANO is taken down to a two-man squad. And look at the amount of shots that are pouring in from Vampy. Almost could have been a knock. AEROxWBG whipping the entirety of that spray. Vampy was not able to get the knockout, and that's definitely going to be a bit of that stinger. VOLCANO Esports still live and cooking inside of the game. The same thing can be said for the players of Team Insane, as even they're down to a two-man squad. But for VOLCANO Esports, their survival means a lot.
Their survival is literally down towards 1 point here. As the zone is about to cruise in, Arjun somehow skedaddles out of the nade barrage coming in. But they are running through the smoke. Insane still gatekeeping them. They're proning on the ground. Arjun needs to find one more pick. Adi going for a wide swing push. He finds Psycho. And that's going to be Arjun, last man standing from the side of VOLCANO. While Team Insane continues to pummel on them. 14 finishes in the bag at Team Insane. They're pretty much qualified. But they are spoiling the dreams for teams like VOLCANO.
Yeah. VOLCANO, if they get one more placement point, they can still do it. And I guess they've already gotten that placement point. So VOLCANO Esports, I think they've qualified. More than 45 points on the board. We've got only 7 teams standing as of now. Los Hermanos 2 eliminated from this game. I'm not exactly sure if Los Hermanos has done it. VOLCANO Esports still live inside of the game. They do take the shots against Team Insane. Team Orion on the screen. Shots were taken on the ridge in the front. And look at Arjun.
Oh my
He's
God,
now out
Arjun.
in the open, taking a fight against the man, Yash himself.
No way!
And how does he win that? Inhuman stuff coming in from Arjun. He still keeps the banner high. And VOLCANO Esports, they've qualified. They've done it just because of this man.
My goodness, before this, he actually took one more player off Insane before clutching it. And again, Arjun, you are the reason why you're somewhat able to qualify to semifinals here. What a play from Arjun. But it's not over yet. The game continues. There's still 6 more teams. Another team looking to qualify is going to be Aryan as well. And guess what? Cyrex finds the sprays and AEROxWBG loses 1. And Vampy tries to save the day, but AEROxWBG, they're too far off for the qualification mark.
Oh, Cyrex. Return shots against him. And Cyrex will back away towards the ridge instantly. You've also got DOD right underneath the players of Team Aryan. And DOD at this point, their main target's going to be AEROxWBG. I highly doubt they're going to be moving up against Team Aryan. 45 points on the board for Team Aryan as well. I guess they've done it too.
The current cutoff is 40 points. So it's going to be very, very close for this, especially coming from Group C.
So just get around 48, I guess.
Just to be safe. 48 is safe.
Yeah. So Team Aryan can definitely be safe. VOLCANO Esports is already safe. Of course, you add on the placement points too. So that's going to push them around the edge. You've also got DOD now making that pound, slowly and steadily moving uphill. Shots were taken against DOD, and they're losing out on the man number. AEROxWBG beating on those elimination points, but Cyrex catches one of the men of AEROxWBG. But who steals that elimination point? It's Arjun from VOLCANO.
Wow.
Taking that elimination point away.
What a play coming from Arjun from VOLCANO. keeps the banner alive, and now Cyrex from the perspective continues the pummel and do or die. They will go out on 6th place, but they have already qualified here. We're down towards the final 5 teams.
Aryan's done it.
Has done it. VOLCANO has done it. Alibaba Raiders and FS. Long way to go. But it seems like FS's dreams might be over.
Yeah.
As Turbo goes for the Met strategies. And it is done. FS does not qualify. I'm sorry, FS, but that is it for them.
They were so good in round 1. FS Esports, what happened? How did you fumble this up? You guys were looking so good this time around. Came through with a lot of optimism, a lot of hopes, but now those hopes are being shattered. But as we look at AEROxWBG, even they're here to shatter a few hopes themselves. Team Aryan, luckily enough, they've already made the cut. So even if they do lose out in this game, it's not going to be hurting them too much. But AEROxWBG, for them, it's done as well. They need too many points, and those amount of points are just not available in the game anymore.
It is very, very unfortunate for Aero. But Aryan is qualified. But another team that is looking for qualification right now is Alibaba Raiders, but they need the chicken dinner. They definitely need the chicken dinner in order to stand a chance, and they need all these finish points. Aryan pretty much safe for now, I would say. But this battle is going to be a 3-way battle between Alibaba Raiders.
Yeah.
Or in this case, I think this is a battle that Alibaba Raiders, for now, that it's at stake the most.
They should be a little bit more proactive, Alibaba Raiders.
Yeah, they need this chicken in order to stand a chance.
They need to create some sort of off angles. Those shots, oh, they're really hurting. Hitler's taken down extremely low. The man instantly prones back around that ridge. Constant barrage of bullets is something that's really applying a lot of suppression against the players of Team Aryan. And now Team Aryan's just backing away. We've also got Hitler right there next to the ridge. Alibaba Raiders, they know the sidelines are not clear just yet. AEROxWBG, 3 players standing on the right side. And at this moment, AEROxWBG, they've got a massive split going on for themselves too. The next zone's going to be collapsing soon. So Alibaba Raiders now will be forced to take the fight no matter what.
It is going to be an awkward fight, but Alibaba Raiders, again, they have a lot of numbers advantage. They've got vehicles, they've got mess, they've got a lot of things to work with. It seems like they are going to try and clean them up. They know they've got the upper high ground, but the problem is, in between these regions is an open field. And right now, AEROxWBG might be able to pick up and just spot out Fragger. Smoke's being set up as well. Aryan also looking to try to make a little bit of a push themselves, trying to survive and extend their lead, but gunshots has been made. Aero makes the sound, and Aryan, they are going to try and pin them away. Well, Alibaba Raiders needs to find an opening, but they've lost Wanted, and he is going to get secured. Alibaba Raiders just might not be able to qualify because right now Aryan is taking shots at them. Devotee denying their dreams of making it to the semifinals.
Questionable moves from AR. And that's one of the main reasons why now they're losing out on the man number. AEROxWBG too! Looking extremely strong. Dancing on top of the graves of Alibaba Raiders, because AEROxWBG, they were done for anyways. Nothing to lose. Backs against the wall. Filled with a lot of confidence. Team Aryan here to make sure that they end things off in the round 3 with an absolute bang. Want to secure a chicken dinner. AEROxWBG for them as well. It's a fight for the pride. Alibaba Raiders still in the game. Going for the revival on towards Chris is impossible. That nade from Fragger will catch the last man, and that will be it from Team Aryan. Alibaba Raiders, it's a 1-on-2 in the end. Fragger now pushes up, needs to find at least one knock so that can give him the advantage, but no, he fails. It will be AEROxWBG to get that chicken dinner, but it was too late to wake up.
It is indeed too late. 2 top 2s coming from Alibaba Raiders in this final last push coming from Group B. Unfortunately, may not be enough, but we shall see in the official standings. But for now, AEROxWBG Esports, they kicked the chicken dinner on their final game here in Group B in BMPS. But unfortunately, with this chicken dinner, it's still not going to be enough to push them in towards the semifinals.
Too late to wake up. Only if AEROxWBG would have played the same way yesterday, maybe things could have been better for them. Maybe the chances of them qualifying could have been revived. But they performed in such a way that they were supposed to perform in such a way yesterday as well, but now it's too late.
It's really sad that the reason why AEROxWBG wasn't able to get any kind of points to actually qualify is because of the 2 very, very important matches And that is in the map of Erangel, where they actually got drop clashed by 2 OP official and lost that fight against them twice. And that's one of the reasons why they could not get enough points to actually qualify. That's just so sad.
I guess it's also a learning curve for a team like AEROxWBG, right? In the future tournaments, they will be back once again with a lot of fire in their hearts. But looking at the match rankings, Team Insane as well getting 15 points. Aryan 2 getting 12 points. With that, they've probably secured their slot. Now, here's the main question. Have Alibaba Raiders done it? VOLCANO Esports have done it. It's not even a question. Los Hermanos probably missed out. FS Esports as well missing out.
I think Alibaba Raiders, with this today's performance, they think they've gotten themselves about 20 points. I think they should be safe, actually. They started the journey with 28 points. I think they just are at the borderline, I would say.
So how many points do you think they've got?
That's somewhere around 44, 45-ish.
Very,
very close, to be honest.
Still need to wait for the final overall standings to find out how Alibaba Raiders is going to be doing in the overall standings in the end. But at least as of now, Alibaba Raiders, it feels like they've done enough or barely enough to keep themselves surviving inside of the tournament. Let's move on towards the overall standings and find out how the phase is looking like after Group B is done with all their games. Overall standings pop up. Of course, you've got the top 16 extremely safe.
Yeah. Obviously, the top 16, very, very safe as well. Shockwave's got 51 points, 52 for Aryan, sneaking by in the top 15 here. Very, very good stuff for them. Reckoning was able to sneak in as well to try and solidify into the top 24, so they should be in the semifinals. Do or Die did really, really well in this game as well, so they are pretty much insane, I would say. But insane definitely qualifying for sure. But Team HeroXWBG got like, well, they don't even need to play the remaining 2 games. They're pretty much safe for now because they've got 70 points in just 6 matches. So
straight up.
Same can be said for Nonex as well with 6 matches played, already part of the top 5. Don't even need to play. They're pretty much going to qualify anyway.
Maybe at this point it's time to flex.
Yeah.
The amount of skills you've got, the amount of synergy you've got. And as we move on towards the next page.
Alibaba Raiders, 45 points.
Oh my god. Alibaba Raiders, they might have just made it. 45 points. You've also got 4TR sitting with 45 points. It's so close. Los Hermanos with 43. Sister Esports with 41. I mean, they're still going to play their upcoming games, but Cincinnati Kids is on the cusp.
So let's take a look at the closest right now to the cutoff. The current cutoff is 40 points, and Jux is currently the next closest from the bottom to take them down. So 33 points, they need 7 points, they will kick Cincinnati Kids out. Autobots did about 8 points to kick Cincinnati Kids out as well. And the next benchmark is going to be 41, and the next benchmark is going to be 43. So there is about 3 to 4 more slots left. So technically, Alibaba Raiders and 40RX official is not that safe yet. But if Jux and Autobots perform, they're going to be fine. But the next closest one is going to be Mysterious 4 with 31 points. So for Mysterious 4 to actually qualify, they need to get about
9 points.
No, 9 for 40 points because it's 1 player. So 9 points for him and another 4 to kick them one down out. So I would say it's very, very possible that all these teams here, 6 of them actually qualifies into the last 2 games itself. But the cutoff should be somewhere around 43, 44 points.
But hey, let's talk about the upsets. Metal Esports will not be seen in the upcoming stage. FS Esports, they showed us so many hopes, but even they will not be seen in the upcoming stage. I'm so sad for Metal Esports, man. I was so excited to see this team this time inside of BMPS. They were looking so good. Group prediction, at the start of the day, we did lock in our predictions. I personally went for FS Esports. That did not really pan out that well. You went with VOLCANO Esports. VOLCANO Esports have done a good job in securing themselves towards the semifinals.
Hey, 2 for 2. BO7S did really well. VOLCANO made a comeback. Did pretty well as well.
But now predictions are Autobots Esports. We both are matched up.
I'm scared for Autobots, to be honest. I know for a fact that Autobots is pretty good, but I'm worried considering how much of a gap they have to actually chase. Because 7 points in 2 games, logically, it's not that hard. But considering that this is Group C we're talking about. So the reason why I'm a little bit worried is because Group C is not an easy lobby. This is a very, very, very difficult lobby to play in.
So I guess the only reason why it's going to be extremely tough to get those amount of points in the final 2 games is because a lot of these teams that have already qualified, they will try to go extremely aggressive and spoil a few games. And that's definitely going to happen inside of this group as well. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. And as we know, final 2 games remain for this round 3 to be concluded, and also to have the final overall standings on the screen. So we know who's going to be eliminated, and we know who's going to be safe. At least as of now, we know Metal Esports, FS Esports will not be seen. Some of the big names eliminated from that previous group.
Exactly, but from the next upcoming group, there are still a few more names that have an opportunity to fight for their survivals. I mean, Icy mentioned it, right? Jux, Autobots, the prediction for you guys, both the teams in a position from where one decent performance can actually propel them inside of the top 24. But ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to perform your best in the matches that you play, check out the Realme GT7. It's an amazing device that is out and available on Amazon right now for you guys to grab.
Exactly. The sale's now live. Get your hands onto it. But back towards the conversation once again, right? Now, shifting on towards Group C, we've still got so many struggling names. I guess one of the biggest struggling name that was a surprise has to be H4K. The way they kicked things off inside of the round 1, none of us thought that H4K is going to be struggling. Round 2, H4K was dominating, steamrolling the competition. Round 3, completely opposite.
I mean, it's been a very shaky journey, right? And in fact, if you skip this tournament and go back all the way towards the Realme BGIS 2025, there the performance from H2K was similar. A few rounds they would be amazing, and then the next round they would just completely bomb. Schedule on our screens a few moments ago. Of course, the journey is going to kick off on a wrangle for this Group C, and we have the teams on our screens as well. And of course, right off the bat, the biggest conversation is going to be about Autobots and Jux. Teams that are just 6 to 7 positions away, 7 to 8 points away from qualification. Can they push through with 2 games?
That's a big question, and generally speaking, they do not even need a lot of points, right? The team that is currently sitting on the 24th spot, they've only got 40 points, and if you look at it, that's not a lot of points that they need. But still, as we know, it's the final 2 games.
Exactly.
The playstyle's been extremely unorthodox. No one knows what to expect in all the game strategy, all the game plan that you've came up with. It might just go down the drain because no one is playing to the exact characteristic that they're supposed to play.
I think in terms of a few teams, yes, maybe that statement is true, but when you look at the groups as a whole, the trend has been followed. Group A is still being like a little bit more balanced, Group B extremely slow, and Group C, I mean, it's going to be chaos, but we have Genesis versus Godlike stats on our screens, 2 of the best performing teams from Group C.
I mean, it's pretty much pointless, right? I mean, Genesis has made it, Godlike has made it, 70 points, you've got 55 points from Genesis, so does not really make a lot of sense to talk about him, but let's speak about a few more teams that does actually stand a chance, right? Mysterious 4, it's one of those teams I feel like we haven't even dreamt of qualifying, but they are extremely close as well, Johnny. They need 11 to 12 points, and even Mysterious 4 can topple themselves in the top 24.
They definitely can. They're going to need to start off with a chicken dinner, but when we have the stats on our screens right now, we have the highlights. I think a few key differences between the teams need to be brought to attention because Godlike has done well in terms of their aggregate with less survival time and more finishes. With more finishes as well, they have less damage taken, and quite a big difference in those stats, by the way, between Genesis and the side of Godlike. So I think one conclusion that we can draw from this is Godlike doing better than Genesis whenever they are in those 4v4s, but Genesis doing a little bit better in terms of survival that has kept them in a fighting position inside of the top 24 right now. And in fact, not even in a fighting position, they are pretty much safe.
Yeah, they indeed are. Genesis just has 55 points, while Hero Extreme Godlike has 70 points.
Yeah.
So that right there should be a big difference teller, right? How well Godlike has been playing compared to the players of Genesis Esports. But as I mentioned, right, still a lot more teams around the cusp. Even Team Cosmic can still pull a major comeback for themselves and get themselves back inside of the top 24.
I mean, but how sure are you that Team Cosmic is going to pull a comeback? That's the question now.
Here's the thing, right? As I mentioned, teams have tried to get the research done on what exactly might just happen on the last day. But with the way the play pattern has been so far, all that research might just be thrown down the drain. Nothing is planned so far. We're seeing so many unorthodox fights. We're seeing so many unorthodox plays. And I guess one of the prime examples has to be the previous lobby itself, that last game of Miramar.
I mean, it was, very slow, but as I said, Group C, we expected them to be slow. There were a lot of teams that were not really known for running into those 4v4s early inside of the game. The rotation timings of the group in general were kind of pushed back. And because of that, even on Erangel, it was the same thing on Miramar, that even up after crossing that mid-game marker, stage 5, stage 6, you would cross that mark and you would still have a lot of players and teams surviving. But for this group, I mean, right off the bat, first of all, the flight path, we have it starting just at the western shorelines of the main island, west of Gatka to be a little bit more precise, and it ends between Novorepnoi and Milta Power, so leaning heavily towards the southern half of the map. And my prediction, by the way, for this group was Exotic Signature. They have their drop towards that military island, and this time I think this flight path at least provides them a decent start to this game.
True that. I mean, Exotic Signature, it's one of those teams that's been showcasing some signs of life. Sometimes they get a chicken dinner, do really good for themselves, instantly catapult themselves around that safety marker. But sometimes they whiff.
Yeah.
And that's been a concern. Inconsistency has been a major problem for a lot of these teams, specifically new faces. Now, looking at the end line of the plane flight path itself, you've got Jux taking an exit, Jaguar officials as well moving out from that same vicinity.
Oh.
And even AEROxWBG Esports actually moving up.
But Jux and Exotic Signature, I believe there's a drop clash there, a fight for Novorepnoi right off the bat. And this is, we are seeing this for the first time. Jux and Exotic, oh, it's Vasista Esports. Out of all things, Exotic Signature have taken a drop towards Milta. So this is, again, it's a much more weirded fight than I expected, to be honest.
Yeah, Vasista Esports, I think it's for the first time we've seen them drop over here as well.
That's
Maybe
what I was
Vasista
thinking
Esports
as well.
is preparing for a potential new drop spot in the semifinals, just in case if their main drop spot does get contested.
And even Jux, like, do you remember Jux towards Novorepnoi? When was the last time they did this?
Yeah, I guess it's because of the plane flight path, right? Since the plane flight path was tilted all the way down south, maybe Jux was like, yeah, you know what? We do not really have a lot of possible ways that we can try and move on towards the northern side, so let's just drop over here. Let's just get the basic loot in our hands, and if the zone does pop up towards the military base, it will already be an advantageous start.
I mean, it would have made sense if the calculation was with Exotic Signature in mind, like, all right, this team is not doing well, so maybe that is a fight that we can win. A team that's under pressure, we can probably walk away with some points, because you know you're expecting a drop clash on a flight path like this, and knowing a team likes to go towards that military base a little bit earlier. But now there's a switch up. I think Jux also did not anticipate that early drop clash in Novorepnoi, and they're forced to evade that drop spot a little bit sooner than expected.
But once again, a huge shout out to the Realme GT7. The device is already launched on Amazon, so do get your hands onto it. The sale's live. Back towards the conversation though, right? As I mentioned, it's the last day, and things are going to be extremely unplanned. Teams will try new stuff out, specifically for the teams that have already qualified. They have to leeway to pull off shenanigans like that. And Jux, as soon as they got that basic weaponry, as soon as they got their hands on the basic loot as well, they instantly start to move up north.
Yeah, and when we say basic, don't take that word lightly. It's very basic. We saw just a few moments ago, players are struggling with no armor, no helmet.
Even no meds, actually.
Yeah, no meds, no healing utility, no throwable utility available. And while they make that cross from the Novorepnoi bridge, they find themselves against the side of Aerobots. This is going to be an interesting development. And again, with a circle like this, the flight path, with the teams that are present, you would not expect a lot of teams to actually be towards the center of the circle. So I want to see how the decision-making from Jux works out right now. Because center is quite empty, but the edge is also empty. There's a lot of free space on this map for Jux to take, especially considering they've moved in super early.
True that. And Jux Esports, as of now, they're trying to conquer Milta. Still just constantly driving around, seeing if there is anyone. And Niku, his job is to gather that attention upon himself, give that sense of security to his teammates, and also deliver that intel. Luckily enough for Jux Esports, Milta is going to be cleared up since Exotic Signature has already moved up north towards Mansion. They were done with their loot. Mysterious 4 towards that Severny site. There's one more team next to him, so for Mysterious 4, the journey is going to be filled with a lot of thick and thins.
Yeah, it's going to be filled with a lot of mystery. And first of that, it's going to be whether we get to see a clash against the side of Team Cosmic. Cosmic actually playing a 3-1 formation. And one of the players could have actually been caught off guard by Mysterious 4, but
yeah,
there it is, Malik. No contact for him. Or actually, there might be. Look at the radar. He's being chased.
He indeed is, actually. Chased down by the players of Mysterious 4. Or maybe they both have just opted for a same rotation pathway, I guess. Not exactly sure what's going on here, but one thing is for sure, they have Malik's number. And if they want, they will probably go for the fight as well. They're not too far away from Malik.
I think they slowed down for a second, which has resulted in Malik gaining a little bit of distance. But no, he's going to be caught off guard once he actually goes to the other side of the ridge, because Malik now can't stop. He has to make that dash towards Yasnaya Poliana. And this hill is just going to make this climb a little bit more difficult and give the players of Mysterious 4 actually openings every now and then to have the line of fire. And Malik, he's forced out into a fight, shots fired, but he is outnumbered, so this is going to be an easy knock and finish coming in for Mysterious 4.
You know what the best part is about this BMPS and the teams that are struggling? No one is camping. Instead, they're just hunting off the rip, and I'm loving that.
Not in this lobby.
Yeah, not in this lobby. Even in the Group A, right? There was no one camping.
Yeah.
They were just straight up on a hunt like that.
You could not say Group B, right?
I mean, a few teams, it was a mixture, right, in Group B. A few teams were playing passive, but then you look at a few names like Metal Esports and White Walkers that were taking fights left, right, and center. Specifically Metal Esports, that was the main reason why they got eliminated. I don't understand. Why would you third party a fight where there's already 3 teams available?
I think might be regrets from that game 1. Because game 1, they had an opportunity to go for a third party, but they did not. Resulted in a few points slipping out of their hands.
I'm just really sad Metal Esports is not going to be seen. I had so many expectations from this banner.
I mean, I think this is just the start, man. By the time we make it to the finals, we're going to see a lot more big names getting moved out this time.
Ooh, spoilers?
Not spoilers, just expectations, I guess.
Just like expectations spoiled?
Expectations are getting ruined game by game, to be honest, especially by the bigger names, because I mean, you go into a game expecting them to pop off, and then all of a sudden it's like 4 points in a lobby like this, especially in round 3, and then you find yourself asking a few questions to yourself, not the players. Like, am I supporting the right team right now?
Yeah, was I stupid to believe in him in the first place? And Cincinnati kids, Johnny, I mean, they have to be a prime example of this, right?
Yeah.
We expected them to actually qualify, move up, at least towards the semifinals, because they're known to qualify towards the LAN finals somehow, but this time, I guess they won't.
Yeah, this time then it's a heartbreak. I'll be very honest about this, and I have been. My support for CK comes from beyond the stats. I just love the lineup, the players that they have, amazing human beings, and that is why you just always hope, and it would be personally for me a very nice opportunity to watch Juicy succeed at least once.
But it's not going to be this time, Johnny.
Yeah,
it'll still take a long time.
Yeah.
And hey, speaking of success, this Kia Soros is definitely something that will give you success on the roads. And let's talk about some of the safety feature that this car comes up with. 5-star BNCAP rating for your peace of mind, 6 airbags as standard, 360-degree camera, and then you've also got front and rear parking sensors, smart dash cam with dual camera with a mobile app. Super cool, right?
Excited about the tech, aren't we? A little too much.
Man. Mobile app, I mean, that's the best possible thing, right?
Yeah.
Smart dash cam, too. I mean, you can just straight up vlog from the mobile, from the dash cam itself.
I mean, yeah, sure, why not?
You can be in your Kia Soros just blasting that Herman Kardon speakers, and you'll be like, hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to my YouTube vlog. Today we're in Kia Soros.
We're going to have to test all of this out, aren't we?
Of course.
Like
for that, we need to pull off a heist.
We need, yeah, this is going to be a much bigger one. But you remember, from day one, we have been talking about this heist, and we have stuck at the same problem, that neither of us knows how to drive Necro.
True. And the second problem is, like, are we going to see the car actually towards the LAN finale?
I think maybe at LAN, but after all this, do you think they're going to let us near the car anyways?
Yeah, I guess. I hope no one from Kia Soros, guys, is actually watching this.
Or if they are, we would love a Kia Soros.
Yeah, for free. Thank you.
Between the two of us, yeah.
For free, though. Just putting it out there.
What if they give you a challenge, like if you go into a solo match and a game of Classic and get like 50 finishes?
That's impossible.
In a single game.
I would just give up at the point.
Why not? At least give it a try, man.
50 finishes in a Classic match, Johnny.
Yeah, for a Kia Soros.
It's like the moment you draw, 50 players just get eliminated like that in a Classic match, so it's impossible. But you know what? Hold on. Team Cosmic. Bad start this time around. Not something Team Cosmic expected, but yeah, they're down 2 players, Johnny. Team Cosmic's chances of qualifying are already on the verge of fading away.
Yeah, and at this point, as we saw, I think it's just the top 6 from this group till Vasista are safe. Everyone else is fighting for qualification. And of course, with Vasista getting a few points in this game, it's going to make their spot a little bit more comfortable to work with. I think they need like 4 or 5 points, and then they will be in the safer bracket, having avoided elimination completely. So that is what Vasista is hoping for. But Team Cosmic, 25 points, 2 players lost. that is done. This match, I think unless they finish in the top 2 with 3-4 eliminations, then it's going to be a decent bounce back and give some hope at least for the last map of the day. But we just saw NON take a hit, one of their players getting picked off, but guess what? NON does not care. They are 72 points on the overall leaderboard. This team has enough points to spare to help someone else qualify.
At this point, for, as you mentioned, right, NON, they just do not even need to play. If they want, they can just sit back, relax, get a drone view on top of the mountain. Just watch! Oh my god, hold on, Alpha! An actual Alpha move. But this Alpha might just turn into a Sigma. What did I just watch? Nonix, hold on, but they're still fighting back, though. There are still some signs of life in the Roman. He's all the way in the back. He needs to patch himself up. That Blue's doing some serious damage. And Dragon Esports, they've got the major advantage inside of the fight. 2 nades available in Alpha. And he's looking to toss those nades towards Roman. Roman is already backed away. Alpha's transformation has been stopped, at least as of now. But soon Alpha, he will be spotted. If Alpha does get taken down, it would be quite unfortunate. Onyx at this point, 0 finishes on the board. Roman is the only man that's standing. And soon enough, the remaining players as well of Nonyx who are still taken away to death, they will be confirmed slowly by steadily.
And Roman, I mean, as we talk about him, takes the high ground advantage, but again, it's a 1v4. And he's been spotted out. These were the few shots coming in for third party, so I think it's AERObots moving in from down south. And he's been spotted out from a distance as well, makes the climb, has 2 first aids. I think he can play for survival, but having no vehicle is just going to make this entire rotation a little bit more challenging. But here's the replay, man. This was a nasty shot, and we're going to see this in slow-mo as well. Just lines up the crosshair, waits for the perfect timing, and then it's just one tap and the knock. Had the wind knocked out of his lungs with that one.
Yeah. And you know what? Speaking of Roman, right, now since he's on the screen, this player's got a deep past. In 2023, under the banner of GlitchX Reborn, this man was also the rising star. And now Roman towards Nonyx. All that experience just carries on towards this banner. Love to see it. Nonyx doing pretty good.
Even his 24 season was kind of split between Alibaba Raiders and Glitch Reborn.
They got eliminated pretty early, though, from Alibaba Raiders. They were not really able to find a lot of success under that banner. But speaking of Dragon Claw, in the Smack Center around for Miracle Esports, Dragon Claw Esports, yesterday's day wasn't too bad. It was decent. They were able to make their own mark. But hopefully they do even better today, which sounds extremely difficult, but they definitely can. Wasista Esports up against the players of Ace. They do not really care about anything. Instead, they just want to take down the players of Ace.
And this is going to be a fight in control of Wasista, it seems like, as they've managed to catch one of the players off guard. Push comes through, Viper making that. Oh, now they just get toyed with, man. Hypnos, that is nasty. That's brutal manipulation.
Yeah.
Forces them into the building and just runs away, joins his team.
Yeah, for a moment I felt like I was watching Prince Persia.
I feel bad for Wasista Esports. They just got toyed with.
Luckily enough for Ace, though, the man's still live, right? Look at the positive side. And Ace Official does actually need a lot of points, too. So that's why Ace Official is trying to play it as safe as possible, while a team like Wasista Esports needs what? Like 8 points?
8? I was going to say 4 or 5 points, man.
I guess. Maybe 4 or 5 points, too, can actually seal the deal. But 8 is safe enough.
I think everyone over Wasista has played their matches, so they are kind of safe. Anything they get is... They just have to avoid getting kicked out by Jux. They just have to outperform the likes of Jux and Autobots.
There we go. And the 4 points might be claimed right now. And even here, Extreme Godlike, though, where did they come from? Admino somehow giving the unwanted help to the players of Ace Official and unknowingly supporting them as well. Ace Official might just somehow defend the compound against the wrath of Wasista Esports. Utilities from Hero Extreme Godlike starting to hurt. And Hero Extreme Godlike around the outskirts. Fury is taken down extremely low. The man will be confirmed too. Jonathan finds a knock. Hector down. Fury down. Wasista Esports. What just happened? Down and out from the game. You blink it and you miss it.
As I was saying, they just needed to avoid the likes of Jux, the likes of Mysterious Foe, Autobots, but now Vasista getting taken out means Jux, Mysterious 4, Autobots, they have a clear target. If they can hit 41 points in this game, it makes qualification a little bit easier. And Jux, we see their name on the finish feed as well, having secured a knock. And we're looking for that finish conversion, and I think it has come through as well. But Godlike on the other side, taking on the players of Ace Official. Now, Ace Official, 19 points. The leap required, they basically need like 25, 30 points basically to qualify. So they need 15 points per match. And right now they have 3. They need to win this fight against Godlike and then the chicken dinner in order to feel a little bit safe going into the last game of the day.
Ace Official. I mean, now the players are also going to be on the move. But for Ace, the danger is not done yet.
Oh, they're going after them.
Yeah, here Extreme Godlike taking a bit of that pit stop. And that was a major prank on Ace. Ace, for a moment, thought that here Extreme Godlike is backing away, but instead they got back in the vehicle, started driving off, and even Ace drove off at the same time, and Ace just got baited.
Oh man, it's just one of those moments where you feel, all right, this is going to be our time to shine. You run in, and instead of glory, you just get, well, you just get finished off instead. And Ace, they've lost a few more players, by the way. That was a rotation made in a desperate moment. They were afraid of getting re-engaged by the players of Godlike and wanted to make the first move, but in doing so, 2 players shut down. 1 picked off by Godlike, 1 picked off by 4 Miracles, I believe. I mean, that's a knock right now, but the finish should come through soon. Ace, it's going to be very difficult for them to actually get that revive onto Phantom.
Yeah, Ace is in quite a bad spot, but looking at Dragonclaw Esports up against the players of H4K. H4K tossing out the utils. Dragonclaw in a big wall of trouble. They've got the dip, and it's not working out. H4K, they make some light work. Quick, solid squad wipe. Dragonclaw, the claws were too small, and that's why they could not really catch H4K this time.
Well, in H4K, again, they wake up at the last moment. 2 more matches left, including this one. They're still alive with all 4 players, but opportunity is still there for them to actually push through. 1 big chicken dinner, and they will find themselves in the safer bracket. But 4 finishes in this game so far, and H4K are in a very awkward spot with Exotic Signature wanting to move in and take this dip away.
Pretty much. H4K as of now, though. Exotic Signature in the front. Drax can spot everything. Shots taken against Tame God. Man still moving away to safety. All good in the hood, at least as of now. Exotic Signature. All the 4 players up and alive. Still some signs of life available. 30 points in the overall standing secured so far. So let's just say they need 20 more, or maybe 15 more, to be around that safety bracket. The next zone's going to be shifting on another side. Genesis Esports favored by the zone. And I don't understand why Genesis Esports is playing this so seriously. Come on, man. Just push out, start taking fights.
I think Genesis is just preparing themselves for the later stages. They're like, all right, might as well start try-harding right now, get into that state of mind. And it can work out for a team like Genesis Esports. But let's see, Skylar, he's been a menace for anyone who goes up against Exotic Signature, always playing those off angles to perfection. And he crawls quite close to the players of H4K. 1 man spotted out, but the trigger pulled at the wrong time. And Skylar misses out on what could have been a very impressive knock. And H4K made aware of the presence of Exotic Signature and them being extremely close to this ridge. H4K just back off.
Safe and sound as of now. H4K looking decent, and they've also found themselves quite a decent compound inside of the zone. Looking decent. All the 4 players still standing. Exotic Signature on the tail. There's 1 man from Ace Official too, which is Hypnos. And I highly doubt he can do a lot, since he's the only solo man surviving. Jux too in this game, looking quite decent. Autobots Esports as well. They don't really need a lot of points themselves. Let's just say they need around 10 points, and they can easily scoop up that qualification.
Godlike moving up north, a little bit of a run expected with the players of Mysterious 4. There it is, Fragger spotted out, Punk. Oh, sees the man in the back line completely exposed, and Heroes get with the first person from the side of Mysterious 4 to get shut down. Godlike looking quite solid in this match. 6 eliminations, that's going to be the 7th. Oh, it gets stolen. It's AERObots who steal that point for themselves, find another knock against the side of Mysterious 4. And Mysterious 4, while they are having their day ruined, I think AERObots, if they can manage a few extra points, can actually find themselves in a fighting position. But even before I finish my sentence, one of their players is knocked out, and Godlike, they want all of these points to go in their bag.
Yeah, while everyone else was filled up with so much stress, Here Extreme Godlike, they're like the kids in a park. And they're just having a lot of fun toying with the opponents. And just like that, AEROxWBG Esports down and out from this game. Everyone is so stressed. But here Extreme Godlike, they're just having their own fun.
Yeah, they're just relaxing, running around, and I mean, Admino with how he was able to circle in that vehicle, pre-firing before he even got close, switching seat, giving a little bit more momentum to the car, and then circling back around, making it look like all one fluid motion. I mean, that was impressive, man. And Godlike, again, if you have players of this caliber, this should be the standard, but Hunters, again, is one of their former rivals, I guess, so he knows how to deal with them. First knock secured against the side of Godlike.
They tossed out around the tree. Still not going to be finding any sort of connection. Genesis Esports, they have sent a stark statement. Here Extreme Godlike, for them to take down a team like Genesis Esports is going to take their best. And Genesis Esports at this point just went for the next zone to pop up, and that zone's going to be revealing a lot of those intentions. I think it might just shift down south. There's a big chance, but no, instead it centers on up. Genesis Esports still in quite a remarkable spot.
I mean, it's a very nice position to work with, to be honest. From there, securing a chicken actually seems like a viable option and an executable plan as well, not too difficult. But Godlike, though, that rotation a few moments ago, that fight has resulted in them being pushed outside of the play zone, and this is going to be a very difficult ridge for them to cross over from. We see them make a few, in fact, take a few steps towards the side of Autobots, and in fact, a lot of damage dished out. One nade between these two players, they're getting knocked out. In fact, Autobots are getting shot at from the back lines as well. That spray came from approximately 300 meters away, more than that even, and it came from the lads of 4 Miracle.
Yeah, but here Extreme Godlike, once again, the only threat they're not happy with is Genesis Esports. Autobots Esports on the sidelines. Here Extreme Godlike, what sort of a game plan they're going to come up with? Are they directly going to pounce on top of the players of Genesis Esports and go for this fight? Or will they try to get something done? Would be interesting to find out. Autobots Esports, though, at least as of now, they want to inch inside of the circle, not really play with a lot of risk. Instead, just try and be as safe as possible. Let the lobby eliminate itself, and then Autobots Esports will spring back to life. As here Extreme Godlike, they make the pounce on the players of Genesis Esports. Not a lot of options were available in the first place, but Hunters, he fights the initial opener, but even Genesis Esports, they're losing out on the man number.
Well, with Autobots out of the way, Godlike, their options opened up, and as they make this pounce, Genesis, the down players, recovery, it's going to be quite dire. Down to the last man they go, only because he was split away from the team, and one player left into this compound. Hunters, he's taking a duel against S-Power, comes out on top. S-Power a little distracted with the sound cues, and Hunters finds one more. There's Punk hiding in the open, spotted out. One more shot, and there it is.
Hunters!
Hunters taking down everyone from the side of Godlike. All alone, and as I said, their rival from the past knows how to deal with them, but no time to celebrate for Genesis at Autobots. Find the right timing. They are looking to move in, but H4K from the flank actually find the opening knock, and pressure again taken off from the heads of Genesis. But Hunters, what was that? Ran out, stared at him for a second, and started to wonder, should I pull the trigger or no?
Oh no, it's so unfortunate. But yeah, luckily enough for the players of Jux, they found themselves in the best possible spot. For Hunters, it was quite unfortunate. Meeting his end, but Jux Esports, they've got the compound, and also the knowing of Autobots Esports' players. Decent bit of intel to play with. Jux, Autobots, desperate for points. H4K, if they manage to squeeze in a chicken dinner, H4K was in the bottom 3 of this group. But if they get a chicken dinner, H4K will bring themselves back to life.
Whoever walks away with the chicken away here finds themselves into a fighting position, finds themselves with a lot of hope into that last game. Of course, for Autobots and for Jux, the job is even easier. Yeah, I think they are going to be over 40 points. Jux needed, what, 7?
Yeah, something like that. I think Jux Esports and Autobots, they've done it. In the top 4.
They needed 8 points to hit 41.
The only big name over here is 4 Miracle Esports. And that's the only team that can actually create the vacuum and secure all the elimination points in the end. And luckily enough for 4 Miracle Esports, the zone's actually forming on top of them as well. But now for Jux, they need to make Ascendant against the players of Autobots Esports. And luckily enough for Jux, there's a bit of that separation between the players of Autobots Esports. So they can easily isolate the duel against the 2 players in the front. But if they try to do so, there will also be a cover fire from Sirvi.
So 4 Miracle is already pretty much safe. So I think they have the least incentive to try hard to the max for this game, and they have a decent position inside of the zone as well, so they'll hold back. Jux needed 8 points. They have 8 to hit 41. Anything else is a bonus, and that sort of gives them a little bit of a safety cushion to work with. Autobots, same thing. They needed about 9 points. But Jux now circling the players of Autobots. And Lobster, it seems like, has stepped into the molly, so he might just get knocked out of it. You know, barely survives with like 5 HP. He has Amazing right next to him as well. And the nade actually makes contact. Toxic out of the way. Jux, brilliantly done. They have the opener. That's the extra bonus we were talking about.
Yeah, but here's the thing. There's still CRV all the way in the back from Autobots Esports. And the moment he finds the players of Jux Esports extremely exposed, CRV will go for those shots. So Lobster is not alone. But the main issue for Lobster is that he does not have any meds. He's only got 4 bandages to play with. CRV, he actually directly books it inside of the zone. Instead, CRV does not want to go for the fight. He wants to play for the placement. At least wants to make it out alive till the top 2, I guess. That's going to be the main goal. H4K is getting slowly and steadily dismantled by the likes of 4Miracle Esports while this fight's going on. And Jux Esports, they've got no clue that Lobster is sitting in this compound in the corner. Maybe now Jux is going to try to clear this compound. They still haven't moved in. Jux Esports is unaware of the fact that there is still Lobster in this compound. Autobots Esports surviving with 2 players, and Jux just want a third party this fight. They're getting greedy.
I think they are aware of the man hiding indoors. They just want to avoid any conflict, because if they lose out on a play over there, then it makes the job for 4Miracle extremely easy, but it doesn't matter. They make a push for the zone, try to play for a safer angle, far away from the players of 4Miracles, and that just results in Jux getting one of their men knocked out. 1 player left in the back line. Nebu still there, now finally moves in. How much utility do Jux have? They're going to need a lot of smokes to actually play from that spot, and that's not even going to matter. Lobster, perfect timing. Niku knocked out.
They did not know. They straight up
should
just
have
did not
known,
know.
Man. He lobbed out a nade at them, and I think he lobbed out like 2 nades at them.
Exactly. He lobbed out a decent bit of utilities, and still somehow Jux Esports did not know. The game spoiled. Autobots Esports, though, at least they're still inside of the game. And Autobots Esports, their wrath is definitely there. Jux Esports surviving with 2 players. Even they've got a solid shot at winning this one. But the only thing that's going to be a major threat will be this man, Lobster. And it seems like he's also going to find the line of sight on the players too. Lobster is just careful. And he's also being extremely cautious of 4Miracle Esports forming that line of sight. Jux Esports, as of now, they've shrouded themselves inside of the smoke, so they will be alive.
For how long is going to be the real question. 6 finishes on the board, top 3. This gets them inside that top 24, but of course, finishing with a chicken dinner, it's going to be even better. Oh, now Lobster spotted out, makes a run for his life, gets finished off. That's the end for Autobots. 4Miracle.
7 points. Autobots Esports.
They're going to be at 40 or 39, so still outside the top 24.
I guess in the upcoming game, just get
10.
4 to 5 points. Maybe. They will be safe. 4Miracle Esports. Utilities tossed out against Jux. These utils still not really finding the connection. Jux Amazing taken down low. Rebu's wall is softened up. Oh no, the man gets knocked out. The Molotov flames, they spread towards the toes. And Jux gets eliminated. 4Miracle Esports, a team that was already dominating in the overall standings.
Yeah.
They are the one to seal the deal, but still for Jux Esports and Autobots Esports, even H4K, I'm not exactly sure how many points they've gotten, but I'm pretty sure these were decent performances. Only if H4K would have played the same way before too, this now would have been the case with them.
I think a few more names over there. One has to be Mysterious 4. They did quite well for themselves. They were right behind Autobots in the overall leaderboard, so they also are going to be in that fight going into the last match. And AERObots. AERObots got a decent number of eliminations and were surviving in this game as well, so that's also another team that kind of has an opportunity. But again, all of these teams, just to be on the safer side, at least 10 points, 15 points are going to be required to stay in the top 24 at the end of the game. 4Miracle, for them, it changes nothing. They were in the top 24. This just pushes them further deep.
I know, right? For 4Miracle Esports, I guess it's the fight for the ego.
Could
like,
be, yeah,
how
momentum.
much can you really just stroke your egos before you move on towards the semifinals and prove
ego.
mark?
It's not ego, right? If your players do well going into the next round, your team is going to be feeling confident. Makes at least one aspect of the game a little bit easier to deal with, which is the mental.
I guess that's one way to put it too, but I mean, the way Hero Extreme Godlike was playing, I love that as well, right? Just go extremely aggressive, do not really care about the world. Hero Extreme Godlike was taking fights left, right, and center, and they were also the main reason why Vasista Esports were eliminated from that game. Vasista Esports still needs a few more points. Let's be honest, they were on 41 before the game started, so I would say maybe they need 5 points to keep themselves around that safety bracket.
I think 5 points should get the job done. But Vasista Esports, the surprising thing is they could have actually done it in this one. But first they got baited by Ace, and then the next thing was the unfortunate third party by the players of Godlike. That timing got completely, like, not just Vasista Esports, it got me off guard as well. Because Godlike had no business being there, but they had no business running into majority of these fights that they won.
Yeah, Genesis Esports, the fact that they lost this fight is definitely a major bummer, right? I mean, almost losing the fight because Hunters was the one who sort of clutched it. So, yeah, this one
Not
man
almost,
just clutched.
He did clutch it.
Yeah, so this one man clutch was insane, specifically from Hunters, eliminating 3 players of Godlike all by himself while the entirety of his team just completely flopped. And then we did see Jux as well just moving out in the open. This was quite a shaky decision. The fact that they did not knew Lobster was there in the compound, I don't understand how they did not know that in the first place.
Yeah. Me neither. I mean, I have no idea. I thought they should be aware of Loftus' position, and it only made sense for them to actually move out into the open like that. If they were aware, if someone was watching that window, if they had a plan in mind. But yeah, as soon as Nibu got knocked out, it was made clear that they had no information. For Miracle, their team stats, performance stats from that previous game, 3 finishes on Reaper, 2 on Beard Baba, and the other 2 lads also did quite well for themselves. For Miracle, yeah, this team is doing well.
Yeah, Miracle Esports is doing pretty much good, right? It's one of the top performers. But I guess this game was all about Autobots Esports, H4K, and even as you mentioned, right, Jux. This game was all about them. Ace Official as well could have done a lot better, but it's unfortunate that Ace was not able to do that. Mysterious 4 as well was extremely close, but Mysterious 4 whiffed out off the rip, so even they were pretty much taken out of the spectrum.
They were, but Mysterious 4 already had a head start compared to teams like H4K and compared to teams like AERObots. So I think Mysterious 4, they've kept themselves in the fight. Because they had a few extra points early inside of the game. They won't be having any placement points. But I think even those 2-3 points that they were able to secure keep them in the fight going into the last game. But again, there's like 5 teams now in a fighting position for qualification.
Yeah, pretty much. Mysterious 4, Jux. You've also got Autobots Esports, who are trying their best to pretty much give it all to try and qualify. You've also got another name. I think Jaguar Official as well might just be around that qualification bracket. I'm not sure. Maybe they need 15, 20 points, a decent big game, and they can move.
How many points did they have in this match? Wait, we do have the match rankings. No, Jaguar Officials got 0. So, no, they're stuck at 23.
Yeah, even Team Cosmic got no points out of this one. So, Team Cosmic as well is done for.
Yeah.
Mysterious 4 just getting 2 points. So, even for Mysterious 4, it just gets even dicey now.
Yeah.
Dragon Esports done for as well. I highly doubt they can move up to Exotic Signature. Still a big question mark. We do not know. Ace Official, question mark. Autobots Esports, I think they've done it with the amount of points they got.
All these teams, man. Chicken Dinner. Chicken Dinner is the only thing that saves Exotic Signature, that saves Mysterious 4, that saves Autobots, and Jux can still get away without a Chicken Dinner. But looking at the overall leaderboard, things are going to be made clear. With the top 16, these are the teams that are safe and aren't getting kicked out no matter what happens.
Yeah, the top 16 is extremely safe. They've got that rug underneath their feet, so no one's going to be hurting these teams no matter what. But this page is extremely important. Jux Esports, they have moved on towards the 45 points marker, and they have saved themselves from that elimination bracket. You've got Vasista Esports 2 moving up with 41 points, but with that, CK moves out and now is confirmed eliminated from this tournament. We already knew that, but still, it's the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, and now Vasista Esports, along with them Autobots.
Oh.
And Autobots is at 39, so there's like 3 points separating the 2 teams.
Yeah.
3 points gets Autobots to safety.
5 points.
Autobots, Vasista. I'm taking down names, man. If we can move on to the next page of the leaderboard, we're going to have a little bit clearer picture. So, Vasista, Autobots, Mysterious 4 with 33. Exotic Signature is there with 32. They are still in the fight. H4K 29. All right, not too difficult. That's a 15-point game. They need to get themselves to safety.
Okay.
AERObots as well. Cosmic. All right, Cosmic needs 15 points. 15 points actually gets them to 40. So, no, they need more than 15. They need like 20 points.
Yeah.
Technically, and I'm not just saying mathematically, I'm saying realistically, because even for lesser-known names, it's not that big of a deal to have a 20-point game in like 30 matches that they play, right? One time things are going to click. And if it is that one time, Team Cosmic can push through.
So it's pretty much like a lucky draw at this point. If
10
you find yourself on the good side of the game, and if the zone is constantly favoring you, then you might just be able to scoop up a lot of those elimination points and just make it happen for yourself.
Don't even need the zone to favor you. When the zone favors you, teams end up with like 10-plus finishes. You need 10. Average number of finishes chicken dinner teams have is always between 15 to 20. You just need to hit that average marker and hit the top tier of the line.
Yeah, but once again, even the pressure is now going to be building up, so
That
it's
is
going to
the
be
problem.
extremely tough to perform. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025 Round 3. It's not even the last day anymore. It's the last game that remains. This is Super Johnny, joined by ICBaby alongside with me. And as I said, one last match to decide the fate of the teams that are still stuck within that qualification bracket for Group C. Everyone else, they've played their matches. They're done with all they could have done in their matches. Now, Group C, last opportunity. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to deliver your best in your matches, check out the Realme GT7. It is out and available on Amazon. And the sale is on as well. So you guys can go onto Amazon, grab yourselves the Realme GT7, the best device to play BGMI on right now, because 120 FPS for 6 hours straight. Course tested by Crafton and Realme. That's the important thing here. But I see you are also very important to me with your knowledge that you bring about the teams.
Oh my god, I'm so touched.
Really?
Yeah, I'm so honored. Anyways, moving on. I think when we talk about the teams themselves here, personally, I feel like right now, it is going to be a fight for life between Los Hermanos versus the Esports, Jux, and also Autobots. Just because they are the closest towards the cutoff. Unfortunately, out of this four, Los Hermanos has played their game, and right now they're just praying that both Jux, Autobots do not do well.
I mean, that's all you can do right now, right? And as you mentioned, it is going to be interesting to see what happens, because while there are a few teams that just need like 4 or 5 points to move through, we have a few teams that, if they drop a 20 bomber, can also push through within the top 24. So the door is still wide open. All you got to do is just seize the moment. And in seizing the moment is where champions are forged as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see if any of those champions are going to be forged in this game of Miramar. We all know the temperature is rising, but, well, we're going to take off on our planes anyway.
Well, we shall see whether or not can they make a bounce back, or will their fates be completely sealed? And one final game to decide the fates of each and every single team inside round 3 is about to end here in this final map. It is going to be the map of Miramar. And it starts off from the southeast corner of the map and then ending towards the northwest of La Cabrera. A pretty balanced flight path. So every single city is still going to be in play, except for Campo Militar and also Prison. That is going to be a little bit of far-fetched for those teams. But my eyes are definitely on towards Autobots, Jux, as well as maybe H4K.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Right off the bat, I mean, this is a pretty standard default flight path that you would ideally pray for on a map of Miramar, but a few of these teams aren't hoping for that. A few of them are hoping for chaos, but Dragon Esports, a team that's kind of down in a ditch, and qualification is a big question mark for them. I think all hope is lost pretty much from where they are having a drop clash in Impala. Now, who's that other team? That's what I'm interested in.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of an awkward one as well. I'm curious. I think that's Zotic's signature.
Is it? Could be, actually.
Yeah, it could be Zotic's signature that's going to be there with Dragon Esports. But is it me or did Hiroshima ever drop Los Leonas?
No. I think
I've never seen them drop Los Leonas as a starting drop though.
Me neither. I think it has to do with the fact that Hacienda might be well, actually no. Hacienda was right there, man. Why are they going to Los Leonas? What is going on?
Yeah.
And it's Jaguar official against Dragon Esports. We have our answer.
Okay, Jaguar official going up against Dragon. We saw Jaguar official fumbling that chicken dinner yesterday as well. It was stolen away by aim hacks, which unfortunately was the result of them bowing out in second place. But that chicken dinner of 6 points could have given them a little bit of upper hand here to give chase for the overall standings. And currently they're on 23 points, so it's not exactly that great. But Team Cosmic here, guess what? First finish in the hands of Malik. And guess what? It is on Hector from the side of Vasista Esports. And with this play, IGL out of the equation. Vasista Esports pretty much on the borderline for the top 24. Just might be eliminated if things don't go the way they expect to be as well, because Hector, the IGL, first one out. Not a good sign here for Vasista Esports.
You know how in life things don't always have to be perfect. Sometimes okay is good enough. And Vasista Esports, for them, they do not need a perfect performance. An okay-ish performance actually pushes through. But being in a position like this is when they're dropping the ball.
Yeah, but interesting enough as well, when Board Army Esports was able to qualify for the Grand Finals, Scary Jot was the one that single-handedly, as the solo warrior, got the most amount of points a majority of the times during their BGIS run. So right now, this one final match could be a do-or-die situation for Vasista Esports. In this case, Scary Jot, we saw a couple of moments of brilliance, but we also saw a lot of inconsistency for the first time in BMPS itself, ever since coming from BGIS. So there is a lot of expectations coming from Scary Jot. And he's got to pull a miracle right now if they want to stand a chance to defend the 24th spot. Meanwhile, on screen here, Dragon Esports versus Jaguar still continuing with the journey. As, well, there's no reason for this fight because it's kind of pointless, to be honest.
I agree. I mean, zero incentive to continue fighting. I mean, maybe for Dragon Esports, it is for sure. And for Jaguar officials, unless they are confident that they can get like 25 points in this match, like 15 eliminations and the chicken dinner, there's going to be no point. Actually, you know what? You miss 100% of the shots you do not take. So for Jaguar official, yeah, there is still a point in fighting. They need points. They're desperate for points. For Dragon Esports, they're going to ruin their year completely. And there it is. That's the second knock, by the way, in that fight. Jaguar official already down a player.
Oh no, not looking good there. Coming from Jaguar official, Dragon Esports just might be spoiling the dreams for them.
Yeah.
They are inside the zone, so they do have a lot of time to work with, but Dragon Esports does have the upper hand just because they have the better buildings to work with, especially in Impala. So there's not a lot of exit strategies as long as Fury is alive. And if Fury goes down, maybe Jaguar has a little bit of room to rotate to a different building.
Man, Dragon Esports right now is Vegeta right before he went kamikaze, and it doesn't help that Jaguar official, their team tag color is the same color as Majin Buu.
Wow, that's pretty far off, but all things considered, Dragon Esports, they're going for the wraparound. Fury finds Rage once more. Jaguar official, no way out as well. Rage gets confirmed. Jaguar official might officially bow out just because of this. They're getting completely surrounded, no vehicles in sight. They don't have an exit strategy. The only way out is going in, and that is going to be what Sama's game plan is. As he pushes through, Fury going to be dodging away through. They do secure the compound for now, but they do not have the numbers.
Yeah, they don't have the numbers, and as you mentioned, stuck in a predicament. Jaguar official. Oh, no, Fury runs into a 1v2, still manages to get out alive, and has dished out a decent amount of damage on the two opponents up front. But Again, Dragon Esports, even after having the upper hand, quite hesitant of running indoors, just charging face first into the lineup of Jaguar official. There's one more team, by the way, that is on the eastern edge of the map right now. It's 4Miracle.
I think 4Miracle is just dodging this fight. There's no reason for them to dog through.
They're the observers, extra observers we have on hand.
Exactly. 4Miracle, they're currently in a pretty comfortable position as well. They got 72 points. Obviously, if they win the chicken dinner again, they should be in the top 3 as well. HeroXtreme Godlike trying to take away the throne from 8-Bit. That's going to be the rivalry goal coming from HeroXtreme Godlike. They did really, really well in the previous game as well, even though they got taken out rather early by Genesis. But interesting enough, I really like the clutch coming from Hunters in particular. That was a very, very sick outplay against S-Power. It was a very small little detail if you pay attention to what he actually did on highlights. But that's some insane mind games coming from Hunters.
It was insane indeed, but we're Sama still making sure that he has at least one of the players from the side of Dragon Esports in his sights. So much patience put on display by these teams, but again, as we were talking about it, Jaguar official, they had a lot to gain, but they've lost even more.
Yeah, their dreams are pretty much over here in this regard. But let's take a look at the circle here. Apollo going to be, I would say Genesis is going to be in the middle as well. Mysterious 4 is going to be on the north side as well. Mysterious 4 needs a massive game in order to make a comeback. Same can be said for AERObots. But Sister Esports, they have to start this journey without Hector. Fortunately for them, they were able to disengage, which is a small little saving grace for them. But Jaguar official, the only way out is that they make a blunder. And that is if all 4 players coming from Dragon Esports comes up and then gets taken out. As you can see, Hercules knows that Alpha is all the way at the fences. He is staring, hoping that he overpicks this. Jaguar official, seems to me, covers are coming in. Smokes has been set up. Jaguar official going to be waiting for the line of sight here, hoping to get a nice little off angle. But unfortunately, they are picking through TPP with the smoke, so I don't think they will have that vision advantage compared to FPP mode right now in these angles.
Yeah, for sure they won't. But yeah, I mean, unless someone else shows up, this is just going to keep on going. It's just going to stand there. Gives us a little bit more time to talk about what could happen to Autobots, to Mysterious 4.
Oh, wow. Before that, Spray God actually swapped the bow for... Actually found the bow, swapped the bow. He is going to check every single corner now. This is making things even harder for Jaguar official.
Yeah. I think, again, Jaguar official, even from their perspective, now realistically there's no way for them to push through. With 2 players, I don't think I've ever heard 2 players getting a 20 bomber in any game ever. And with the odds stacked against them, with the numbers stacked against them, Sama along with his teammate, they're just hoping for the best results they can deliver. Maybe just a squad wipe here. The players of Dragon Esports flush through. First knock comes through. They're going to get one more, maybe not. Now Sama stuck in a 1v3. Gets finished off into that corner room, and Dragon Esports, a pretty clean execution. 4 finishes on the board. Took them almost 9 minutes.
Exactly. Very, very nicely done coming from Dragon Esports, but still they are out of the running for qualification. And back towards your statement as well, I think the closest that have ever pulled a massive game in 2 players here is actually done by K9 Esports, with both Slug and Beast. And I believe Slug and another person, Omega I believe, coming from K9. And that was during BGIS.
Yeah, but
it wasn't a 20 bomber,
exactly.
but still a chicken dinner with 10 finishes. I would say that's 20 points. Close enough.
That is 20 points, but Jux need a lot more, man.
Fair enough. But all things considered here, guess
actually,
what?
Actually, they could have pulled it off with 20.
Jux actually got 45 points, so they should be safe for now. But Autobots...
Not Jux, Jaguar official.
Yeah, Jaguar official. 4Miracle Esports looking to try and be a part of the top 3 by the end of this week. And they will be joined with a new set of teams by the time the semifinals come through, because Orangutan, Soul, Wildfangs, these 3 very, very strong teams that is going to be looking and prying into every single little detail from all these teams in terms of information. I'm pretty sure the coaches and the IGLs, they are preparing for this day when the semifinals begin, because it is going to be an all-out war.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with how predictable or unpredictable, in fact, round 3 was, the semifinals is kind of going to be a nightmare. But we'll have to see who comes prepared, who actually plays reactive and still gets through. But so far on our screens, we see the players of Dragonclaw Esports, and on the map you see them south of Impala. So they might be caught off guard moving up north by either Godlike or Dragon Esports. But look at what Godlike has done. Now they are going to turn into the gatekeepers of the southeastern edge.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very awkward as well. But speaking of which, 3 teams outside the zone, teams in the bottom as well. They need massive games. H4K wasn't able to make a little bit of recovery from the previous game, but they do still need a chicken dinner in order to qualify. So it is still very possible here coming from Team H4K, because in their journey BGIS, every single round from H4K has been very, very shaky, except for the semifinals as well, because they directly qualified from the week 1 itself.
That's true.
And that was, I would say, their most dominating performance in
Yes.
BGIS.
Yes, it was.
But in the LAN finals, well, didn't really do well for them.
Yeah, but we can also chalk it up to the team being new, first time on LAN, and not really being used to that environment. But Godlike now stuck in the blue. They are pretty used to it. They spot out the players of Dragonclaw Esports, shots fired, but Admino makes no contact. Although, you see on the radar, there's one more team on the flank now towards his right. That's going to be the side of Dragon Esports. So there is a possibility that few individuals from the side of Godlike can get sandwiched here and taken out. On the other side of thing, Ace Official fight against H4K.
Yeah, H4K, they definitely need to pick up all those finishes as well, because they were able to find one pick. But here he comes. Pasha gets run through. Knight gets taken down and traded off. But he needs to pick him up as well. Draxi is pretty much out. H4K only has 3 men. But the rest of Ace Official is coming in. And they want to try and get a little bit of a revenge fight for this fight, considering that they have nothing to lose, whereas H4K still have a very, very strong fighting chance. And it is now or never. But when the nades comes through, the re-knock comes in on Knight. They are going to keep them in this fight, as Ace Official will continue to try and practice their formations. But the disengagement was a little bit too far off. Ace Official, even though they've got the knock here, Phantom looking for a very, very wide off angle. But they do get the reset coming from H4K, so Ace Official might not be able to catch him off. But Sujao, he's actually going to back off, and little did he know, his teammates might get shot there, as Ace Official went for a very wide swing in terms of an off angle. But I don't think they're going to be able to engage this. But shots finally being made, no knock so far.
Oh man, H4K, this is such a difficult position to be in right now. And especially, I mean, you look at the options that they have to move in further into the game. There's going to be Genesis to deal with, Godlike to deal with towards the south, West taken over by Exotic Signature and Autobots. So running out of options, basically. But Godlike still putting pressure on the necks of Dragonclaw Esports. Nade after nade, S-Power is desperate to move in.
Yeah, Hero Shrimp Godlike looking to try and dethrone 8-bit in terms of the overall standings.
Yeah.
This rivalry has been going on ever since, well, we all know what happened when Versatile won champion.
I mean, we could say BGIS LAN finals.
Yeah.
This year. Not
it's all about the fight for the kingdom.
And hey, I mean, see, I love stories, right? No matter how distantly connected they are. Imagine if this is the map where Godlike make it happen. This is the map where they take the first position away from the side of 8-bit. Because Somraj, I mean, there was an era where it was said that Somraj rules Miramar. This was his kingdom.
But they're not playing in this game, though.
I know, but it doesn't matter. It's still a tournament, man.
Fair enough. H4K now, 35 position. Was able to get out of safety. Draxi instantly disconnecting. Seems like, well, win or lose, doesn't matter no more. You guys do you. It's over. But let's take a look at how the circle shifts here. It is going to shift onto his Fort Miracle on the north side. Southeast corner here, Godlike going to be playing on the edge. Genesis still gatekeeping from the south side on top of the mountains. They have to reposition, but somehow VOLCANO Esports was able to outmaneuver Genesis, and Hiroshima Godlike somehow finds a small little edge on the southwest corner, but they're still a 3-man team, so that's going to be something that they have to focus on. But Hiroshima Godlike still on the hunt. Dragon Esports next on the fray. Punk goes in for the spray. Alpha pretty much stuck out in the open. But guess what? On screen, non-X, they themselves have a little bit of a run-in. It's going to be against Team Cosmic. Rush Boy almost gets taken down, but now the rush comes through. They want to clean out this random straggler out in the open. And the drive-by coming in from Team Cosmic. They are out as well, and Gods was able to defend this. Team Cosmic, they're done.
Yeah, Team Cosmic is done. Their journey comes to an end as well. And NON, I love the confidence from this team, man. They know they are through to the next round. They're through to the semifinals. And now, whoever they spot, they are going to go after. But God, like, have they been chasing Dragonclaw for the last 5 minutes?
Maybe.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, great dodge coming from Dragonclaw. But as long as they're dodging as well, can they actually make it in the next phase of zone? But speaking of dodging, you guys can't dodge this. Guess what? The more you play BGMI, the more you guys are going to be contributing to the BMPS 2025 prize pool. Discovery Island is in play. If you guys are looking for skins, looking for rewards, be sure to achieve those milestones and also check out the missions in the game itself. But on screen now, Dragonclaw going up against Reckoning Esports. Seems like the Claw was effective against Alpha, as he is going to be able to take the first knock. Pro, pretty much the last player left. As the zone is about to edge in, they are going to be caught in a very, very awkward stalemate. And now another nade finds one more. Speaking of kryptonites, maybe the Claw is the Dragon's weakness, knowing that their body is one of the toughest materials in the world. Or in this case, the fantasy world. Dragonclaw was able to claw through that.
Yeah, I mean, somehow they do manage to survive. And Dragon Esports down to the last player. But I have to say, I mean, I don't know how, but Godlike just herded both these teams into each other. And they're still lurking in the back lines, the high ground, by the way. So there's still an opportunity. They hear a little bit of this commotion and show up, just pick off whoever the loose straggler is. Fury does spot out Pro. These are the lost survivors from their respective teams. After both of them are done, their journey officially ends in the realme BMPS.
Oh, Fury out in open now. Pro, he's going to juke around the cactus. He finds a little bit of a bob or weave. He's going to try and creep up, but Fury walks out, gets an angle, takes him out, gets his revenge, and that will be also Dragonclaw bowing out of the BMPS 2025. See you next season.
Yeah, see you next season. Oh boy. But at least Fury is still here. He's going to enjoy his final few moments in this season. H4K on the other side, fighting for survival. And no, it's going to be Aerobots who put the final nail in the coffin over there.
It is over.
It is over for H4K. H4K is out. Cosmic is out. Dragon Esports is out. Dragonclaw is out.
Well, speaking of somebody's in here, Genesis. Zap with the opening nade. Hypnos is down, and Genesis is going to be completely spoiling the dreams for the teams at the bottom here. Just absolute domination coming from Genesis Esports. It took them a while to form up this strategy. Entire round 1 was complete blunder. But round 2, round 3, Genesis Esports, the more they play, the stronger they become. And it seems like they've gotten used to each other in this shuffle itself. The chemistry, the synergy looks very, very spot on here in round 3 itself.
It does. It looks incredible. And it's a drastic shift from, as you said, you were kind of surprised with the underwhelming performance in the Realme BGIS. And of course, the start to this Realme BMPS was also kind of surprising, because it felt like, all right, maybe not a lot has changed since the last finals they played. But after that initial round 1, they have gotten so much better. Genesis is like one of my top teams right now, but Godlike, an actual top team for a lot of people, going up against 4 Miracles, 2 teams that are in a much safer position compared to everyone else, just taking points off the board. And Godlike is down to the last man, 3 players knocked out. 4 Miracle actually pulling off a miraculous fight away. Admino is the last man alive. He is used to being in clutch moments, but this time takes down 1. Can't really find the second. Just gets finished off instantly.
That was so unfortunate of Admino. He lobbed the nade right in the right angle towards 4 Miracles' direction, but it bounced off, knocked Jonathan, and lost them the fight. That is so unfortunate. 4 Miracle, fantastic defense, but Hero Extreme Godlike will bow out on 2nd place in the overall standing, so no #1 spot.
Yeah. Not happening yet.
Not happening. But you know what's happening right now? Vasista Esports, a team that needs to defend the 24th position. Currently with 41 points now. Finally makes their mark. They're down towards the last 2 players. Now Scary Job finds a knock, but Viper himself getting knocked as well. Vasista, no. It's all up to Scary Job once more. He's the clutch maker when he was in Bot Army Esports. Now he's got to do it again. And guess what? The one that may stop him is going to be Genesis. He needs to pull some insane finger movements into order to win this fight here from Vasista.
Oh boy,
they got the knock, but they just couldn't find the point.
Just the conversion missed.
Oh,
and let's not forget, Vasista is still at 41 points. So Autobots with 3 points can surpass Vasista and kick them out. In fact, guess what? Jux has already moved them out.
Jux has moved them out before this match even
Yeah,
begins
actually,
as well.
yeah.
And now look at this, Vasista, they're running into Apollo as well. Apollo stuck in the tree, he's got the nade.
P90.
He needs to line it up perfectly as well. Viper gets hooked in, taken out in open. Shadow takes him out. And only Scary Jaw remain. His health is low, and it is over. Genesis Esports eliminates Vasista Esports. They are out at 41 points only.
So they're still not out. Autobots needs 3 points. Autobots has 0 finishes. Mysterious 4 needs a lot more. Vasista right now are praying that if within the next 30 seconds or 40 seconds or maybe even a minute, someone, for the love of God, please take out Autobots.
Someone needs to take out Mysterious 4 and also the rest as well. This is going to be so
Yeah.
darn close for Vasista Esports. Oh, you hate to see moments like this. It is going to be heartbreaking, but we are down towards the final 9 teams. Now, Hunters looking for a nade, but okay. Did he just nade him and
his teammates? That was a slam dunk on your own team.
That was awkward. That shouldn't have happened, but alright. That gives a little bit of room here for the rest of the team to actually fight back, considering the top's already at the top. But look at this, Jux Reboot just runs circles around, and, well, Reboot just gets a very easy drive-by. Fury's out.
I see, I'm going to say this now. We have arrived at that point in the game where I am going to struggle in controlling my laughter, because what was that?
I don't know. I really don't know, but all things considered, now, top 8, Autobots gets a point. 100% gets a point.
Yeah, 1 point.
So
That's
that means
40.
only 1 more point. 2 more points,
2
maybe.
more points, yeah.
1 more point, it comes down to a tiebreaker, but 2 more points just to overtake Vasista Esports. So all eyes on Autobots.
Also, by the way, Aerobots, Exotic, a big chicken dinner for them. They do not have points right now, but there are still enough points inside of this lobby that both these teams can also qualify. And this is a very intense game where the teams that are safe are also there. The teams at the bare bottom are already out. It's literally everyone who is in this fight either fighting for survival or just flexing on the people who has not made it.
Well, pretty obvious here, but Autobots, they're playing low here as well. They've heard so many gunshots. They've got 2 players around them. They need a couple finish points. And right now, the majority of the teams are on the western side. So as of yet, Autobots, they have to be very, very careful because Mysterious 4 is on the hunt. And here he comes. Fragger running in contact with Lobster. He's hiding on the bush. He has the line of sight. Lobster loose for the spray. Drops him down low, but misses his shot as he gets taken down. Fragger survives by a fraction of HP. The dreams of Autobots might just be crumbling here as Mysterious 4 gets a point for themselves, and they just might be able to overtake them.
I think they can, and definitely the Lost Man as well. There's 4 Miracle that has moved into his compound. So it is going to be a dire situation for Autobots. There it is, Servi occupying the same factory as 4 Miracle, but as of now, they haven't moved in, so he's still safe. Mysterious 4, a few more points to get them into a position from where they can celebrate Exotic Signature. They were in a fighting position, but now it seems like Aerobots moving in has ruined their day. First man out of the way. Mash looking for the second, and he finds the knock. A brilliant headshot connection with that last round of the clip. And he finds the finishes as well. Exotic Signature. Are they out? Yes, they are. My goodness, 33 points. That's all they get.
Yeah, it's going to be close as well. But now Non-X, they might play spoilers here coming from Aerobots because it is down towards the final 2 slots to qualify in the top 24. Vasista with 41 points, but 23 position is 43 points. So there is only 2 possible slots left. And now Godex finds the shot in. Aerobots losing legit. But he's down but not out yet. Gods looking for a solo play. He's going to try and lob this over. Ooh.
All right, so even after that finish, what has happened right now, I think, is Vasista is out. While that fight was going on, it was down to that last point, because you see Aerobots 34, 6 finishes is 40. Mysterious 4 is at 41, but now the placement points come through. So Vasista Esports, I think they might have been kicked out of the top 24. It's just a question of who else goes out with them and how many more teams can sneak their way in. Autobots, Mysterious 4, Aerobots, whoever lasts longer than the other side might actually push through. This is true for Mysterious 4 and Aerobots. Autobots are going to need a few eliminations, and Servi is thinking how to get those points now that he's outside the zone as well.
It's the final points. It's the final slot, the final 2 slots. It's 41 and 43 points in terms of the overall standings right now. That is on the 23rd and 24th position. 24th is held by Vasista Esports. Obviously, he's going to be taken down. And if there is 2 teams, one of those teams need to surpass 43 points. And And as of yet, Survey, last man standing, but AERObots here looking for a couple of K9s to try and pop some hits. AERObots gonna try every single strategy they can think of to win this game.
Yeah.
To try and qualify. What are the chances of both bots actually qualifying?
I think both of them moving through actually quite high. If Mysterious 4 get taken out and Autobots, Sirvi just gets 1 extra point on the chicken dinner, that's 11 points for him, right?
Well, there can only be 1 chicken though.
Yeah, there can only be 1 chicken, but he still moves through, and AERObots as well will have a position inside of the top 24. But let's see. Miracle pushed by Genesis. And again, both these teams, no incentive to duke it out with anyone else. They can just share points or split points between each other. Because both of them are inside of the top 24. Genesis occupying the high ground. And in fact, at stage 7, next zone is going to be zone collapse. AERObots actually, with that northern edge, I think the chances of them winning are quite high. Because Mysterious 4 is going to be distracted by Genesis, by Miracle, and by Jux.
Oh boy, now line of sight coming from Genesis here. Going to try and deny Jux in this vicinity. But on the finish feed, we do see Mysterious 4 crashing onto his AERObots as well. As they are in a little bit of trouble. Clown gets taken out. Miracle getting rushed in. Hunters looking to try and look for the confirmation. Jux on an 8 finish domination. He's going to be doing well, but Reaper goes down as well. And that is going to be them taken out. Meanwhile, Genesis Esports still dominating the lobby, but we're down towards the final 4 teams. And guess what? Autobots was already taken out. Did they get enough points to qualify?
I don't know. Maybe they're going to be at 41, 42 points, but it's the end of the game, man. It's the end game that will decide. I do not have enough brain capacity to keep the calculations going, especially with Mysterious 4 also having one of their men knocked out by Genesis nonetheless. Jux, 8 points on the board. Decent position to work with. Slightly inside the zone. Rebu has to deal with a lot of pressure from the teams in the front line.
Genesis not making it easy as well with the zone closing in. They have to go out of position. Jux does have one of the prime position to take everybody out. And the only way Autobots somewhat survives this is that Jux Esports shuts down both Mysterious 4 and AERObots right here, right now. But it is going to be very, very close because Vasista Esports is still holding that borderline. But as of yet, let's take a look. Genesis, Hunters get spotted out. Jux finds one more. A massive game coming from Jux Esports this game.
Yeah, brilliant move from Jux, but Mysterious 4 fighting for survival. One more man lost, not bringing him back this time. Out into the open, he gets finished off. Mysterious 4 down to 2 players. AERObots down to 3. A chicken dinner between the two. Can push them through, but Mysterious 4, their chances of winning this game quite dire. Because Sketch knocked out. Backlines, a revive comes through, but Fragger finds himself and Jax at the edge of the circle. Jux looking to secure the chicken. But a third party right now from AERObots can completely change everything.
It does. And as of yet, AERObots and Mysterious 4 both needs a chicken dinner to qualify directly, shutting down 2 teams from qualifying as well. 1 on 41 points, 1 on 43 points. And that is Los Hermanos and Vasista Esports' slot.
Oh, I think both of them are...
Yeah, in this case, they might be out, but look at this, Jux. Getting the knock onto his AERObots. The stalemate of fighting for the last few slots to qualify into the semifinals is right here. And 2 teams still in contention. Jux already in. And it's only a fight between AERObots and Mysterious 4 right now.
Oh, man. Mysterious 4 position compromises. Oh, nasty spray coming through. Mash pushed back into a corner, but Jack's knocked out. Fragger finished off. There goes Mysterious 4. And I think with that, AERObots, if they finish with a chicken dinner, then congratulations. Welcome to the semifinals. But 3 players from the side of Jux stand, and Rebu finds the opener.
No!
That's the last man. He gets finished off as well in the chicken dinner. Pretty much without breaking a sweat. Secured by Jux Esports. At the start of the day, we did not think they would be this confident, but I think after that last game, when they realized like we are in the top 24 already, they just let loose in this last map of Miramar.
What a massive game coming from Jux Esports here. One of the biggest climb coming from this group respectively here. From outside of the 24 with 2 back-to-back top 2 finishes, and now the chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Jux Esports is going into the semifinals.
But I see, I mean, the real question is, who do you think is going to join them and who's getting kicked out? Because I believe, and alright, don't walk around any eggshells right now, right? Just like a straight up answer. I think Mysterious 4 have moved through, and AERObots as well.
Okay. I think AERObots and maybe Autobots go through.
AERObots
Both of
and
the bots go through.
Autobots.
Maybe. Just maybe. But okay. AERObots has gotten himself 13 points. Autobots only got 3 points. Oh, that's so close. Maybe you're right. Mysterious Force got themselves 10 points.
Yeah.
I don't think 10 points is enough.
I think they might be, because 10 points, even if we exclude that previous game, Erangel wasn't the greatest performance for Mysterious 4. 10 points still gives them 41.
I don't think it's enough for Mysterious 4. AERObots, maybe. They might have gotten a chance if they gotten a chicken dinner here, but I might be wrong. You know, my maths is not mathing right now.
Yeah.
I feel like Autobots should... Oh my god, like, that's 3 points only from Autobots. That's really sad.
They needed 3 to get to 41, so I think it might be down to a tiebreaker between Mysterious 4, Autobots, and Vasista.
Yeah, it could be down to this stat as well. And Vasista's got 0 points.
That's the worst possible performance when you needed one. It's like...
Okay, the moment of truth, guys. The moment of truth is finally here. We have the official overall standings of all round 3. Jux from all the way outside of the 24 with 2 massive games shoots themselves in towards the top 8. And they will get 69 points. Nice. As the game progresses as well, who will be joining the part of the bottom side here? This is the top 16. The bottom side here is... Los Hermanos survives and Mysterious 4 actually surpasses them. Autobots could not make it into the 43 mark and Vasista is out. AERObots is also out.
Man, my maths was a bit off about AERObots. They missed out on 2 points and Autobots missed out because of one. Oh no, do you know what that means? Had that last place survived just one more placement, they could have actually tied up with Los Hermanos, and since they have more placement points,
they could have qualified.
Yes.
Oh no, Autobots just needed one finish, and it came down to like Lobster getting the jump on Mysterious 4.
But
if he got in the knock, he would have qualified.
See, we're living into alternate realities right now of things that could have happened, but instead of the what ifs, it is the what is that is there in front of us right now. And of course, a valiant effort by Autobots, AERObots, Vasista, Cincinnati Kids, Medal, AEROxWBG. They had a pretty brilliant run in the previous round of the tournament. We have Reckoning Esports, TEAM TAMILAS. A lot of big names miss out on the semifinals. They fought like warriors, but of course there's going to be a difference between your everyday warrior and your champions.
Yeah, agreed. We are here to forge champions in towards the BMPS itself. This entire journey of BMPS 2025 is all about forging champions. We're looking for the next symbol of VGMI.
Exactly. And for the teams that have been eliminated, I mean, we keep talking about missing out on qualification because of just a point or two. But here's the thing. There's no point in having regrets. I mean...
It's over.
It's over. It's done and dusted. You pick yourselves up, move on, practice a little bit more, focus on fixing the mistakes. Don't think about what went wrong. Just think about how you can avoid it from happening again. And then good luck in the next tournament.
Exactly.
We'll be excited to see you again.
And joining them that is going to be eliminated here is going to be the bottom half as well. FS pretty much out. Zoltic Signatures out. Mastermind Mavericks, a team that is so strong during BGIS run, also getting taken out. H4K, a land finally is getting taken out. Apecity, a domination from round 2 is out as well. Team Cosmic, Dragon Claw, White Walkers, Jaguar Official, Ace Official, Dragon Esports, Golden Gliders, Myth Official, shadowblitz, and also Signified. Everybody is out of the equation.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a very, very sad day for all these 24 teams in the bottom. But on the bright side, the other top 24, they are going to be very, very happy. So we have to congratulate the 24. They have made it into the semifinals. Because this 24 teams is going to be joining another 8 teams that qualified directly from the round 1 stages. Teams like OG, teams like Seoul, teams like Wildfangs. Teams like who? I don't know what to say about this because I personally want to feel what they're feeling. But I'm not playing, so I will never ever be feeling what they're feeling here. But I know who is feeling something a little bit off here because I know for a fact that Orangutan has been watching this game so far.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see what Aru has to say about this journey so far from round 1 all the way to round 3.
You know what? I mean, Aru is the nicest, one of the nicest people you will... I'm not even kidding about this. Literally true. You go around the entire BGMI scene, ask who's the nicest. It's Aru. So... I would have loved to hear a few different things from the side of OG, because they have been doing very well for themselves this entire tournament. And again, this is one of the opinions that I have that is kind of, it's an unpopular opinion of mine, that no one deserves to critique OG. This team has been consistently at the top. Yeah, okay, they did not win any trophy, but to have a roster consistently finish in the finals of every tournament that you have played,
almost near podium finishes as well.
Almost near podium, doing the top 5, top 6 every single time. It's not easy to be in the top 16 best teams of the country every single time. OG has done that, so they do deserve a lot of respect for that. And I think Aru as well, his role within the team has been quite incredible. But I think it's time to hear what he actually has to say about his team's journey so far and expectations in the finals.
के लोग तो ऐसे नहीं खेलते जैसे आप खेल के गए हो. 12 मैच 12 कंसिस्टेंट.
देखो ऐसा था कि राउंड 1 में तो ऑनेस्टली बोलूँ तो हम काफ़ी ज़्यादा लकी भी थे कि जोन्स हम लोग पे आए थे एंड सारे प्लेयर्स फॉर्म में थे, सारी चीज़ें सही से रोल आउट हो रही थी. तो एक आप कोई भी टूर्नामेंट उठा के देख लो, ऐसा नहीं होता कि जो टीम स्टार्टिंग से अच्छा खेल रही है वही एंड तक खेलती है. काफ़ी आगे अनसर्टेनिटीज़ भी आती है. तो वही है कि स्टार्टिंग में थोड़े से लकी भी थे, थोड़ा अच्छा भी खेल रहे थे, बट ऐसा उसका मतलब नहीं है कि हाँ हम तो बेस्ट टीम अभी प्रूव कर चुके हैं खुद को, आगे भी करना है.
बिल्कुल.
ऑलराइट आरू आपने आज के मैचेस जरूर देखे होंगे. मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं कि इतनी सारी एक्सपीरियंस टीम्स जो यहाँ पे बाहर हुई हैं, क्या लगता है कि क्या कारण था और इतनी सारी जो नई टीम्स है वो बेहतर प्रदर्शन करते नजर आई?
पहले तो मुझे बताओ कि वसिस्ता हुई या फिर
नहीं हुई. वसिस्ता क्वालिफाई नहीं हुई,
मेडल भी नहीं हुई.
तो मेडल सीके वसिस्ता, मतलब इन तीनों के लिए तो बहुत ज़्यादा, मतलब मेरे लिए तो शॉकिंग था देखने, क्योंकि लग रहा था कि मेरे को तो कि तीनों ही क्वालिफाई हो जाएंगे, बट एंड में जब 2 ही मैच मिलते हैं और लॉबी इतनी ज़्यादा ट्राई हार्ड हो गई थी एंड में कि अब वो टीम्स नहीं हो पाई, तो कंपटीशन तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा चल रहा है.
जी हाँ, काफ़ी कमाल का कंपटीशन हमें देखने को मिला. बट बारू, मैं समझना चाहूँगा कि आपको मौका मिला सारी टीम्स के मैचेस को आराम से बैठ के देखने का, क्योंकि आप राउंड 1 से सीधा सेमीफाइनल वीक 1 में हमें जाते हुए देखने को मिला. तो उसका कुछ फायदा आपको लगता है एडेड आपको मिलने वाला है कि आपने सारी टीम्स के ड्रॉप को देखा, उन रोटेशन को देखा? बस मैं वो समझना चाह रहा हूँ.
डेफिनेटली फ़ायदा तो मिलता ही है, और हमारा प्लान ये भी था कि हम लोग टॉप 8 आ जाएं ताकि फिर हमको राउंड 2 और 3 ना खेलना पड़े, क्योंकि जो टीम्स खेलती है राउंड 2 और 3 उनका गेम भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा रीडेबल हो जाता है, प्रेडिक्टेबल हो जाता है. अब जैसे हम लोग 8-बिट को देखे, गॉडल को देखे हैं, जो भी अच्छी टीम्स हैं, तो उनकी काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें हैं जो हम लोग ने भी स्टडी की है. एंड ऐसा होता है कि जो एक चीज़ एक टीम के लिए वर्क करती है किसी राउंड में, वो हो सकता है सेम वो आगे आने वाले राउंड्स में रिपीट ना कर रहा है, उनके लिए वर्कआउट ना करे. तो वही हमको उस चीज़ का फ़ायदा तो डेफिनेटली मिला है, क्योंकि हम सारे मैचेस देख रहे थे.
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल आरू, और मैं पूरी उम्मीद करता हूँ कि अब जब आप जुड़ते हुए दोबारा हमारे साथ नजर आएंगे परसों से, तो वापस से वही ओरंगुटन, वापस से वही लय और वापस से ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में वो जो मुलाकात है, इसकी उम्मीद के साथ मैं आपको अभी अलविदा कहता हूँ. मिलते हैं बहुत जल्दी और ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर आवर रिमेनिंग मैचेस.
थैंक यू सो मच.
जी हाँ, और ये हैं आरू और उन्होंने बताया.
Alright, right off the bat, I've never seen that man be that intense, and I was expecting, whenever OG is there, you're always expecting to be like a fun, casual, banter-filled interview. That was serious business, man. A lot of important things for us to dissect. First of all, I love the attitude that even after doing so well, they are not getting overconfident.
Well, I agree. And of course, I was able to have a little bit of chat with Aru as well on the last day of BGIs and finals as well. Even though they didn't really give the trophy, I was having a chat as well. They were already considering preparing from BMPS on that day itself, despite, we're pretty much done with BGIS. They have never slacked off in their hard work, and it pretty much excels as well. Look at this. They're pretty much intense, and I'm curious to see how they're going to be performing here, because now let's remind you guys, the top 8 teams directly qualifying from round 1 stages. These are your 8 teams waiting for the 24 teams, and these are OG, Seoul, Hyderabad Hydras, TWOB, Learn from Past, K9, Wildfangs, and of course, True Rippers Jelly.
So again, I think even in this list, there were 2 surprise entries, Learn from Past and Wildfangs. The way they made a break into the top 8 of that opening round 1 was absolutely incredible, and I can't tell you how excited I am to see these names back in action again tomorrow. Because OG, there was not a single point in the entirety of round 1, which was, by the way, the biggest round in this Realme BMPS 2025, where OG saw the 2nd position in the overall leaderboard. Since they started playing, they were always number 1.
Exactly. OG means business as well, and I'm looking forward to see how things are going as well. And I really like the valuable insight that Aru did bring up to the table, which was the reason why we make it in the semifinals is all because we don't want people to read the. And guess what? They have been reading 8-bit all the way through, and guess what? We're going to be in for a bang.
Yeah, but I see now the tough part of the day, our predictions. It's okay, man. All of us got kicked out. Did anyone survive the culling? No. Both the Hindi and the English desk, ladies and gentlemen, for Group C.
Dude, I almost had 100% prediction. They were so close
Yeah,
to
you were
Autobots.
doing
Like,
very well.
I was going between Jux and Autobots. I was like, you know what? I think Autobots has got it. But,
To be fair to all of us, I don't think even the viewers themselves would have picked up Visista, picked up Autobots, because these are supposed to be strong teams. They are never supposed to miss out on finals. How do you miss out on the semifinals? But day summary, BO7. 2 chicken dinners. They bounced back basically today itself and secured a spot for that semifinals. Rising Inferno was doing quite well, and this was a brilliant ending to their journey. Then we had AEROxWBG. That win kind of would have helped them out had they played better beforehand.
Yeah, it's just very, very unfortunate that AEROxWBG had to lose 2 back-to-back fights against 2 OP official in Aryan, which gave them 2 0 points.
Yeah.
But again, if they could have gotten some points from that map, I think AEROxWBG would have been part of the 24 that's going to be heading to the semifinals now.
They could have at least been in the discussion, because this last game they still would have to sit out. But again, I think AEROxWBG, I remember in round 2 there were a few matches where they just completely went ham. Those were the performances. That was the performance that was needed at least once in round 3 in order to survive. But that didn't happen, and now there's no point in crying.
Well, all things considered, we have to close up everything from round 3 itself here. You guys have watched all the 50 teams so far. I want to see how the 24 that has succeeded and joining in the 8 here, because we are going to be heading towards the semifinals. And the semifinals, it is going to be a battle for the 32 teams, and only 8 will directly head into the grand finals right from the get-go.
Exactly. But with that, today comes to an end, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow happens the group draw, and after that, the semifinals begin. There's Super Johnny. That's Icy, baby. We're going to be back again when the semifinals begin. Take care. Good night.
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. until then. Lost to see you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm now. I'm bathing in color and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun. Underwater, but you say it'll be fine in the end. So I'm holding my breath, skipping rocks on my skin until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in color and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Then lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain